Gather round, we got no gods to please. Saturday night, no sermons, just ease. Discussions flow like midnight breeze. No prophets here, just minds to tease. We talk big bangs and evolution. Question faith with our solution. Stars align in our confusion. Breaking free from old illusion. Join the fun, no need for trust. Dust to dust, we're stardust. No heaven high or hell to fear. Saturday night, we hold it dear. Fun and laugh at myth believers. Here we're all truth seekers. Open hearts and swift deceivers. Make your stand, no hidden levers. Raise your glass to reason's thrill. No ancient text, it's our own will. Debate till dawn, feel dull and chill. Saturday night, we've got the skill. Echoes of a godless choir. Light the world with spark the fire. Free our mindset to inspire. No holy walls to take us higher. Join the fun, no need for trust. Dust to dust, we're stardust. No heaven high or hell to fear. Saturday night, we hold it dear. Join the fun, no need for trust. Dust to dust, we're stardust. No heaven high or hell to fear. Saturday night, we hold it dear. Join the fun, no need for trust. Dust to dust, we're stardust. No heaven high or hell to fear. Saturday night, we hold it dear. On the laugh at myth believers. Here we're all truth seekers.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Captive Desk hosting Saturday Night at the Atheists. And joining us, we have Mr. Scott Duke. We have Speed, also known as Mike, from Answers in Atheism. And so is Scott. And Brainless is joining us as well. Hello, gentlemen.
Hello. Thanks for
Chris
having us.
Moore in the chat wants to know about the name of the song. I made that song in AI, Chris. That's Suno.
Yeah.
Suno. Yeah. I typed
A lot,
in some.
a lot of people have found that one, I think.
Yeah, you put in some keywords, Saturday night, some of the things, myth debunkers or something like that, some keywords I put in, and
I believe you can also put in your own lyrics.
put your own lyrics. Yep. Or you can just make it say something like, Chris Moore is the boss, and it'll go da 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 da. Chris Moore is the boss. Da 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 da. You can just do a repeat thing too if you just want like a beat made or something. So yeah,
Okay.
pretty cool. Yeah, but it took me, it takes a few tries. It gives you different choices in voices and, what kind of music it is, and then you can plug it back in, and ask it to change like verse 2 or chorus 2 or whatever, and tweak it a little bit. So, it took me a few tries, but it turned out pretty good.
Yes, it did turn out really good. I do like the voice. Commander 401 also used that voice for a couple of songs, and it's a good voice. It works well.
I have a thing for female singers, so the voice.
I just have a thing for females.
I lean towards that voice, yeah. So. And hey, look at the trees is joining us. Good to see you. Look at the trees.
So
we
Dave,
got Zach from the Shaken Fist, and we got Jasper, and we got Chris once again. Hello, everybody. Go ahead, Mike.
permission to promote my video for tomorrow?
Sure thing.
Okay. Thought I'd ask. Let's see. And it is going to be, where the hell are you? I'm trying to figure out where you are. Lost you. Oh my goodness. Okay.
You lost it.
I'll find you. No, I found I lost the chat. Well, okay, maybe it'll work here. Can I post links in StreamYard? Does it know that I'm a moderator? I don't know. Did that work?
Well,
Yeah.
if you
You put it in comments, which yes, it worked.
Yeah, okay.
You're-
Yeah,
you're
I didn't know you
moderator
could do that.
of the
Yeah.
channel.
Oh, yeah, I guess it knows you're not a moderator because it has the rent. Cool. Okay.
Yep.
And question
and
answered.
hello,
Yeah.
Stephanie. Stephanie's stopping through. Good to see you. Always a
That's
pleasure.
Hello, 70.
So we're going to deep dive a
Check
bit
in here.
into intelligent design and creationism with this Paul Nelson. And we're going to be talking about things like gene regulatory networks and trying to explain some of these things. Like I'm hoping to explain a little more deeply why evolutionists believe what they believe. I mean, there's a reason for it. We didn't just do it because academia told us to. You know, there's an actual reason why we believe these things. So anyway, hopefully we'll
Well,
make
for
sense
me, the
tomorrow.
main reason is there's some really intelligent people that have studied that and together have come to the conclusion. Like
Yep.
I don't understand a lot of it. That's just a fact. But like that's with most science. Like
Yeah, but people that do understand it have the capability to explain it to people who don't in a simple
Yeah.
manner to at least give you some information, and that's what we endeavor to do. I don't know if we pull it off, but
And
We'll see.
even better, if you are capable of drilling down that deep, you can get to the data sets that they base a lot of their analysis and conclusions on.
yep.
It
Yep.
depends on what kind of academic access you have, but you can get to it, or you can get it published or sent to you. You can even ask professors at different institutions or researchers. You can send them an email, say, "Hey, that paper, blah blah blah. Is there a way to get an access to the data set, or the data table that you're using?" And they might do it, So not
And
always.
on this one video, I downloaded over 100 papers and books
Yeah.
just to analyze one video. So
Mike
I
was
mean, you guys
busy.
are smart. I'm not. So
And hello, Robin and Jasper. I didn't see you. Good to see everybody. Shaken Fist is putting together some holiday music for us that's going to be coming out. So make sure everybody look forward to that. You just might hear yours truly in it. So
Ooh. Go to channel.
and yeah, make sure you go to Mike. What is it tomorrow, Mike? 1 o'clock, I think it was scheduled for in real time.
12 o'clock in the one true zone, the central time zone. So
Oh, okay, okay. So in UK time, okay.
I don't do any other times except for the one. So,
Yeah.
Mike and I do a lot of streams and videos and whatnot together, and we always have to remind each other that we're an hour different. So
yeah, because I will screw it up. I will get it like I'll go the wrong direction almost every time. So I
If
have
you
to.
have
So
a-
if you want to talk to me, use Central Time. Otherwise, I won't understand you. So
If,
Or you'll be an hour late
if
or an hour
you're
early.
talking on Discord, there is a website, Discord Date, if I'm not
Oh.
mistaken, Discord Date and Time, and that generates a little script that if you or like it's like a function of Discord. If you put like the timestamp in there, like it will show for everybody as their local time.
oh, cool.
That is if you have trouble with that, like calculating that, then it's useful for people to be using that.
Yeah, I've always had trouble in my life with left and right. Like if somebody says turn left, I don't know what they mean. Like binary things really confuse me. I like analog things, like
Try to remember which way to point when you're on camera.
it's like I don't know what that means.
Over here. No, wait. Okay, yeah.
Well, if you hold your index finger and your thumb out in front of you, the one that makes the L is left.
Oh, wow!
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Now I know. Holy shit!
But a fun fact: Slim also has that problem. You know what he did?
What?
He put
Post-it note?
he has an L and an R tattooed on his hands.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that would be perfect.
It's also his initials, but like he said, like that's a fun little joke to have added to that.
Yeah, but if I do that while I'm driving, I'm gonna have to take both of my hands off the steering wheel in order to see that.
If you tattoo it like so you can see it.
Yeah, the tattoo
Like
would
this.
work. Yeah.
Like this right here, see, my mic is here, so I know where this is, but if I don't use that as a reference, yeah, that's when I mess up.
Yeah, I'm glad you. Thank you. That is a wonderful trick. I will use that from now on.
And hello, Jens. Thanks for joining us.
Hello.
So yeah, so check out Mike and Andrew tomorrow. Andrew's always good to listen to. Very smart, and Mike's no slouch either, so it'll be a good video, I'm sure. And we've got Simos help balance out the global panel here.
Yeah, we're
Howdy ho. Toodle
a
pip.
bit more European based, even though they don't like to be called European.
What ho?
I actually saw Simos on camera the other day. I was clicking along, and there he was, and I was like, Simos is on camera.
Do you need trauma counseling?
No, he looked exactly like I pictured him. I told him in the comments, I said, you look exactly like I pictured him. And I meant it too. He did. Exactly. It's like, yep, that's how I pictured how he looks. Yep.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah, it was nice. I got some good feedback, so I was happy about that, of course. Hello, Robin, of course. Thank you. And please send a message to you know who. And hello, everybody else. Thank you.
Hello.
I hope everybody's doing well. Everybody getting ready for the holidays, doing your shopping. If you partake in the Christmas or Hanukkah celebrations, doing your shopping and checking your list and seeing who's naughty and who to call twice.
Well, the ones that are naughty, those are the ones that I'm going to call twice. Never mind.
That's right. And speaking of Hanukkah, tonight we're going to take a look at a rabbi talking about his experience or encounter with atheism, as he titled the video, My Encounter with Atheism. This is Rabbi Israel Horowitz, and I thought,
fantastic name. Just to put that out there.
Great name, sure
Fantastic
is.
name. It would almost be a disappointment if he wasn't a rabbi with a name like that.
Absolutely.
It's probably the law. You have to be a rabbi if you're
He's soft spoken and everything.
Lovely.
He was so soft spoken. I had to speed him up just a little bit because I was kind of hanging on the edge, kind of talk just a little bit faster, Rabbi. Right?
Oh yeah.
No offense or anything. You know, if you're trying to be,
There's certain YouTube channels like even like the if you watch a couple of those lists videos, like some talk so fucking slow. I'm like, yeah, come on.
Yeah, gotta turn the speed up a little bit on it. So I just gave him a little bump because it was a little bit slow. But I didn't make it too fast.
Hey, that's why they're religious, right?
Oh, now
So he has a
doesn't look like I
website.
imagined. Yeah. Sorry,
By the
Mike.
way, he has a website where he does counseling and lectures, music, books, events, and he's got all kinds of stuff. So he's rabbi, author, singer, songwriter. So
He
doesn't seem
seems
like a
to
bad
be
guy.
accomplished in his own thing. And once again, we're not here to pick on anybody personally or anything like that. We're listening to what he has to say, and that's what we're commenting on. So,
Yeah, and also I'd like to say before we start, there are many different types of rabbis, as I've come to understand. Judaism has a diverse group of what's the word I'm looking for? Religious sects, which have very, very different ideas about the way they present themselves and the way they understand their texts. And I think that's a tradition that goes back thousands of years in Judaism, that they have people that have interpreted the words in the books in many different ways, and they're very liberal and open about how that's done. It's not all fundamentalist like it is in like particular sects of Christianity, shall we say. So
Yep, but then he's got a video called so what is it? Creationism versus evolution.
oh
yeah.
Yeah,
All
I was
right.
disappointed.
All right.
I was
Okay, well,
disappointed to see that. Yeah.
some of them I might have to take that back in about 10 minutes, but well.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well,
But he
at least
tries.
they don't kill each other over it. Let's put
Well,
it like that.
He's trying to sort of give a both sides a view from his experience, I guess you would call it. So he basically started out religious, kind of ventured away from it, and then ended up being a rabbi. That's the short summation of this video.
And he's got one called "The Origins of Feminism." I'm not sure if we want to look. Well,
yeah,
maybe, we'll see. Yeah.
Some of those issues, are best suited for another time, not on Saturday nights, right? We're just, we don't want to get too riled up here. Mike's going to get riled up enough when he mentions evolution. So
I think so. I'm not going to hold him back. I know what he's like. He's a terrier.
Yep.
And Savage Minnow, hello. Thanks for joining us.
Hello.
So with
So many nice
with
people.
that, yeah, we got all the best people here. Chris is here. Hi, Chris. So let's pull it up here, and here we go.
Let's pull it out.
I grew up in an ultra-religious environment. I was raised as an Orthodox Jew, and we observed the practices and the traditions to the highest level of severity and strictness. And as I grew older, I began to realize that there were some holes in the theories that were being taught to me. And there were
Whoa, dangerous.
No shit,
Dangerous.
Sherlock.
What theories is he talking about, right? Okay.
lots of things that were unaddressed. When I was studying in rabbinical school at age 19, we had 3 study sessions daily. One in the morning, one in the afternoon, and one in the evening. Each of these study sessions was anywhere between 3 to 4 hours long, where we would be forced to sit and study with a partner and with a group and delve into the various topics that are in the Talmud, along with commentators on the commentators and many circular discussions for hours on end.
Okay, well, you put in a lot of time, what we would call Bible study, I guess, right? Hello, James. Are you feeling better?
Hey there. So, yeah, I took meds and lay down for 20 minutes. I'm feeling better. Thank you.
Good. Good to hear.
I think this guy might turn out to be the next Spinoza. You never know.
Could be.
Finally, one day I had enough. And so in the middle of the afternoon study session, I got up, left the study hall, and took a walk down the street to Barnes & Noble's, a bookstore. And there I began to read books. And
Wow.
one of the books that caught my eye
This guy's
was a book
sharp.
called God is Not Great by a man
Even
named
better.
Christopher Hitchens. Now,
Oh,
anyone who's
boy.
familiar with the atheist movement knows that he is probably the most premier thinker and debater on the
No,
subject.
Stop there. Stop there,
Yeah,
Dave. Like,
well,
straight away, we're coming up with Hitchens is God. Oh,
yeah,
I
yeah.
hate it so much.
Now, well, no, but credit, I will give him credit where he had questions and he went to a bookstore, right?
see.
I mean, that's great. I
Yeah.
think if you have questions, go to a bookstore, go to an online bookstore, whatever. Yeah, don't, the resources are out there.
Or a library
Oh.
that's actually made for looking at books.
Good old fashioned
without buying
library. That's right. Yeah.
Well, no, like you're saying, credit where credit's due. He read the other side, or at least some of the other side.
Right.
Yeah.
Possibly not the best critique of Judaism I've ever heard from Mr. Hitchens, of course, because he looks at it from the Christian perspective. So it's pretty easy for, as I've understood it, it's pretty easy for Jewish commentators to critique the Christian perspective. Because they fundamentally say that they misunderstand the Torah. So, yeah, that's not going to do it. You need to critique people who are critiquing the Hebrew Bible rather than the Christian version, or rather than the Old Testament. Yeah, anyway. I need to say that straight out because, like, I can see this guy setting it up to say, yeah, I read Hitchens and his critiques of the Torah was not good. So I went back to being, orthodox or something, Well, yeah, if you don't read, you have to read the other side's best arguments, not the worst ones. And so when he says Christopher Hitchens is the premier atheist, no, he's never had the best arguments for atheism, and he certainly never had the best critiques.
He has the best delivery.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah,
That's the best way to say it. Yeah,
He
his
can use
rhetoric
very
is
good
amazing.
words to deliver a mediocre critique.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's not a bad critique, and you know what I mean. At the time, it was probably you couldn't do a lot better in the public, in general public kind of academia rather than non-academia, I should say. But yeah, I think you need to read Spinoza for sure. If he hasn't read Spinoza, if he doesn't mention Spinoza, I'll be shocked.
By the way, before he gets a little too much further into this, not all atheists were big Christopher Hitchens acolytes or fans or whatever you want to call them, nor were they necessarily Richard Dawkins or Sam Harris fans. I know of all of them. I've enjoyed Christopher Hitchens' videos, like his debates and other things. They're entertaining, but I was not the type of atheist who was really into their works, primarily because I didn't come to atheism or didn't deconstruct until about 2008, 2009, and they had already peaked by then.
I'd only known him because he would be on the national news every once in a while, but I didn't really know that much about him,
Yeah, well, I think as well that, I mean, the critiques of the philosophical critiques of Christianity and other religions like Judaism, they've always been academic, right? Before 2001, shall we say. And I think September 11th was really the turning point there where it brought it into the mainstream a lot more. So, and I think Hitchens was kind of riding on that wave, because he was a war correspondent. So he was seeing firsthand, the religious aspects, certainly of the second Iraq war, right? When Bush said those things about it being a religious war. So I think there's a lot of build up as to why it became mainstream. And of course, then once Hitchens' books came out, and there was one before that, I think, then Harris came out with one and Dawkins came out with one, and they all made quite a bit of money on it. So, yeah. None of which
Mama.
I
got Mama stopping by. Hello, Mama.
Hey, good to see you. Anyway, just to say that these aren't necessarily the best arguments against the Torah. That's all.
And these people, once again, when they mention, Hitchens or Dawkins or something, we don't worship these people. We don't always agree with these people. and there are comments across everything, especially like with Dawkins outside of his field, doesn't hold as much weight as what he did when he was working in his field. So,
and I found his writing to be very compelling. I enjoyed the fact that he mocked the religions, and he mocked the stupidity and the hypocrisy that is found amongst religious circles. He made fun of the superstition and the delusion and the power-hungry religious leaders who simply were just trying to brainwash the masses and keep them dumb and stupid and good followers.
I think that's summing up Hitchens pretty good, right?
Yeah.
He didn't
like,
hold any punches.
He was impressed by the rhetoric.
If he came to that conclusion, how did he go back to religion?
Well, we're going to find out, aren't we?
Yeah, I'm like that.
We're
That's
going to find out.
That's the $1 million question.
Here we go.
I became familiar with the works of Christopher Hitchens, Sam Harris, and other atheists who use their platforms and their books to speak out against what they call the epidemic of faith amongst the masses, as people persistently followed through with their beliefs without questioning their beliefs, even to the point of their own detriment and causing harm to their lives and to their families and to their children.
Okay, well, he seemed to get the point, right?
Yeah, and it's interesting that he mentioned the other horsemen, but also, you know, I'm more confident now that he's saying Hitchens was the one that really made him see some of the light, because of course Hitchens famously said to a rabbi when he was debating Rabbi Wolfe that Judaism has suffered has suffered recently, and Hitchens, like a sharp razor that he is, turned around and went, well, since Spinoza, since the Enlightenment, So I'm hoping this guy's going to go, oh yeah, okay, that's where we start then. And he doesn't focus on he said religious, he didn't say Christian. So I think he's dancing still, but nonetheless, there we go.
This resonated with me a lot because I was super familiar with these kinds of religious dogmas and agendas that ultimately were the result of lies. One of the funny...
Okay, he's saying lies. That's interesting.
Yet ridiculously neurotic things that they teach young Orthodox Jewish children is that when they wake up in the morning, their hands are impure, and there is an evil spirit on your hands that came to you during the night. And the only way to purify yourself from this evil spirit is to wash your hands with a special cup for a specific ritualistic number of times. And there's arguments whether it's 6 times or 8 times, and they go in circles with this. But it gets so extreme that they actually suggest that because the evil spirit is so powerful on your hands, the real righteous people should put a cup of water and a bowl next to their bed and wash their hands in this special ritualistic fashion as soon as they wake up, so as to get rid of the evil spirit on their hands.
Oh, I think I know what they mean with the evil spirit in the morning. With your hands. I think every guy knows, right? At least every guy knows.
Prescription for dry hands, though.
What are you getting all over your hands all night long? Jeez.
Yeah, right.
Oh my gosh.
Evil spirits.
Evil spirits. Okay.
Evil spirits that want to touch things.
Well, if you wake up in the morning and your own hands are wrapping around your, and choking you out, and I guess it's the evil spirits,
Yeah, but in fairness, in a time before they knew about germs, that is probably not bad advice to, be hygienic. So,
yeah. That's probably where it came from, that they were like, oh, how do we get people to wash their hands? Let's tell them God tells them to.
Yeah.
Same with not eating shellfish.
Yeah. Well, and also the same with, washing knives before you cook. You know.
Oh my gosh. I can just imagine placing that call. Hey, Joe, good morning. Yeah, this is Rabbi Schwartzer. Just to let you know that your wife probably should wash her hands.
Oh,
Evil spirits and all.
Yeah. And probably her face too.
Right. In her hair.
oh,
In her clothes.
oh. Not the hair. Not the
No.
hair.
Not the hair.
Just
Maybe she needs to
make sure
needs
you
to brush her
bad
teeth
aim.
too.
just
Bad
take
aim.
a bath, maybe rebaptize.
Oh my God. Yeah, maybe that's where the baptism ritual really came from. Oh,
James is feeling much better.
Yeah, feeling better already.
Yeah, I could hear that. Okay.
Now, of course, these are all man-made lies. It's the boogeyman in the closet, and it's actually scaring
My favorite word, the boogeyman.
children when they're young, impressionable souls. And it's making them believe all sorts of ridiculous crap. And quite literally, from the time they wake up in the morning, they are bombarded with all of these restrictive notions, all of these false ideas about right and wrong and good and evil and purity and impurity. And it really is highly unfortunate and destructive to the individual.
Okay. Go ahead.
I think I would agree, and yeah, I'll let everybody else say that what their opinion is. But a lot of us have an opinion that teaching these things does psychologically, if not harm, influence children. When it's, how you go either way, scaring children rather than having the more, of course, age appropriate, but the intellectual discussion, I think, is not the way to go. Go ahead, guys.
Yeah, I think that's. I think the same. Yeah, you shouldn't like the scaring kids, and like that's. I don't know.
Well, like
That's also
Simon
like-
said, if you had to scare them into washing their hands, 5,000 years ago, that's one thing. But today you can explain, look, you want to wash your hands because there's germs on your hands. There's germs everywhere. And, it helps prevent you from getting a cold. And, you don't want a runny nose, do you? The children
You
would
don't wanna get
understand at
sick.
that level. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. No, but yeah, but like that's the same. Like, well, we're now in that season. Like, you Americans have this weird little thing called Elf on the Shelf. That is
You've heard
fucking
of that,
child
have you?
abuse. That is child abuse. Sorry, but that is child abuse. Like, oh, how is that?
We've also got Mr. Spock on a we've also got Mr. Spock on a male chicken.
What? Spock on a cock.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
There's all kind of versions of it. Yeah.
And you've also got Mr. Tickle on the end of a pencil.
There you go.
There you go. I just wanted to notice. I've just noticed that he has Josephus on his bookshelf. So that's one of the extra Christian references, isn't it? It's where Jesus is mentioned outside of the Bible.
It is trimmed a little bit in my video, yeah, but he does have a bunch of books on the shelf. Link to the videos in the description, by the way. And yeah, he's what appears to be the ceremonial ram's horn up there. And,
oh yeah.
Later on in his video,
I'm not sure what the painting is, other than maybe he just likes it. So
he got that for his
looks
creationist
nice.
thing too. But later on in his video, he said something about the books of Moses are correct, but the rest of the Bible is not necessarily the Word of God.
Wow.
Which I thought was interesting.
Yeah, that's interesting.
yeah.
Okay, let's get to that. I can't wait to get to that little bit. Wow.
All right.
Now, at a certain point of journeying along with this atheistic worldview, I realized that, of course, there is a void that's not being addressed. There is a vacuum that needs to be filled because God is not bound by a book. He's not bound by a religious system. He's not bound by anything. It's purely the notion and the recognition that there is so much beyond us that we don't know. There is
God of the gaps. Fantastic.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's a
Yeah.
Unfalsifiable God of the gaps. Even better.
Yep.
yeah, that's all that was. Yeah, it's disappointing
I realized.
beginning.
Yeah, I realized. Yeah.
That's why I made that comment that basically he's got his metaphysics upside down. It's like, okay, there's a void. Well, he goes on to explain that, you know, God fills that void. But I mean, on any story could fill that void. I mean, you could come up with it, you know, Lord of the Rings, and use that as your basis for knowing those unanswerable things, the things we don't know.
Right,
Do
like
you
God.
think he believes that all atheists are empty inside, or that all atheists
Yep.
necessarily feel directionless and hopeless?
I guess so.
Oh,
Yeah,
he'll
I
get
think
there.
it sounded to
Don't
me
worry.
like he was implying nihilism, but yeah.
I don't want to give away too much, but
Okay.
I gotta turn the bass down in my voice.
Apparently.
It's making Jen's seat rumble, I guess.
Yeah, you're making my walls shake a little bit there, Dave.
Nothing wrong with
I
the seat
think-
rumbling, gents. Nothing wrong with the seat
Well,
rumbling.
and speaking of my voice, I wanted real quick. Speaking of Wild World, this week gave myself and Ms. Bumblebee over at Hive Sci and Ms. Nikki over at Sasquatch Secrets all a shout out while he was celebrating 100,000 subscribers.
Wow.
So if you like good quality nature videos, like National Geographic quality, great, top-notch stuff, he pays for the licenses and everything to get good quality video and everything, right? Go to Wild World, just like it sounds, Wild World, and subscribe. And yeah, he was giving smaller nature channels a shout out, right? Helping out the community. And he wanted to touch real quick on the cryptid community as well, because we met him on a panel we did one time. And yeah, he gave all three of us a shout out on his channel. And it was
nice.
really neat. Thank you very much again. And yeah, once again, go subscribe at Wild World. Great channel. And we'll get back to the business now.
quite literally infinity of unknown that spans the universe and beyond that
Oh, dear.
we most certainly cannot rule out. And so the whole concept of atheism actually is a fallacy. It's impossible.
Well,
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, I mean, what can we say? Let's have a. Can we have a 3-hour discussion on the definition of atheism, please?
And well, how is it a fallacy?
Well, it depends on your definition, right? I mean, if you think the ultimate truth is what is required in order to know anything, then it would be a fallacy, yeah.
Okay.
But what ultimate truth means, who fucking knows?
Yeah, there's this thing that people keep missing about this, and I got a little tiny diagram. Okay, there are the things
You
that
got a big diagram now.
big diagram. Okay, things that I know, which I call reality one, right? You know that you have things in front of you. You know you're a person. You know you have friends, children, whatever. All the things you know. Okay, and then there's outside of that, there's the questions of what makes those things that I know. You know, this metaphysical realm that everybody talks about. And now the problem with this metaphysical realm is it has an infinite number of solutions, basically. It can be God, it can be, I don't know why things aren't drawing on my screen. I think it died again. But anyway, there can be it can be God, it can be you're a brain in a vat, it can be any kind of made up story to answer all the deep questions of life, like what was before the Big Bang, or what made me what I am, or all that shit, or what is consciousness. You can make up an infinite number of stories, and their religion is only one of them. That is the point I like to express. Anyway, you can make me small again. Make me small.
Yeah, I like to. Whenever I hear this, the first thing I think of is, yeah, but like I don't hold logical possibility as necessarily the standard by which I judge truth. 'Cause
Right.
that would be silly.
Yeah.
Right? That would
Brain
be
Nevada's.
immature. Very immature to do something like that.
Last Thursdayism, that the entire universe was created last Thursday, and
Yep.
next Wednesday it's going to restart and go back to next Thursday. There's no way we can prove that that's not the case.
Yeah, and Mike, by the way, you're a heretic. It was Friday, last Friday.
Last Thursday.
Yeah.
Are we going to have
Friday.
to have another war now?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was
Friday.
last Thursday.
And so it begins.
My last Thursdayism sect is much better than yours. We know the truth. The truth has been revealed to us by last Friday.
By
Last
thought.
Friday, the truth
Yeah,
was
by
revealed.
I prefer Freya. I'm just saying. Anyway, I mean, this is why. I
Or-
mean, this is nonsense. What he's spouting now, and I have to say that it's logically it's nonsense, right? To think that that should be a standard in the first place, and then secondly, he's invoked there's an infinity of things we don't know. We don't know if there's an infinity of things. We don't even know if there is an actual infinity, right? So, how can you say there's an infinity of things we don't know if we're referring to the real world? Metaphysically, there is, but that's not what we're interested in, is it? We're interested in what reality is. We don't know if there is an infinity of things or not. So, again, just to say, oh, well, I realized there was an infinity of things I didn't know. It just misses the point again completely, you know.
Yeah, and it often goes to, well, if you don't know everything, you can't know something, and that's not true. So.
Yeah, or anything you do know can just change at the whim, at the drop of a hat. Which, you know, again, that's only true if there is in fact every metaphysical possibility exists, and that is just, you know, that's as pie in the sky as like Yahweh being the actual God that exists, you know.
We got a comment. Nothingness is the most rational view. Nothing made the universe. No. Deconverted Man just made a video on this. It's gotten a bunch of views. Yours truly is in it with his bass voice saying, no, I don't think nothing made the universe. And there's some guest stars on it, including Aaron Ra, that says, no, I do not believe nothing made the universe. So it's kind of a debunking video. There's a lot of other folks in it too made a mention, including, I think, Mike, I think you're in it too, aren't you, with a comment?
Yep.
You're in it too.
Wow. Impressive.
And we all were saying in this video, no, we do not hold that view. So there you go. Look up Deconverted Man. Something about nothing in his video. I don't remember the exact title, but I'm sure you can find it. Or somebody could find it for me. Drop a link in the chat if you are so inclined. Deconverted Man's video about nothing would be much appreciated. Thank you.
Okay, so before you go.
Go ahead.
So, you know, like that nothingness idea is a question of trying to impress nihilism upon somebody when it's not necessarily a metaphysical view that any atheist holds particularly. So I'm sorry, you know, once again, it's a position which you don't understand, number one, from a philosophical point of view. And this guy doesn't understand it any better, as he's going to demonstrate. And number two, I can see you've also put, so you agree one of the two options is out of business. He's just said there is an infinite number of metaphysical possibilities.
Right.
Right. So what are you talking about? Two options. Even if we get rid of both options, which an atheist does, that still leaves an infinity of other metaphysical possibilities. So it's nonsense to say. It's nonsense, and it's also, you know, obviously a black and white fallacy to say that that's the case. But anyway, there you go.
I did find that link, real quick. It's in the side chat.
I would say, you know, if you want to come in and discuss stuff later, then I'm sure we'd be happy to have you on here. God Talk.
Okay, I appreciate that, Brainless. Yep, in the chat there. Do atheists think the universe came from nothing? There's a whole bunch of us in that video that say, nope, we don't hold to that. So
there might be a few.
in the future,
that's not usually not.
In the future, if anybody asks you that question, please reference them to Deconverted Man's video. And hello, Gur. Good to see you.
Gur.
Oh, awesome.
There you go.
It's the Gur blessing us with his presence. Always a pleasure to see you, Gur.
Being to conclude that there is no God, to operate under the premise that there is no deity, there is no God, there is no spiritual realm. It's ultimately a dishonest conclusion because human beings are limited in our capacity to even analyze basic phenomena in front of our eyes.
Right.
So there. No, there it is.
I'm glad he said that because that shows that what he's just put forward is an argument from ignorance. If you're a human being and you're limited to understand all of the possibilities, and you've ruled out all other possibilities, that is straightforwardly an argument from incredulity, if you like.
Sure it is. So are we engaging with chat at all, or we just want to pay attention to the video?
I saw that as well. I saw that as well.
Go ahead, James. You want to make go make a comment. Go ahead.
No, right, science doesn't disprove that the universe always existed. We don't know.
Right. If you ask
this one here.
Yeah, if you ask any qualified cosmologist, they all say that we know nothing at all about anything from before rapid expansion. We don't know anything about time, space, material energies, nothing. Right. So when creationists talk about an absolute beginning for everything, they're just making shit up because no cosmologists say that. They use the term beginning, but not in that way. Go ahead.
Yeah, and it also, like, it used to be thought that the Big Bang was some substitute for the beginning, but that's not the case, and it hasn't been the case for some time in physics. Yeah. People realize that inflation, which is more or less what the Big Bang has come to represent, is just one part of the history of the universe, not the actual beginning.
Yeah. So I don't know if you guys want to address the rest of what's being said there or not.
I don't think there's anything there to address, to be honest.
No, the second law is something that is within the confines of this universe, time and space and time. Okay, we don't know about the second law in the geometry that surrounds our particular universe. Okay, there's a lot more to it, and we don't know what the geometry is. We don't know what's going on outside of that, but we don't believe it's nothing. We believe it's something.
I would also like to know from the God Talk there, and he's not answering, assuming it's a he. Does your definition of nothing include in other words, if there is nothing, does that mean there are no laws of logic and there is no laws of science like the laws of thermodynamics?
Yeah.
What kind of nothing are you talking about? You said absence of anything, but you're really not being precise. You think you are, but you're not.
And I would like to know, we have the expert here in the house, Look at the Trees, who is often out in the trees. And by the way, he just put out a video recently. Go check out Look at the Trees' new video. And Trees says that I talked to a tree this morning, and it says there is no God. So there you go.
Oh, no.
Right from the trees.
Direct from the trees.
Right from the trees. From the trees.
That may listen to the trees. Okay, he also listens to the trees. He doesn't just look at them.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Trees is one with nature. If you check out his videos, many of his videos he's outside. So yeah, Go check out the trees. Somebody want to drop a link for trees? You got a wrench, right? Yeah, drop your own link there, wrench. Rent. Drop your own link, trees. Anybody else too? Feel free to share your links. That's why you got wrenches. So share away.
Oh boy, you gave me permission again.
Also, just to say that saying nothing is the absence of anything is just a metaphysical definition. So, I mean, it's just not impressive because, of course, I don't think we should. I don't think we can use that as a standard to judge what reality is, simply because we'd have to include things that you don't believe are part of reality. I don't believe they're part of reality, right? If you're saying Allah is part of reality and the Hindu gods are part of reality, then okay, fair enough. But I don't think you would say that. So clearly, you don't believe that definition of nothing is sufficient.
Yeah, the way I understand it, it's nothing in philosophy is incoherent because if you begin to describe nothing, you would need something. So it's one of those things that's kind of, it's just not we don't use that. Stop using that. As Deconverted Man said, stop using that.
Well, it's vague. That's the problem with it. It's very vague. Like you said, you're just going to rely on saying, well, something, but that something is ill-defined at best, right? Like same in mathematics, right? Does an infinity exist in mathematics? Well, a lot of people say, yeah, it's ill-defined in some ideas of mathematics, not all. So yeah, people say an infinity exists within mathematics. Does nothing exist in mathematics?
And in time too.
It's ill-defined in some regimes within mathematics, but yes, nothing exists within mathematics. So clearly, using a metaphysical definition is not going to cut it. The argument is fatuous, just straight up fatuous.
Yeah, it's pretty weak. Why is the universe intelligible and stable and life permitting rather than not? Because it is. Because of space-time and the way space-time and particles work. I mean, it works that way, okay? That's an answer. You don't know it's an answer for some reason. You want a bigger answer. God
anyway,
did it.
I think if we get through this vid, if he wants to come on, maybe, Dave, if you could do that, and then maybe that would lead to an interesting conversation if he thinks he's got something other than saying... logically possible is my criteria by which I judge reality, then if there's something other than that, okay.
Mike dropped a comment on his video and let him know we were taking a look at his video. And as always at the captive desk here, and as well as the other gentlemen here, we're always welcome. Somebody wants to get a hold of us and come on and discuss what we were discussing. That's right.
Yeah. Find out what atheists really think.
Yep.
I don't know. I don't know if Stephanie got a link, but if Stephanie wants one,
where's Stephanie?
Wait. Some atheists think. Okay, well, then I must be far behind or something.
Okay.
Some atheists have morals and friends too. Like I have a friend.
Stop bragging.
Yeah.
Stop bragging.
I have a friend.
I can drop a link there.
Some atheists wash their hands in the morning.
That's his friend. He washes his friend every morning.
There's
I wash my friend.
Yeah, there's a link if you want to stop on. Not too many people. We don't have too many slots open, but if we got a couple of squares open here.
I think we should do the video first before opening
let
up
alone to
the conversation.
Conclude something about the eternity and the infinity of existence beyond our comprehension and experience and awareness. So in truth, atheism is not real. And so once you get to that point, you find yourself in the position of agnosticism. Agnosticism
I'm confused. Can somebody explain to me what it means that atheism is not real? What does that mean?
I don't know what that means.
What he means is under his regime, under his regime of knowledge, it's impossible to have knowledge of the metaphysical truth, ultimate truths, right? And atheists, under his definition, claim to have ultimate knowledge, which is wrong. And then secondly, he just said agnosticism instead of agnosticism. So he's not quite sure what he's talking about here. Agnosticism is the claim that the word God can't be defined, and it's a useless conversation because of that reason. Agnosticism is the position which you're kind of espousing underneath this, which is the position of we can't know whether God exists. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, and the second part of my comment was that he didn't have enough faith, basically. That there are things you know them, and you have deep faith in that, right? Because you sense them. And then there's a whole lot of things and questions that we don't have answers to. And I have faith that what I do know is going to keep operating the way it operates anyway. I have faith that the sun is coming up tomorrow. I don't need to know why. I don't need to know if it is. I just have faith. So, I mean, I think atheists have more faith than these people because they want everything to have a pat answer and they want to read it out of a book. God did it, and oh my God, now we know everything. Atheists have faith.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with you, Mike. I have enough faith to be an atheist.
Yep.
We got nerdy rodent stopping by. Hello, nerdy. And yeah, welcome God Talk. Yeah, there's a lot of folks in the chat that can, I mean, we've got a video to look at here, but lots of folks in the chat happy to engage with you, I'm sure. So.
Yeah,
and put Chris Moore's comment up.
God Talk, if you want to post what your real account name is, the one that got blocked, I'm sure we'd be happy to try and deal with that if it was somebody which was blocked for an unjust reason. But if you've been blocked for being just an asshat, then yeah. Go ahead, okay. Mike. Go ahead, Mike.
No, I put that comment up. That was
you just wanted to see the comment.
Yeah, I like it. It's a song.
Don't get me singing.
Oh, it's Tautangelo. Tautological Angelo.
Oh,
well, that's why see,
you're probably
gonna get hit again. All right, well, never mind then.
I got nothing against you personally, but
never mind.
Oh well.
The claim that I don't know. Now, that's a far more honest place to be in, because it's true. In the world that we're in today, on the surface level, we do not have interactions with supernatural phenomenon. We do not talk to God directly. And so for someone to say, I don't know whether there is a God, or I don't know whether a certain religious tradition is valid, that's not dishonest.
Fair enough. But ready for the butt?
Yeah. I mean that was
I'm always ready for butt.
That was a skeptical theism cough or clearance of the throat. So we can't know anything, but I'm going to tell you what I know. Yeah.
Yeah, mods taking care of it. Appreciate you, mods. All right.
The problem with this mindset is that you are then left in a position of doubt. And you find yourself as a human being on earth, alive, aware, in doubt as to the nature of your very existence and as to whether there is even a divine realm that's above you and whether or not.
No, I ponder these things a lot, especially a lot of other things, because this is one of the reasons I like talking about religion. Is the same reason I like talking about ghosts and Bigfoots and all these other things. If there's some possibility of this other realm or something, it's definitely being pondered in my head quite often. Anybody else? I mean, does anybody else think about it, even if you don't believe it?
Sometimes.
I wouldn't be in this community if I didn't think about it.
You know, it's
I don't
not
know.
like
Yeah,
it,
that's a
yeah,
really
it's
good
not like we
point.
never think about it, right?
That's a
Well, I
very
know
good
that
point. Yeah.
I know that ghosts are bullshit, and you know, and the divine realm is bullshit and all that.
Hey, I stepped away
and-
for a second. What's the it we're supposed to be thinking or not thinking about?
The big G.
Yeah.
The big
Oh,
G
that God?
upstairs.
Divine realm, you know,
I think
some
about that
realm
too.
outside of ourselves.
Yeah, I think about God. Isn't that? In fact, I got
Yeah.
a book over here talking about the origin of Yahweh
Wow,
right here in front
there
of
you
me.
go.
So
Oh.
I'll be thinking.
Come on down by poor man's
So
poison.
I think that's another fail there, Rabbi. With all due respect, nope, we don't agree with that. We think about it. It's so-called pondered. So moving on.
I thought about demons because I kind of, like, me and my friends kind of encountered one when we were like 20 years old, the day after the night we did acid. but anyway, there is something there's something about certain areas of the earth, and this particular area is called the Sax Swamp of Minnesota, which is famous because it's a bird sanctuary. It's worldwide famous. And in that swamp, we were all hunting, and all of us came out totally freaked out. So I mean, it really is a good idea to be freaked out when you're walking across a 20-mile bog. Because you can fall in and die. And I did a lot of thinking about how demons manifest in our psychology, right? So anyway, other than demons, I don't believe in any of this bullshit. So
Yeah.
We got
fair
Seawind
enough.
and Savage Minnow joining. Hello.
I think it's good to yeah, it's good for several reasons. Firstly, I'm an anti-theist. I think that religious dogma is doing great harm to the world.
Yep.
Happy for everyone to have their own religious beliefs and stuff, but proselytizing dogma, which is, as he said, right, which is why he questioned it in the first place, is harmful. And this guy agrees with it. So well done to this man for doing that. But also because to sort through the ideas coherently in your mind and logically in your mind and come up with arguments as to why it's either true or false, I think is good mind work. It's like a doing a crossword puzzle every day, if you like, you know.
Yep.
Oh, nerdy. Now you got me stumped. Christian ghosts have souls. Which one weighs more?
Yeah.
That's a thinker there.
Not there's a plan for you, or whether there's meaning in your life, or
Pause.
there's something behind.
Sorry.
Wow. Go ahead, Scott.
That plan
Lay it on
thing
him.
that plan thing really put a little thumbtack in my brain. The question he's bringing up about meaning, purpose, plan has been enculturated into him and to many, many other people from their religion. In other words, somebody who grew up without religion may not necessarily ask the question, what's my purpose in life? What's my plan? They may live their life, for the reason of personal pleasure, personal accomplishment, not thinking they were put here for that, but that it was just a great thing to live for. And the questions of life are often beat into us just like our religious beliefs are. And so you need to question the questions you're asking, about why God needs to be there, because your religion put those questions there, not necessarily God.
Yeah, and I do think that I'm not contradicting you here because I think you're right in what you're saying, Scott. But I also think that I do think that as it's when we as humans grow up, right? They go through these stages, an incredulous baby into a trusting and authoritarian-led, young child into a rebellious, hormone frenzied teenager, right? Into a questioning adult, right? And these are natural stages for humans to go through in order to become productive members of society. And of course, in that period of time, everybody, I would guess, ask themselves, what do I want from my future life? Right? And now you don't have to go to you don't have to go to the divine realm to get an answer. People are going to come up with answers regardless of where they go looking, because that's the nature of ourselves, right? We are evolved, and I use that word strongly. We are evolved to become people, right? To become productive members of a society. Otherwise, we wouldn't still be here, right? So I think that question, and the question of nihilism, is one that is faced by just about everybody, and I don't think it has a difficult answer, right? At bottom, it has a very simple answer, right? I'm here to survive, to pass on my genes in the evolutionary sense, and also to become a productive member of society, or at least to do so in appearance at the very least. Right. So no, it's not difficult to come up with those purpose questions and come up with purpose answers. And in fact, I also think, just to finish up, I also think that I also think that the analogy I have for this is I found very useful in my life in general, which is to say, your life is like a painting, right? It's a canvas upon which you're painting, and you can paint whatever you like. Right. And for me, my purpose is to look back in my life at my painting and go, I like the look of that. That's it. Be happy and resigned and grateful that I've had the chance to make a painting. Now, I could do it in many different ways, right? But I want to do it in the most authentic way I possibly can. And for me, that doesn't mean taking somebody else's drawing and painting it. What it means is making a drawing myself and then painting it. So religion for me is like paint by numbers. Sure, you're going to get to the end of your life and you're going to look at your picture and you go, oh, doesn't it look good? It represents something which everybody else in humanity, or a lot of people in humanity, have managed to draw. And it's going to look nice, right? But I'm not interested in that. I want an authentic painting. I want an original. What religion does, though, is if it doesn't look good to other people, it doesn't look good to other people. That's just how it is. But if it looks good to me, that'll be my goal.
Now, what religion also does is it builds a museum, or maybe a mausoleum, around that painting, puts up whatever they call those ropes that stanchions, puts up stanchions with ropes, and charges you money, and makes you dress a certain way, and makes you fulfill certain criteria so you can even look at the painting. And that it institutionalizes questions that are basic to everybody.
Yeah. And to add to Simos's metaphor, basically, when you're doing that painting, every breath you take is a stroke of the brush, right? And when you concentrate on religion, like if you plan your life out for like 20, 30 years, you tend to become despondent, and you drop into despair if you keep planning things out way in advance. Life is in your moment. Life is lived right now. And that's the meaning in my life. The meaning in my life is every breath I take.
Yeah, also, I will also add, just quickly, imagine getting to the end of your life, looking at your paint by numbers pictures and go, oh, that looks really shit.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Imagine fucking that up, right? If I fuck my picture up, I've done that, right? Okay. But, there you go. Yeah. But not many people do. I think, we all get to the end of our lives, or near the end of our lives, and look with rose-tinted glasses over it. So I don't think that's necessarily a big problem. But I do think creating something original is something you can be proud of. And I think that's why I think a lot of religious people, and certainly apologetics people, find atheism extremely difficult to deal with. Anyway,
and
there you go.
Stretch the metaphor even further.
Oh, go ahead.
basically, Christianity is the idea that you're going to make your painting, and they're going to hang your painting in heaven, and it's going to be there forever, which totally lacks humility. I mean,
Yeah.
my painting might be really cool for me and cool for my family, and maybe one generation into the future, then everybody's going to forget about it. It's not going to be in a museum for the rest of my life, and I don't require that in order to find meaning in the moment.
Well, some people make paintings which will last many generations, and if they do,
Albert
good on them.
Einstein.
But I would say, yeah, there you go, or Constable. I was thinking myself, but or Turner, my favourite. But nonetheless, I also think that thinking about it, right? You've got a paint by numbers picture that you've painted, and that's got you into heaven, and so your picture is going to go into a gallery with an infinity and billions of other pictures,
right.
which are exactly the same, just slightly different colors. I mean, wow, just wow.
I want to say hello. Jess is joining us. Hello, Jess.
Hey, Joe.
And John is here too. Hello, John.
Hello.
The veil that you can't see. And frankly, to be in that state of doubt is really unhelpful to the development of an individual, because these are not things that you can live in doubt with. These are the most important questions in all of existence. Who am I?
Right.
What am
Stop
I?
there.
Why am I here? What am I supposed to be doing?
Yeah.
Is there a
Okay,
God?
Stop there, please.
Does
Dave.
that God?
Yeah, he's gone from saying we're humans, we're fallible, we can't know everything, right? So we can't know everything. We can't know if God is which God it is, or if there is a God. And now he's saying, yeah, but you can't live with doubt. Well, that's what it is to be a human. You've already said that's what it is to be a human, is to live in this state of not knowing everything. Right?
You can't know everything.
Yeah, exactly. He's already said that. And now he's saying, yeah, but if you can't know everything, you can't live, that's terrible, because you can't live in peace and harmony and have purpose. This is the sausage of faith being redeveloped here, or being sliced, if you like.
And what does that God want me to do? These are vital questions that need to be asked, and they also need answers. And
Shame
so
we
as I
can't
began
get
to mature,
Shame we can't get any answers, because God is very silent.
Yeah, and of course the rabbi here is going to assume that his religion is the right one, but this is also opening up the question of which religion is right too, because you can have these questions and people find the answers in many other religions and in different spiritual practices, etc.
I started to realize that this mindset of doubt and intellectual honesty, as it's referred to, was really just an avoidance of actually making a decision and really coming to an appreciation of what am I going to do in my life. Often when you talk to atheists and agnostics, they tell you, well, if God exists, let him talk to me. And
Well, that's a possibility.
Yeah, it's also begging the question. It's also begging the question that we don't need God to make a decision about having a meaningful life. And that's why going from that question to atheists often tell you that God, doesn't exist because he won't talk to you. That doesn't matter.
Many of us that were serious believers, I was never a big believer in anything, but many of the atheists that were, they legitimately sought these things. They wanted to hear from God, right? They wanted a sign, all these things, and it didn't happen for them. And I haven't, I talk a lot of, like I said, again, a lot of different things, and I've never had an experience. I know Mike and some other folks have had some experiences, not necessarily a religious experience, so to speak, but call it what you will. I've never really had a spiritual experience. I've never had a encounter with a ghost or a Bigfoot or anything else. So I'm way out here with I'm completely open to it, but it doesn't seem to ever happen, right?
Yeah, every time I do mushrooms, I go outside and I look up at the sky and I say my favorite prayer: God, what the fuck? That's my favorite prayer. It's like, I mean, if something were to communicate with me, like at that deep level that I believed was real, hell, I'd be all for it. It'd be cool. I think it'd be wonderful. But it's not happened.
Just wants me to say Fran. Drawn out Fran. Fran. Or is it like Fran? Fran.
It's prawn. It rhymes with prawn.
Fran. Is this Chris Moore here?
Yeah, that's me. Can you hear me?
Hey, Chris, just checking. Yep,
Yeah.
can hear you.
Am I too loud or what?
Yeah, you sound about
you're
right.
You're not. Yeah, you're kind of weak. A little bit on the weak side.
Maybe put your mouth a little bit closer. You'll be all right.
Well, it's just that I got a new microphone, and yeah, so it's just like I went into James' stream, and I didn't want it to like overblow the whole thing. So yeah. Anyway, what I wanted to quickly say that the question of like what's my purpose here to the Rabbi Horowitz, sorry, kind of comment about
Horowitz.
this.
Yep, Horowitz.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, Horowitz comment is that basically for me, when theists basically put on this argument, I kind of laugh because for me, for me personally, somebody that's permanently disabled, I basically had to fight every single day for most of my life just to not exactly I would say exist, but the it's just how essentially for me when we call like developed countries and stuff like that, where all these you've got all this accommodations and stuff like that, but the reality of it is that disabled people basically adapt to everybody else's world. It's not the other way around. So it's like, what's my purpose here? Mostly it's just to try to get a normal life. And yes, I got the opportunity to have a more pontification on what is my purpose, but most of the time it's just me trying to catch up with everybody else, so yeah, so it's just I kind of find it ridiculous when people try to obfuscate this question of, there's nothing, like there's no purpose in this world. Yes, there is a purpose in this world. It's what you make of it yourself, And to quote a famous line from Full Metal Alchemist, series of why my avatar has, is that you got good legs, don't you? Use them. So and the fact is that theists have a hard time just accepting that life is just walking until you can't no more, and what you learn along the way, they just basically, there has to be an end, if there is a beginning, there must be an end, and there must be like the bonus round like after that. And if you kind of take that away, it's just like mind does not compute. So, we could basically talk about what we think about the situation of God, and how we live our lives without said need of of a deity, and that's just putting nice words to it. Well, the nice version of it anyway. And it's just like, it's like there's not much to it, but whatever. They just can't grasp the idea, or if they kind of go straight too far from that idea, it's just like it's like they're gonna hit the wall where they're gonna have to choose from their faith tradition or just walk away. And sometimes walking away is more, is one of the most it's the most hardest thing that a person will ever do, that's built their core identity all their life, and just saying, I don't believe in that stuff no more. Anyway, sorry for ranting on and on, but yeah, that's all I have to say.
Thank you for that.
Thanks, Chris. Anybody else? We ready?
Let's go.
Well, let's go.
And if he talks to me, then I'll know that he's real. This is not a fair thing to even say. This is not something that a human being can say out of their mouth. Demand.
Why not?
Hang on a minute. Let me just.
Yes.
Why can't an all-powerful being talk to me?
If he talks to me, then he's real. I think I
Yes.
can say it.
All right.
Yeah.
And by the way, what we mean by talk is personal revelation, as the apologetics people say, right? Personal revelation.
Well, for my answer, it's just the fact that God exists doesn't automatically warrant my adoration, admiration, and all that kind of stuff to just prostrate myself and just say, you just like praise them for all eternity, blah, blah, blah. It's more like, oh, you exist? Fine. Whatever. Just do whatever, man. It's like live and let live, I guess. I'll just be standing there back here. Yeah,
you wouldn't be an atheist if that happened, right? You may not worship that being, but you wouldn't be an atheist anymore. At least I wouldn't be an atheist if I had God talk to me.
Well, for me, is that just because God exists doesn't mean that it deserves my worship automatically just for existing. So
of course. No need to make it a religion. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and also most of you know my opinion about the basically the problem of evil and suffering. So yeah, that's just like a checkbox of like, you're just another dude that's just supernatural. Woohoo! Anyhow, sorry.
That the Lord of all of existence come to your beck and call and answer you when you want it, as you want it. To determine whether God is true or not cannot be on the basis of you demanding that God come and speak to you. So,
yeah, but there are stories where God helped win battles and stuff, right? They cried out and said, "Are you going to come help me?" And the Lord said, "I will smite thine enemies," right?
Yeah. And this seems rubbish because, of course, God spoke to Moses as a burning bush. So what the hell is he talking about? I got no idea what he's talking about. And like I'm saying, if you've got any evidence that God exists other than personal revelation, I'm all ears. I've been waiting for someone to present that to me, either a reasoned argument which doesn't have a load of logical fallacies attached to it, or some actual inductive argument which I find to be persuasive. Then I'm all ears. But as yet, you haven't presented any. As far as I've heard, you haven't presented any good arguments for the existence of God. So
we're going to get to that part.
Other than personal revelation, I don't know what you would expect.
Yeah, hold that thought, because we're going to get to that part.
Oh, now you got me all excited. I'm going to have to go and wash
more
my hands.
humility is required in this quest, and more thoughtfulness and care is required when investigating the core concepts and the fundamental nature of what it means to be a human being.
He's going to learn us. So get ready.
Ooh, interesting.
Now, there's lots of religions. There's lots of things that have been said over thousands of years by many different people. And lots of people claim that their books are the word of God.
Yes. And
Why
that's a problem unless you're going to presuppose your religion that you grew up with.
Yeah, Moses, for instance.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And why is your special book the book to follow?
That's kind of the thing. We often, well, I won't say we all, but some of us often say that, yeah, your religion is because you were raised in it. And just saying, this video started with he was raised in an Orthodox religious environment, very strict, I think he said. So they adhered to everything. So it was already there.
Yeah, and just to follow a pattern, really, and I think something we enjoy doing on this channel. Certainly, I enjoy doing on this channel, which is to say, at this point in the argument, Professor Atkins would say, "Yeah, that's just an appeal to authority, like all religion is."
Yeah. You still, and it's like the Hitchens challenge, right? You still have the hurdle to get to your specific God.
But one of the arguments that atheism makes well is that human beings are susceptible to lies and to brainwash. And there are controlling elements in government and religious systems that capitalize on people's ignorance. And so we can't just believe all the religious books. In fact, there's a lot of contradictions amongst the different religious traditions. So which one is true, if any? It took me...
That's a good question.
Yeah, I mean, that's the perfect question, in fact. I'm intrigued now you said that.
me some time. But one day I decided to reopen what is called the Torah, the 5 books of Moses. The 5 books of Moses are the foundation of the Bible, of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. And it's the beginning. So if you go all the way back to the beginning of these religions, you start from the beginning. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. And I started to realize...
Just stop that there. Okay, so no, Judaism is not the beginning of religion. Right? There are other religions.
That's what he didn't say that, but he is leaning it. Yeah.
He certainly implied it. Go back to the beginning. All religions have a creation story. That's where they begin. No, that's not true either. Obviously, there is no creation story for God.
Well, according to
so just
not
to say
not that God, at least. Yeah.
Well, as far as I'm aware, not that God. Yeah, good point. Actually, as far as I'm aware, like most gods that have ever been created by man, especially Yahweh, doesn't have a creation story which is any more genuine than Adam and Eve. So.
Well, what I wanted to say is that within the self-containing pages of the Torah, yes, he is correct. However, there were gods running around. Well, the god worship of there were gods that were worshipped by other people within the same geographical area, just in a different time period. So, or whatever, until it's that. So
Yahweh wasn't even the highest God in that pantheon either, right?
Yep. But I'm also referring to the Greek pantheon and the Egyptian pantheon, and it's just like a continuous process of evolving, shifting, different perspectives, blah blah blah, with the wars and all of that, and ad infinitum. So like sure, just obfuscate the whole of human history, before that, and it's like, yeah, sure, it's truth, but
Yeah, it's a very. I would like to say it's a very like Middle Eastern construct, but it's not even that, right? As you say, like the Canaanite gods, which included Yahweh, predate Judaism, right?
yes,
And in fact, Judaism has to deny the previous incarnation of its own God in order to try and justify it,
Same-
itself, and it does that
Yeah.
exactly by making Genesis the first book of the Torah.
yep. Same thing with Christianity and Islam. They're basically saying, "Oh, Jews are not like Christianity for legitimizing their book." They basically say, "Oh, the Jews are wrong for X number of reasons," and with Islam, it's those pagan polytheistic crowd over there. Oh, they don't exist. They're just like they're all false. They're all going to hell. They're all wrong. Blah blah blah. And it's just like, and the wheel turns.
Which is ironic because he pointed out that the Abrahamic faiths are all based on the same 5 books.
Yeah. Well, that's what he'd like to think, right? But like we're saying, it's not strictly true because, as we found out from archaeology and biblical history, right? Yahweh is part of a pantheon of gods. So no, it's Yahweh. The actual pantheon of it is not based on Genesis, right? That's not where Yahweh came from. Yahweh came from a pre-existing civilization in that area, which was worshipping Baal and many other gods, for instance. And that god came from another.
Scott should be here.
That god came from another civilization, which was based in further east, right? Which came from another civilization, as Chris said.
Yeah.
Scott has been working on this particular problem lately. The multitude of gods other than Yahweh in the beginning. So
good. Yeah. He's in chat, so I never really closed the Torah. I just deconstructed it and looked at it freshly. Yeah.
And the Bible says no other gods before me. It doesn't say other gods don't exist.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah, it literally says like that there are other gods, but you should not worship
it's
them.
acknowledging them, right?
Yeah.
Or don't worship the gods that were before me, like Baal,
and that's my question to
Enki, and that's
my question to theists. If there's a supernatural realm, why can't there be other gods? I don't see any reason why there can't be. If you're opening it up that all these things can exist, then then you should be more open to other gods, or at least call them demigods, right? Because it does seem to be acknowledged in the Bible that there are other gods.
Absolutely. It's logically possible that there could be.
Well,
I'd like to hear the argument against it, although I have heard several. Ooh,
Ultimately, you have to have one in charge or something like that. Yeah, but
it's just nonsense.
Well, isn't it also like was it the Mormons that believe that everybody that is good enough will get their own, will become a god and rule their own world?
Something like that. Yeah.
It was one of those weird Christian sects.
Well, Cat Kerr says you get your own mansion in heaven, and you can decorate it however you want. So,
Miss Pink,
that's nice.
Miss Pink, that's right. Her stories are great, though. I mean, I don't like the fact that she works with homeschooling materials. That bothers me. Seriously bothers me. But her stories about heaven are just fantastically wonderful.
If especially in America, any of you have damage due to storms and like tornadoes, sue her, because apparently she controls them. That's what she claims. So if you get damages from that, sue her.
She's got a staff.
I'd really
She's
love
got
to
a
see that
staff.
happen. I'd really love to see that happen.
Yeah, if you haven't seen her, she's got a staff that she waves at hurricanes because she's in Florida. So she's chasing them off, but I guess it doesn't always work. So
I really don't like the idea of having a mansion in heaven. I mean, just think of the property tax you've got to pay on an infinite property.
Oh man, you just ruined it.
Oh man. Yeah.
Yeah, good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. Keiju.
Yeah.
That's about what you're gonna get out of me with that name.
It's pronounced
great
kaiju.
Name though. Kaiju?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. There we go. Thank you, Chris.
Whether or not I believe it, I have to read it. I have to know what it says. I've read it since I was a little kid, but it was taught to me through the prism of immaturity and brainwash.
It in a way, I mean, in the world we live in with so much religion, I can see that, maybe you should take a look into it. I've told my kids over and over, I said, look, I'm not a believer, but if you guys, want to explore a religion or go to a church and hear what they have to say or something, you go ahead. I'm not going to tell you not to do it. Right.
Yeah. And I dislike the fact he says you have to. I think he has to, because, there's a lot of pressure on that society to stay Jewish. Right. And that could be a difficult thing when you get a lot of social pressure. Why does he feel the social pressure? Well, because he's an evolved human being. I mean, that's it. He's a social mammal. So, of course, he's going to feel social pressure from his peers, right?
Oh, yeah. He pretty clearly pointed out that, everybody around him is religious. So,
yeah.
Absolutely.
So, I feel for him. I genuinely feel for him.
Got Jester here, too. Hello, Jester.
Oh, hey, Jester.
Yeah, I feel for him. It is very difficult to maintain some kind of distance. Even in something as mediocre as the Church of England, it's not easy, right? Or wasn't. It's more so now because of the internet, but it wasn't back then.
Well, he was lucky enough that he could go somewhere and read some books. Some families wouldn't even tolerate that, right?
Yeah. No, well, I mean, that's something I will say, about the Jewish society, that they are extremely open to criticism. They may not accept it, but they're certainly open to hearing it. So,
lots of indoctrination surrounding rabbinic ideas that are not even in the text. So I started to read it carefully, word for word, as it was written in its original Hebrew, because thank God I'm fluent in biblical Hebrew. And the more that I read it, the more things started to add up. The more I started to see a story of God creating, God commanding, God giving and taking, giving us choice, giving us punishment when we fell short from his demands. And a narrative of truth started to develop surrounding the original history of man and the development of the Jewish people, of which I am a part of. And suddenly I realized that this is no joke. When
this is no joke.
It's no joke. Yeah, I find it difficult to laugh at the Torah. But what I do think is clearly you didn't read wide enough. I mean, that's not. If you want to find out about history, you need to go back to the people that predated your particular tribe. It's no good going, well, I mean, before my family, I can only research my family back to, whatever. But before my family, there wasn't anybody. That in itself is just begging the question, and is not going to be good enough. If you think that, Adam and Eve were Jewish, I don't know what to say. I think that's just a very naive view. Anyway.
I got your email, Sam. I will take a look at it when I get a second. Thank you.
You read the 5 books of Moses, And it's important to note that believing in the 5 books of Moses does not mean that you believe that the rest of the Old Testament is the direct binding word of God. It does not mean that the New Testament is the direct binding word of God. It does not mean that the Quran is the direct binding word of God. It does not mean that the Talmud is the direct binding word of God. No, it is only the 5 books of Moses.
This is what Mike was talking about earlier, that this is all that matters. And to take this down even further, his name's slipping my mind. He does the online discussions. He was talking with Praise. Everybody knows, well, I think everybody has heard of Praise I Am, right? Praise's argument is only the 10 Commandments, the word of God. Everything else is just what people are saying.
Yeah.
And he's a little bit higher than that. He's saying only the
higher.
5 books are God. Everything else is just some things people are saying. So there you go.
Difficult to imagine being higher than Praise, but
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
can't
Mike.
be any higher than that.
yeah, but like and irony here is that he mentioned the word history, right? Well, if you go to like scholars of the Torah, right, actual historical scholars of the Torah, they don't even think that Moses is a real person, right? Moses was a mythical figure, designed to give a particular tribe of people some foundation story. And he's just going, well, there we go. That's it then. So that must be true.
And Moses also wrote about his own death, and Moses also wrote
there you go.
Genesis, which was written during the Babylonian exile, I believe. So it's pretty amazing how Moses was able to do all those things. That's you can't top that. Anybody out there that thinks they're an author, top that, right?
Well, yeah, and he also was involved in the Exodus from Egypt.
Yeah.
So, I mean, he led the people out of Egypt straight into the exile, presumably. Straight into the exile in Babylon, and then back again.
Yeah.
And then died just before he got back,
With leaving no trace behind.
Yeah, this is nonsense. Clearly, biblically, this is nonsense. Historically, this is nonsense.
Well, for me, the Exodus story, it's pretty simple. It's pretty much the one group, being jealous or being in a beef with the other group, and since the one group has been falling from grace, history or whatever, ex nihilo, like whatever situation you want to attribute it to, the other group says, so basically God wasn't on their side, and he was on our side, chest pouting, and there you go, pretty much. So
the chosen people. That's right.
Yeah, pretty much. So
he had to pick somebody, I guess. Which one's my favorite? This one, I suppose, right?
And just to kind of like build up the mythology. This like, yes, they enslaved us. They were bad people, and it's like, no, there's no redeeming them, whatsoever. So moving on, nothing to see here, or whatever the propaganda that they that they want to insert. So yeah, and that's the story, I guess.
Yeah. Well, if you look at the other story, right, which is probably more like the actual creation of the tribe, it's not a good one, right? It's moving from the lowlands on the coast up into the hill country, and literally committing a genocide in order to take over the land and become the rulers of the hill country, right? Which is where the fertile lands are, funnily enough. So the actual creation story of the tribe of Judah is not very good.
Mm-hmm.
But it's there you go. That's one historical interpretation, right? So
yes, I know, but what my my explanation is like a quote summary, and just like through a modern lens and just modern lingo of just like it's just a cycle of who won the war or who won the argument, and the others were assholes, basically. You know.
Yeah, as with most foundation myths, you know.
Pretty much, yeah.
Anyway, I do
Books
hope
of
we're
Moses.
going to get. I do hope we're going to get to creationism, because this guy can, you know, I don't know how long the video is, but I really want to get there.
Which is the foundation upon which all of these other sources even exist. That is where the truth lies. And when you start to read that book, reality comes to life in a way that you start to realize, okay, this is not a sugar-coated, fantastical, idiotic view of the world.
I disagree.
I don't think it's idiotic, but it certainly is fantastical.
Yeah, well, as long as you're not taking a creationist view, I guess. But yeah, there wasn't creation of the world as is. The whole Moses thing is made up. The flood is made up. I'll go with fantastical. I'll leave it there.
But to be generous with the guy, okay, when you read, okay, if you have this this vacuum or this angst or this existential crisis in your life, and you start reading a bit of poetry, right? Like I read Ellen Watts when I went through that as a teenager, and it became the fabric of what I thought was the truth, right?
Mm.
And so if you have like an empty vessel, a person who's existentially challenged, and you start reading the Bible, you're gonna find meaning in that, and that's what he did, and that's all he did. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that does. But on the same token, like you know, that's what happened to Gordon Ramsay. He just read a cookbook when he was 12. Just saying, you can get existentialism from just about any book you read. It's just at the time of life you read it. That's what's important.
Yeah. You imprint. It's like when a little gosling hatches from his egg and he sees, a sheep and starts following it, right?
Yeah,
that's what happens. Yeah, that's what happens to you.
Mhm.
Yeah.
It's actually a harsh, realistic, and clear representation of what reality is and what life is about, along with commandments on how to behave. And that's really the power of the 5 books of Moses. Not only are the stories and the narratives that are written in there unforgettable stories that everyone in the world knows to some level, it's the laws that provide...
Which story is he talking about now?
Adam and Eve.
I'd forgotten about that. Yeah, go ahead.
Actual guidance and moral clarity in a world that lacks that entirely. And so when you start to realize...
Now, see, there and again is the problem, that they needed the book because they didn't know how to behave, but yet they wrote down the book with the rules on how to behave because they'd already figured out how to behave according to their times and wrote it down, and then they had the book. So it's backwards no matter how you look at it.
But they also copied that from a previous civilization.
From somebody else, yeah.
But if you can't do that for yourself, figure out how to behave, then you had some bad parents. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's also a thing. Like an atheist that does good is infinitely better than a religious person that does good. Because
they do it for nothing?
Why is a religious person doing it? Is he doing it because he's good or because he's scared to be punished?
Yeah.
Or he wants the reward?
Yeah.
If
Just
you don't
how
have
real the guidance that comes from God directly is, you start to become convinced that the 5 books of Moses may actually be the truth. Now, I'm at the point in my life where I do believe that. I believe that the 5 books of Moses, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy, are the literal word of God. But whether or not you believe that, it's incumbent on everyone to at least know what those books say. Anyone who's a serious thinker, whether it be in philosophy or law or theology or spirituality or history, the work of the 5 books of Moses is a standalone powerhouse of literature. That's
Well,
Okay.
maybe.
Like, okay, my dude, just to disclose, I am basically biblically illiterate. I have not read the Bible, and somehow I just get along fine with whatever, laws, social contract society has put forth. No religious textbook required. Sure, I probably have been passed down to the oral tradition of my parents, well, my mother, my grandparents, so on and so forth, of the set values that is important to us. But when I look at Deuteronomy or whatever, Leviticus, those kind of type of things, I'm just like, whatever. It's peer pressure from dead people. That's
There
what
you
it
go.
is.
Yeah, no, look, I have a slightly different perspective, and I can understand exactly why he's saying this in some respects. For the same reason that if you're English or speak English, I think understanding and having read some of, if not all of it, but at least some of it, some of the King James Bible is probably a good thing. It's a foundational book in the language because it introduces a lot of new words and sayings, which are common to a whole group of people that speak English. So yeah, why not read it? Same with Shakespeare, right? If you want to be fluent in English and understand the breadth of the language, then I think you should read some Shakespeare. So yeah, from that point of view, if you want to be Jewish and speak Hebrew, then I think you should probably read the Old Testament, or the Hebrew Bible, I should say. Sorry, not the Old Testament, the Hebrew Bible, and certainly the Talmud or the Torah. Sorry. So I mean, just from a historical point of view and a language point of view. But whatever you do, don't think that those ideas which are contained within it are the perfect way for a human being to exist, right? Independent of whether you speak that language or not. They have absolutely nothing to do with that. We have far surpassed the morals that were around like 500 years ago, let alone those that were around 2,000 years ago, or in this man's case, around 5,000 years ago.
Deuteronomy has rules on how to treat your captive female slaves. So, it's from God.
That sounds interesting.
Yeah, well,
yeah, no, thank you.
Yeah, no.
completely ignored because of how many other texts have been piled on top of it, or because of how science mocks the Torah. But all of that.
Oh, now come on. I mean, we know that religious people are prone to being victims, but you just put it on a plate for us there, I'm afraid, sir. Please do not think that we're going to mock you because we think science is the almighty. No, we mock you because some of the ideas, like bushes burning eternally or burning without being consumed, is not part of science. That's what you're getting mocked for. Go ahead.
We got DJ Oz here. Hello, Oz. How you doing?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's what I was just pointing out. It's tell me about your God. Well, it's this all-powerful being that created the universe, and then there was this magic zoo boat, right? And it's like, well, come on, right? So when he's saying this, profound truth hit him and everything, and it's like, was it the God part, or was it all the other stuff that you read in those stories as well? That's That's always my problem. You know, do you take those things literally, or are they, figurative, metaphorical, whatever, poetry or something like that? Because if you are a creationist and you hold to Adam and Eve, talking animals, the Exodus that didn't happen, the flood that didn't happen, right? Well, yeah, you're going to get mocked because science can easily prove none of those things ever happened.
Ironically, like the golden age, I would say, like the peak of civilization for most religions. Well, mostly like I'm referring to the Abrahamic religions over here, is basically the Dark Age, Middle Ages type of thing. And if we had their way, we would still live ad infinitum in those times, because for them, the getting was good. They were on top, and we were just the plebes that were just lived under their boot. So, yeah, and yeah, but whatever. It's just religion basically advocates for stagnation, folks. So I don't know what to say other than that when like people who just think that the end all be all is basically to live in the past. So whatever.
Hello, Commander. Thanks for stopping by. Good to see you.
Commander?
It doesn't change the fact that the Torah has been around for thousands of years, and it is absolutely the foundation of our understanding and knowledge of the world.
No, it's the foundation for your religion.
Who's our?
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. It's your, as in a religious Jews, understanding and foundation for everything. But that's not all of the Jewish people by any sense of the imagination.
And that's what atheists don't seem to get. They claim that they can reason their way to the moral conclusions that are in the Torah. But the reality is, when I say do not murder, you immediately think the Ten Commandments.
That's because it's cultural. But once again, though, we had figured that out before, that, killing somebody kind of sucks, right? So I don't want it done to me. And when you rely on each other in a social group, whether you really like each other or not, or whether the other ones didn't smell all that great or anything else, right? We needed each other, right? So we learned that, okay, well, if we eliminate each other, that's not good, right? We need more, and that's good. So these things don't require divine, it's not just us either. Other species of animals have found that working together in social groups benefits them, while others do not. So, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think of the Bible. I think of the law, and I think it's a definition. I think of a dictionary that the word murder means unjustified killing, right? And that's nothing to do with whether what's morally right and wrong in itself. So no, obviously, what he's referring to in the Ten Commandments is "Thou shalt not kill," and that, unfortunately, it's demonstrated to be bullshit coming from the Ten Commandments, because that's all that God commands people to do in order to found the very state that He thinks is the most holy thing in the world. Right? So the whole thing that He just said is a complete contradiction.
We have Miss Bumblebee here.
Yeah, and then to say that we cannot have morals or can come to the conclusion that people shouldn't murder without this particular, book, the Torah, is nonsense. People were saying that for at least 1,000 years or 2,000 years before Judaism even started. And as Hitchens says, the very thing Hitchens says is I find it hard to believe that people would have even got to the promised land if they hadn't worked out already that they shouldn't have been killing and raping, right? So it's nonsense. I'm sorry, but you need to put forward a better argument. And if you want to find one, if this guy listens to this, if he wants to find one, go and read Spinoza. That's it. Thank you, Dave.
And everybody say hello to Bree. Hello, Bree.
Hello, Bree.
Hello, Bree. Hello, Bree. Hello, Bree.
Because that's the source. The conclusions have already been given to us. And it's an extremely egotistical claim when someone comes along and says, well, actually, out of the recesses of my mind, I can sprout this conclusion, even though the conclusion was already given to you, in which case you already know, do not murder, do not steal. Those are the fundamentals.
Yeah, see, there you go. We kind of already had it figured out, right? Hello, Commander. If I didn't say hello, Commander. And Tori, hello.
It's a total nonsense to say do not murder, right? That's just a tautology, right? I'm sorry, but murder itself, right, is a killing which is unjustified. So to say don't do it, don't do something which is unjustified. Yeah, okay, that makes sense, doesn't it? But we didn't come to that conclusion through getting a citation from a god, which is, which only designed to show us or appear, right? Some whatever it is, 5,000 years ago at best, right? No. Thousands of years before that, people weren't killing each other unjustly. Right? Thousands. If not, we wouldn't be here. So the very idea, this whole point, the whole premise of this thing is a nonsense from the beginning. What you've done is you've taken your holy book, you've elevated it to be nothing but the truth, and then said, because I think it is the truth, every word therefore must make sense. And now you've just come up with ad hoc justifications as to why you think you should believe it.
And you pretty much spoiled the rest of the video right there.
Oh, thank you.
Hello, Stephanie.
I get wound
Hello,
up
Stephanie.
when people make that. Hi, Stephanie.
Stephanie, I think you're muted.
You're muted, Stephanie.
I am. How about that? I need to tap the little microphone thing. Yeah, I think it's worse than that, because he's making priority of historical introduction of religious texts a key foundation of his whole thing. What about the Egyptians? What about Sanskrit? What about scriptures that predate his particular favorite one? Were they immoral? I mean, certainly according to Jewish scripture, the Babylonians were immoral, the Akkadians were immoral. They were terribly immoral because why? Because they were attacking the Jewish states of Canaan. The Akkadians took over the northern kingdom and the Israelites fled into Judah. There's no morality there. These are tales. These are ethnic tales of an ethnic people made up to justify their own pride. And they're wonderful tales. Don't get me wrong. So are all of the tales of the Indus Valley civilization, of the Nile Valley civilization, of the Yellow River Valley civilization. All those tales are wonderful tales, but they're tales. They're things that people made up. We created these gods for ourselves, and we still do it. Every single apologist is creating a god to preach for that happens so carefully to align with their own moral perceptions. And some of those moral perceptions are horrific. Gay people ought to be killed. Black people ought to be enslaved. And it's just curious how all of these ethnicity and folk tales are woven into people's morality. And I think that is even a bigger problem. And the fact that people can't recognize it and deal with it and come up with an independent, some sort of way to reason themselves to being a better person is one of the pernicious failures of every single religion in the world.
I feel the same about Taylor Swift, to be fair.
And yeah, so
Well, you're not wrong. I
what-
mean, you could pick any topic. You could
Exactly,
go down
yeah.
this road. You could go down this road and basically make up, some people are doing it. That's what I meant. It's like we're still doing this bullshit. Some people are, in fact, making up tales of how Taylor Swift is an agent of the devil, or how, pick your boogeyman.
Yeah.
People are making up tales about every single fucking boogeyman and saying it's based on God, based on scripture, and it's bullshit. It just so happens to align with their own particular, proclivities, which are usually totally unempathetic to the struggles and aspirations of anyone else outside of their group. All right, thank you for coming to my TED Talk. I'll go away.
my generation, everybody was scared of the Smurfs, so that's why I got. And this is the environmental Smurf sitting there, be green and everything. So I thought that was twice as good. So there's the scary Smurf.
Who the fuck?
If you don't remember, they were demons because they were blue, and beware of the Smurfs. So there it is.
All hail,
It hasn't talked
hail
to
Papa
me or
Smurf.
anything.
Yeah.
But I have my Smurf right here on the desk because I love my Smurf. All right. I'm going to go ahead and we're going to skip to the next video because Simos ruined the rest of the video.
Oh, damn, I'm sorry. Oh dear.
No, it's just more of the same. I wasn't planning on going through the whole thing because that's about it. He read the Torah and the Torah is the truth. So there you go. And okay, good for you.
I'm the guy that at the wedding that Jesus was at was going, it's not really wine, it's just red water. He's just put some dye in the cup.
Yeah. I don't remember anything, any standouts or anything. And I wanted to take a look at his other video anyway. So here you go, Simos. Are you ready?
Okay. I'm not going to spoil this one, Dave.
No, yeah, Mike dropped out. Mike, where you at?
Yeah, come back, Mike.
This is just for you, Mike.
Apparently, he's doing a tree. So Christmas tree.
Is he doing a tree? Okay.
In the private chat.
Yeah.
All right. Well, if you're listening, Mike, you better be listening in the background.
We need you back, Mike.
He's trying.
Here we go. Here we go.
It is very common for folks in the religious community to become confused when they're faced with the theory of evolution.
Darwin!
Because when you open the Bible says that God created the heavens and the earth, and that God actually created it in 6 days, and that everything that we see around us was created from God in 6 days. The theory of evolution suggests something very different. It suggests that, in fact, there is no higher power that acts on nature.
No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Nature is an endless
Zero.
continuum that acts on
1-0.
itself. And the only
2-0.
correct
No.
way to describe the evolution of life would be material acting on material, matter on matter, without any divine spiritual imposition on that process.
No, it doesn't say that either.
Don't say that either.
0 for 3 so far, sir, I'm afraid.
Scott had to drop out, but when Scott watched the video earlier and we were talking about it, he said there's a lot of straw man in this, and off to a straw man start. These things are not in evolution. So
I must say the straw man is a fantastic likeness of somebody that I've heard about. I think it might be Ken Ham.
Therefore, we're looking at millions, billions of years of the universe evolving, of life evolving on Earth, and there really is no rhyme or reason to why things happen from a spiritual point of view. It's just a survival game. And now we're here. And
Well, so
Oh, yeah. I'm
Well,
pretty sure Darwin
That's
never
good,
said anything
right?
about the spiritual realm.
Yeah, in French we would say "et," which basically means the word for and. So ET.
yeah, that's it. No matter what you call it. I don't know why it's, in jest that, well, we're here, right? Obviously we're here. So,
Yeah.
live with it. And of
okay, we're going to live with it.
course, this is all substantiated information. Now, I'd like to make the argument that this is a lot more speculation than actual knowledge of fact. Because the truth is that when you
What?
look back in time,
Here it
thousands,
comes.
millions, billions of years, you're actually dealing with what we call the unknown.
Yeah. Were you there? Did you see it?
Were you there?
Did you see the first fish crawl onto land?
Oh, man, I missed it.
There you go.
And I thought that
There he
was
is. There he is.
Yay! I'm going to shut up now. Go ahead, Mike. Take it.
Hello, Jackie.
But just wanted a quick here. I thought he was going to use the nihilist card. Nihilism thing card that basically Theist likes to pin on our ideology, quote unquote, for some reason. Anyway, I'll shut up now.
He's already
Mike,
used that one.
if you're
Chris.
trying to talk, you're muted.
Oh, not anymore. I don't think.
Okay.
Am I?
No, now you're all right. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay, where are we here? Okay, so we're at the beginning. Anyway,
Yep.
yeah, he hasn't said much yet, except that it's unknown, right? And when you look at it,
Yeah.
if they truly understand their Christian faith and their Bible, there's a lot of unknowns about God. And one of those things could be how God chose to create man, or how God chose to create life and trees and everything. And there's no reason why that method couldn't have been evolution. So I don't know where he's going to go with this. But let's see what he's got.
I'd have to ask the guy, are you certain the sun is going to rise tomorrow?
Yeah.
Of your own
Yeah,
personal knowledge, are you at all sure that the sun is going to rise? You can't be 100% sure now, can you? Because you won't know until 8 minutes approximately after the sun winks out that the sun is in fact winked out. You won't know. But I have greater than 5 sigma reason to believe the sun will in fact rise tomorrow, because the earth is turning and the way the whole thing works, and it's worked that way for a long time. I'm pretty sure I'm going to see a sunrise, but I'm not sure that I will see a sunrise. But I am fairly confident that whoever is here to see a sunrise will in fact see a sunrise. And that has nothing to do with an external force aside from the way the goddamn universe works. It's not it's not dependent on a story. It's not dependent on your particular faith. It's dependent on observed repeated behaver over time. And
are
you gonna say there is no time? I just come on.
We have a cam backstage. Is that Commander by any chance? Brainless?
But anyway, Stephanie, if the Earth stops,
Cam,
we'll know it.
They're using
know
their
it.
computer,
if the Earth
not
stops rotating.
Yeah.
Yep.
We'll know it. Yeah, we will.
Hello, everybody.
We will.
Hello.
Amanda.
Hello. I have one last thing to say before I shut the fuck up, and that is, I never knew that Canadianese uses a in the and sense of the word. I learned something today. That's the vive Québec libre, right? There you go. Anyway.
What, vive Québec libre, c'est ça? Anyway, whatever. But
Canadianese. I love it.
Canadian.
And no matter how many scientific proofs you can bring to pretend that you know what's been happening on Earth for the past 10 million years. It's really all just an assertion that your measurements and your perspective and your human limited scope has the capacity to even compute what's been going on with life on Earth for the past 10 to 100 million or even billions of years, as the scientists like to talk about the age of the universe.
You weren't there, dude.
If I may, does he even realise that? Does he even realise that he's talking into a camera on the internet?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, is that just
No.
going over his head? You know.
Yeah, that's the whole game, is to figure out what happened, and that's what evolution and evolutionary science is all about. Basically, just like if you come home and your house is wrecked, you start using facts to figure out what happened, right? You figure out what happened in the past, even though you weren't there. Were you there when your house got wrecked? No, but you kind of figure it out, and I think he's missing that point. So.
Do the cushions
It's
have massive
Hello.
bite marks like a dog would make? And is your
Hello.
dog sitting in the corner hiding and shivering?
Hello, Rochelle. Good to see you.
and it's answering the question. It's kind of confusing, the answer to the question of how and answering the question of why. The question of why is like,
Right.
if you want to talk about dual
Yeah.
magisteria, that's the Stephen Jay Gould thing. But there's that. But you don't have the answer to why is. It's kind of, this is arguing at an elementary school level. Like the answer is because.
Yeah. When I was 6 years old, I used to ask
Well-
why all the time, and then my dad hit me over the head, and I quit asking why. So that was the end of that.
Well, I think one of this guy's problems, because like even Josephus said, if you believe everything in the Bible, you're a fucking idiot. He didn't use the word fucking, but it's understood, like you were saying, it's basically an ethnic tale, something that you would tell your kids around a campfire. And answers,
I'm going to
you know,
believe
the
that
world
is what he
just
said,
is.
just because it's much funnier that way.
Indeed.
you
I
mean you're
agree.
going to believe he said that you're a fucking idiot if you believe it all?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah. We're going
brilliant.
to take it literally.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I think so.
And you're right. Yeah. That's what they were. They were oral stories around the campfire. Exactly.
Yeah. And if this guy disagrees with that interpretation, Cam, I'm just going to say, were you there when he said it?
You can him
I wasn't
devotee.
here
You.
when I said it.
No.
y'all
Well,
probably
actually, this is just the
No.
computer.
No.
This is a computer I use.
No. Was he there
Presentation.
when Josephus said it?
I think
Those
he's
of
going to
us in the-
suggest say something smart in a few minutes or in a second or so. I don't know.
those of us up in
He
the
thinks
northeast corner of the country, of the United States and southern Canada, got to see the dragon swallow the sun this past summer. That was pretty fun. That was great.
Ooh.
Did you see the dragon
Amazing.
swallow the sun? That was amazing. It was
Yeah.
really cool.
what?
No, but now I have
think-
to Google it.
I think there was an eclipse, wasn't there?
Yeah, he erped it up again. He had
Oh,
a
yeah.
hairball. He erped it up again.
That's
Well,
what
actually,
happened.
it was a feather ball because dragons are like dinosaurs and therefore they're feathered.
Okay,
That's
right.
how it
Yeah,
works.
feather ball. You're right.
Oh yeah. I don't even want to get into it because I got a lot of stuff to put together for a video on that very thing. So
Okay, so Mike
move
said
on.
this guy
And-
said something.
Here we.
Mike said, "See, this guy says something smart
Yeah.
in a minute." So, all right, Mike, I got
But-
$10 on that.
It's my prediction.
Now, here's an interesting point from the Bible. Nowhere in the Bible does it suggest that the beginning of time was, say, 6,000 years ago when God created
There you
life on
go.
earth in 6 days. In fact, One of the most loaded verses in the Bible is the first verse in the Bible. Bereshit, in the beginning. What is the beginning? Go as far back as possible as you can to the beginning.
Right.
There was
Sorry,
God.
I've got to stop you there. Did he just say bears are shit?
I think
No.
so. Bears, do bears
Right,
fit in the
beg your
woods?
pardon.
Why do bears fit in
He
the
said
woods?
the first word in Hebrew.
Ah, it was Hebrew. Beg your pardon. My ignorance.
God created the heavens and the earth, which means that all that we see, the entire universe, and all universes past that, are created by God, because in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. And so once you make that acknowledgement, you stop pretending
Sorry,
that
citation needed.
Yeah, and well, it's like, well, okay, I'll grant it. Okay, here we go. I'm going to grant it. Okay, God created everything,
Oh,
and
no,
we'll
he's gonna
see,
say something dumb.
and we're going to see why. Yeah.
Who's God?
He's going to
everything-
say something dumb next.
Who's God?
Well, his God. We're assuming
God?
he's a rabbi, so it's the Yahweh, I believe.
has just been evolving randomly, and there's no actual causation to existence or meaningful spirit that comes and interacts with existence. No,
You're correct, Mike.
God created.
Yeah.
And so
You are correct.
There it is. Yeah, again, there's no meaning to existence or anything else without God
No.
created.
False dichotomy. Either God created it or it's all just random.
You stop pretending that. Yeah. Okay. I got the transcript. That's why I can predict what he's going to say. Anyway. Yep.
there is force, and there is precision, and there is intention. And God created all the way at the beginning. So as far back to the beginning as you can go, billions, trillions, infinity, God created.
Okay, I'm still at, okay, God created.
That's interesting.
God created.
Infinity.
And as long as I have some meaning in my life, then I'm good to go, right?
Yeah, it's also
So far.
He's also he wants to go back infinity.
Yeah.
Right, which doesn't have
It's
a
not
beginning.
infinity.
Yeah, but he just said, oh, you can go back infinity, and God.
He said infinity. Yeah.
He's definitely
God,
said
yeah.
infinity. You can go back infinity, and it's still that God created. Then it doesn't have a beginning. Infinity literally doesn't have a beginning. He's just contradicted his own Talmud or Torah.
Well, he might have meant anywhere on the timeline, but yeah, right.
Go ahead and prove the firmament. Please go ahead and prove that. The Bible says a lot of stuff that's not true. Go ahead and prove the firmament.
Isn't that why Elon's rockets keep going boom? Because they're hitting the firmament?
Or something. I don't know. Go splat.
Brilliant. I love it.
The word used for firmament just means expanse. It doesn't even mean anything solid, and I mean the people just take whatever the fuck they want and make shit up.
Pretty much.
Exactly. I mean, it's like the words are there, but how many different interpretations are there of the words? I mean, words are famously.
He doesn't disagree with that. He said the rest of the Old Testament and the New Testament is basically just stuff people made up. It's only the 5 books of Moses that are the word of God.
In other words, it's only the made up
So I
man
have a
Moses.
question. How?
It's only the made up man Moses that actually had the facts.
Well, yeah, but one of those
Am I
books is Deuteronomy.
Moses right about his own death?
Right, we brought that
right
up.
about his own death after he was dead.
Best author ever, ain't he?
Yeah.
That's impressive.
So here's ChatGPT.
One of those books is Deuteronomy, and the Deuteronomistic history it runs all through the rest of the books of the Tanakh. So I don't know how you get where you get off as a rabbi, basically saying everything from Deuteronomy on is garbage, because everything from Deuteronomy on is kind of commentary on that. And in fact, lots of people think that the people who authored Deuteronomy authored a bunch of that other stuff. So I don't know.
Well, there's like there's no archaeological evidence for much of anything. There's some archaeological evidence for the Joseph story, and then any of the rest of it, there's not really any evidence until you get around the time of David. And then they found some evidence that he existed, but it was probably never like the stories. There was just probably a dude. But it's like you said, it's basically a bunch of tales you told your kids, and it wasn't even written down proper until the return from Babylon.
Yeah, the Hebrew
So you
word.
got centuries of oral tradition.
I'm off to bed, people. It's 1:30 here, so.
All right, Brian, let's have a good night.
Night.
I again learned a bit. Always fun.
Good.
Night.
Good night.
Yeah, typically rendered firmament originally conveyed the idea of a vast hammered out expanse and extended dome-like barrier that separated the celestial waters from the earthly realm, which I don't know where the hell they got celestial waters from, but yeah, they had an idea about what was up there. So what is his point? What is his point?
I don't know. Maybe he's a Talking Heads fan. You know, water above, water below.
Yeah,
you know?
water above.
We'll
Water
see.
And will the days go by?
This isn't actually very
Is he a
long video,
flatty?
so no, I don't think so.
Yeah.
And then the next verse begins. And the earth was desolate and chaotic and dark upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God hovered upon the face of the waters. Now, this is another interesting thing that people overlook. The 6 days of creation. What was created on the first day? On the first day, God created light, which means that actually before the first day, there already was the earth, and the earth was already desolate and chaotic. There was darkness upon the face of the deep, and God's Spirit hovered on the waters, so there was waters. So there was
What
earth.
about the without form and void part? I
And
forgot about that.
There had to be light in order for the waters to be hot enough to be turbulent. And for there to be any movement, you had to have light, or else everything be a solid piece of ice.
Although the
Electromagnetic,
waters are often mentioned as like everything was created out of the waters. So I'm not sure if those are supposed to be a literal waters. It has another meaning.
All right, I hate to poo-poo all of this, but this guy is talking about God and the supernatural, and logically speaking, there's no limitation on what could happen under a supernatural hypothesis.
Right.
So we could have no light and everything be completely hot. That's not a contradiction because supernatural. We could have waters of the deep being turbulent as anything, not have anything stirring it because supernatural hypothesis. So like all of what he's about to say, I don't even know what he's about to say, but it does not matter because he's already operating under the presupposition that the supernatural is a real thing that can really do absolutely anything. And that's a problem for anybody's theology.
Yeah, he seems confused. I don't know. We'll see.
There was darkness, chaos, and water. So now here is where it gets interesting. It turns
Okay, it's going to get interesting.
out that even if scientists were to find evidence that the Earth is very old, much older than this current path of history that the Bible follows, tracing roughly 6,000 years.
Even if?
Too late.
Even if? Oh my God, yeah, too late.
It's been found.
That's really weird as well, by the way. Yeah. In fact, he said
Shit.
6,000 years. Like, what, really? Because that's quite
It's
a Christian
actually
thing.
not.
Go ahead.
It's like the there's an official number that the Orthodox have. It's like 5,780 something years, which
Sure.
actually makes any excuse they can pull out of their asses even worse. Especially like Ken Ham argues, well, radioactive decay just sped up before the flood. Then you realize, okay, release that much heat, leave that much heat here. How hot should the Earth be? Oh, 3,000 degrees still. Fuck it, that doesn't work.
Oh no,
But
you're forgetting
This
about
makes it even worse.
Sorry,
They
Cam.
had
you're
gopher
forgetting-
wood too.
I'm
The
afraid-
gopher wood is fireproof and nuke proof and
I'm afraid
everything proof.
I'm afraid, Cam, you're forgetting about the supernatural fridge that's attached to the firmament.
Yep.
Yep.
Yep. Supernatural.
What, that they kept us cool?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
Yeah. Supernatural fridge. I don't know if you've got one of those at home, have you?
No.
Well, that's how
Okay.
Hawaiian shirt guy answers it. Is
Yeah,
there
I
was
do.
this ice that
I keep
cooled
my
everything to make up for it. Yeah.
I keep my supernatural beers in it.
Yeah. So yeah, Hawaiian shirt guy has a supernatural refrigerator in the sky that he says accounts for the heat problem.
There is nothing that he's going to say which has any logical contradiction, only because he's assumed that everything is possible.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
Much could have existed prior to that. It's
Anything
just that
could
we
have
don't know
existed.
what it was.
Yeah.
Unicorns,
Nor should we claim.
unicorns, dragons.
And there's unicorns in the Bible. Yep.
I know.
Dragons
That's
in
what
the
I'm
Bible
saying.
too.
They could have existed supernaturally, no problem.
And,
You know,
and man rode dinosaurs, according to Ken Ham and Hawaiian shirt guy, and Carl Baugh, and
You know
all
what's
the other young
interesting?
earthers.
They,
Go
they
ahead.
they like they point to Job, and then they like I had a coworker who tried to convince me that there were dinosaurs in the book of Job. And then I went to
Right.
the original Hebrew and I saw the word was behemoth. And when you think about it, it sounds a lot like behemoth. And that just means that's actually where we get the word behemoth from, the Hebrew word behemoth. And that just means a lumbering beast. But they will pull whatever they want out of, backsides.
yeah.
Well, they
I
talk
can
about the
speak limited
tail.
Hebrew.
Yeah, they talk about the tail, but
Yeah,
when I went looking for one of my videos, what it appears to be is what is being made stiff is not its tail. Because with a hippo, the hippo's member points backwards when it gets stiff like a cedar.
I thought it was like a
Oh,
cow or
no.
something, or
Now the Bible, the
Whatever it
Bible
is.
notes usually say hippo or elephant. That's their two options, and I go with
Cow-
hippo because hippos
Bulls
like
point
overtly.
forward. Bulls point
But it-
forward. Maybe hippos point backwards. I don't know.
Yeah, the hippo it's very apparent because they talk about how little the tail is, right? But well, then you wouldn't notice the tail, would you? Right? But there's something apparent there between its legs, so maybe down, or you know what I mean. But obviously, it doesn't have a big tail, does it?
Yeah,
But I think it
that's-
has something else that
Yeah.
would catch your eye. And
theologically speaking, Dave, that's a huge problem.
and of course, if they are mating, right? If they are mating, and the big what I don't know if they call him the bull of the group or what, the leader of the group is taking care of its harem and stuff. Probably a extra good time to avoid the hippo area, right?
claim to know
Yeah, I always
what it
thought
was.
I figured it was a cow, but that was an interesting take on it.
Well, it lies covertly in the reed or among the reeds and the lotus, right? So you've got a hippo, a crocodile, or a snake, but it eats grass like an ox. So that takes out the crocodile and the snake. And I point out, I know some people think it's an elephant. Aaron Roth thinks it's an elephant. That's fine. But I don't think an elephant lies covertly, even though it matches up some of the other descriptions. But either way, it wasn't a dinosaur.
Also, just to point this out, that hippos were hunted by pharaohs, particularly. It was something that the pharaoh sort of did to show his majesty. So there's also some.
You don't mess with a hippo. I saw a hippo almost catching a boat with an outboard motor on it.
There you go.
Okay.
Well, believe it or not, the pharaohs used to hunt them, and it was forbidden for commoners to do it.
Yeah. Don't mess with the hippos. They will bite your boat. And they're not really out to eat you or anything, right? But there's crocodiles in the water that'll take care of that, right?
The most dangerous animals in Africa are hippos. They kill more people than anything else.
Yep. They don't take any crap in their area whatsoever. They come at you and they bite boats. I've seen pictures with the teeth, tusks, whatever they're called, puncture marks right through the boat. They will bite your boat.
They do bite.
And that's really the most important thing. If you're dealing with the unknown, which we are as human beings, which information are you going to trust? When fed to you,
here we go.
Are you going to trust the information coming from the scientific institutions?
Yep.
Yeah, of course.
Yep.
Yes.
I want to stay alive.
The information that is the product of the human mind and the discovery based off of the human eye and their measuring sticks and their machines and laboratories.
Vaccines.
Sounds pretty good. Yeah.
A cast and any number of medical advancements in the past 200 years. Yeah, absolutely.
And I need to point something
Just
out
think
here that
refrigerators and fertilizer.
his interpretation of the Bible is coming from the human mind, his human mind, right?
There you go.
Yes.
Point. And it's what he said straight off the bat. That was the very first thing he said. We're all humans. We're all fallible, right?
Him too.
Yeah.
It's happening.
Dave's just putting up comments.
And
here.
magnifying glasses and microscopes?
Sorry,
Or
it
are you
scrolls
going
away
to
from
trust
me.
the trustworthy revelation from God to mankind, where God confirms right from the beginning, no, I was there. I am God. I created. And all that you see is the result of God. And then you have the earth in this state of chaos and darkness and water. And then God said, let there be light. And creation begins to happen.
Does that make sense?
He lost me there. Did he lose you there?
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
because supernatural. Yeah. Would you rather trust Dave? Would you rather trust
the revelation.
your house, or your supernatural umbrella?
Or would you like to go for double or nothing with the mystery prize?
Yeah, exactly. I think
I want to.
I would rather.
I'll go with the mystery prize, please.
I think I would rather trust the man with the zircon encrusted tweezers.
So I want to
always trust the man with the
statement,
zircon and encrusted tweezers. Yep.
the trustworthy revelation from God to mankind. I'd like to know how he got that information about it being the trustworthy revelation from God to mankind. That's the question. Was that from a human mind? I think it was.
Well, because he read it and he says that it has to be the truth because it best describes reality, I believe were the words he used.
Yeah.
I think he said everything comes from that book. And, I can't believe.
Well,
Go ahead, Stephanie.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's this is like the Bible says this, so it's true. Period. Understand? He could have,
So just the 5 books.
Start and end.
Yeah.
Just this way. You could start and end the entire thing with that, and then everybody would say, "Yeah, but maybe not."
Right.
Yeah.
But he has to run on and on about taking it from there because I guess that's his mission in life. It's a bunch of horseshit.
Yeah.
All these conversion stories that they come up with. What I like to imagine is that he woke up drunk with a hooker somewhere, and he had his wife was waiting for him at home, and he in a hotel room, and he reached into the drawer and pulled out the Bible, and it was like, holy shit, loophole.
Go ahead, Commander.
No. He reached. He reached into the drawer. He reached into the drawer at the flea bite motel and pulled out Gideon's Bible, and there it was, and the Book of Mormon. But he left that in there. It's like, let's don't.
Oh yeah.
Go ahead, Commander.
Well, when he says like trustworthy revelation in the Bibles, right?
Right.
Well,
right.
everyone takes it the part that they like. Like, I like the part if you mistreat the widow, the fatherless, the orphan, or the alien, and they cry out to me, paraphrase, I will teach you compassion the hard way. But then you got a lot of the other holy rollers who argue that we should ignore those people, and they got their text for that. So which text are we going to believe is true, right? If I try to teach them the parts about the compassion, they're like, shut up, Elcard, where you get the idea. And they're also picking and choosing where they want and what parts they want. So that's not reliable either.
Yep.
And that's what the rabbi did here. He picked it all the way down to just the 5 books are the literal word of God. So the rest of it, he's leaving it open to whatever you want. But you have to take these 5 books seriously, period.
Well, he went down as far as denying science and microscopes and what you can see and choosing the book. So
choose the book. Yep. If it has to be that book first. Yep.
And I'd also like I'd like to just point out that he's doing the same thing as they seem to do. A lot of them seem to do, which is to say if it's not a deductive argument, it doesn't mean anything, and just completely dismiss induction as if it's something that we've never relied on or we've never really found any use for. It beggars belief that somebody could do that, especially if they have children.
I also want to bring something up that the community should keep in mind for arguing with people later on. He's saying the entire Torah is true, right? So camels did not exist in the Holy Land before 900 BCE.
Right.
Yet camels are mentioned in stories that should have happened before. And that was actually brought to my attention by an ordained rabbi who is also an archaeologist, who said that most of the book was at least an embellishment, if not an outright lie. He had to say that from the perspective of the college professor and archaeologist. Yeah,
I've heard that before too.
Donkey's good, camels bad.
The camels were off by how many centuries or whatever.
Yeah, the camels went backwards. They went from North America, where they evolved, to across the Bering Land Bridge to Asia and spread out that way.
Horses too.
Yeah. They were like, oh, okay, the Native Americans were coming one way, and the camels said, fuck this, we're going to Asia. Like,
yeah, some of those animals left the country, and then we brought them BC. Back. Yeah, that's pretty wild.
What this means is, as my grandfather has told me, that his father, who incidentally I'm named after, used to say an old Jewish saying, which is that
No,
God
I
creates.
don't think you are. I don't think Israel is your grandfather was the first person to use that name.
It is a great name.
No.
He's got a great name. Israel Horowitz. Yeah.
Worlds and destroys them.
Got great hair too.
Because God is the supreme creator. And there's no doubt that reality in its infinity has pre-existed us and will outlive us.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd like some evidence that reality is infinite, please.
I've been on the edge of my seat the whole time waiting.
Because like the Bible, the Torah, I should say, Genesis, like contradicts that. So I suppose it doesn't contradict it. Because like he said, there was something pre-existing before Yahweh created the heavens and the earth. So fair enough.
Yeah, he's skirting the age of the earth or the universe or whatever.
The deep, yeah, the waters of the deep existed before. So
if only we should be so lucky.
It's just I really struggle, especially when somebody starts off with all of this, like, well, you know, I was an atheist, you know. Like I don't understand that. How could someone go from thinking, oh yeah, induction, that's the way the world works, you know, that's the way mankind has come to this amazing knowledge over centuries and centuries, thousands and thousands of years, probably at best part of 100,000 years. That's how we've come to conclusions. When we teach our babies, do we do it by trying to give them deductive arguments and reason with them about how they're going to eat? No, we don't. We go, and make a noise and try and put it in their mouth. And once they've seen it in their mouth a few times, they go, oh, that's nice. And then they accept getting it in their mouth. We don't have to say to them, look, if you don't eat, you know, you will get hungry and then you'll probably die. Okay, conclusion, you should eat. Right? That's not how this works, guys.
And hopefully it's tasty. That helps too. Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. Methinks it's pretty easy to come up with let's propose a hypothesis that humans develop the capacity to understand that the world will be here after they're gone because they have the capacity to understand death. Like, mom was here and then she died and I'm still here. So therefore, you know, there'll be a time when I'm not still here and my children will be. So therefore, it's not hard to imagine, you know, with a certain degree of consciousness that the world will be there with or without you. The world was here before you were here. The world will be here after you are gone. Again, it's a probability thing. No guarantee of that, but probability wise, way greater than 5 sigma that statement is true. It doesn't rely on God. It relies on observation. And everything else is, well, if, you know, but I can't imagine a time when I'm not here. Therefore, there's something beyond here. And where I was before, there's still an I, and it will persist into eternity. And therefore, there has to be some greater I that's responsible for all of this. You know, the great Mandela and all of that stuff. It's a great story, but it's mostly bullshit.
Well,
rooted in observation, but it's just trying to come up with a mythological framework that explains our discomfort with the notion of the finiteness of things.
Yeah, and I think this also has an excellent explanation for why man creates gods in the first place. Right? It's because we have those relationships that we love, and because we find there's no other explanation. That person that loved us all that so much would never leave us, right? Not willingly. So there must be some other explanation, right? And there is another explanation, of course. It's supernatural. There must be something more important, right? And therefore, this ultimate creator being is manufactured in our minds to justify a good enough reason as to why we would be left by our loved ones. Why do we have those feelings? Because we're evolved to be social creatures. That's how the bond between parents and children is almost unspeakable when you're an infant, because of course you rely on them completely for everything, right? You would be dead without them. So of course those bonds have to be extremely powerful psychologically, right? And that's why we create gods.
And
Go
it
ahead.
operates in reverse. It operates in reverse. The bond between parent and child is incredibly deep, because you know that without your care, this being will cease to be.
Yeah, well, obviously, otherwise we'd just abandon our children if we didn't have those
Even
bonds,
even more so in a world when infant mortality, when death during pregnancy, all of this is acute.
Yeah, very much so. All of these things are an evolutionary explanation as to why we have those bonds. And more importantly, it's an evolutionary explanation as to why we would create such a being as God in the first place, to try and justify why those loved ones, that bond is broken by death.
And it's another explanation why belief is dropping off too, because it wasn't too long ago. You had a failed crop and you were out of luck, right? We didn't have stores, we didn't have storage. These things are only for certain societies, and overall, now is it's a great time to be alive. But you put in the mindset of really hard times to live in, and living in the desert on top of it is a tough life. And of course, all these things would come to mind, especially the hope for a better coming with the Messiah and all these things, because you need something to get up in the morning, right?
To participate in this grand thing that we're engaged with, known as existence. So, of course, God is there from the start. And of course, there is so much going on that we really don't know about. So, if you read the Bible is not saying that there was nothing before this creation. Not only that, the Bible is not saying that the earth was created on the first day. Rather, the earth seemed to have already been there, and the waters were already there, and it was already chaotic, and the deep was desolate, and all of that. But God came and he created light, and he put earth to become full of life, and he brought forth animals, and he created the solar system, and he created the waters, the water cycle of the clouds.
Can I just say something about that? So what was he doing beforehand? Where did he come from? What the hell was he doing? He just it doesn't make any sense, does it?
Yeah, for infinity time.
Yeah.
God was just
he was probably playing a different video game. He was playing a different video game before, right?
Yeah, that must have been it. Yeah. He was practicing on other worlds before he got to ours.
Yep.
And this is the perfect one. Right. Gotcha.
And see, well, that could be an answer. Making universe after universe after universe, trying this, trying that. But as soon as you say that, it's going to take away from this universe and this planet and this special piece of holy land being special to God, and be damned the rest of everything else, right?
Also,
and that
means he's not omniscient, at least anyway.
I can explain divine hiddenness too. The reason he's not around is because he created an infinite number of multiverses, and he just doesn't have time to get here. So, he's busy.
Do you realize how much I have to do? Gosh.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
Everything works on earth as we know it today. That's what God did. And again, some people want to reconcile the Bible with evolution to be like, well, each day.
There again, sorry. Everything works as it does on earth because God did it. All right.
Yes.
So that's all of the Ebola, the earth, the eye-eating worms in children, cancer in children, bone cancer in children, all of that. That's all God did that. Just want to say, and you talk about atheists not having morality. This is a joke, sir. This is a joke.
Everything
That's it. Sorry.
Oh no, he's gonna say something stupid here. So maybe back it up 10 seconds.
It wasn't stupid enough.
Hey, but
Need to get warmed up.
When is he going to say something smart?
Yeah, I know.
He's got a couple minutes left.
Oh, that's the other
Okay,
point.
here
Sorry.
goes. 10 seconds.
That's the other point. And of course, he gave, I think it was Mel Brooks that said this. He gave the land of Canaan, right, to the Israelites, which of course is the only place in the Middle East that doesn't have oil.
Yeah, that's an old joke.
Yeah. Bad joke.
Hello, Beck. How you doing? Good to see you.
What the Beck?
What the Beck?
Of the clouds and how everything works on earth as we know it today. That's what God did. And again, some people want to reconcile the Bible with evolution to be like, well, each day was 1,000,000 years or something like that. But truly, I don't see a basis for that because
Really,
God's
he
power is
doesn't.
infinite. And actually, the way it's described.
Yeah, what a
He doesn't see a basis
fine.
for that. How about all of evolutionary research? That is the basis for that. Like, that was stupid. Anyway.
well, and that's the thing with evolution. Even though it's biology, you have other fields like geology that are confirming things that are found when they're out digging things up in the fossil record. So it's one of the things. You have all these other fields that also have what would be called converging lines of evidence, Mike.
Yeah.
You know, that come from other fields, right? That have those lines on paper that the Hawaiian shirt guy loves, right?
Right.
That connect other fields confirming things.
And if you want to believe deeply in God and have faith, just believe that this is how God did it. You don't know how God did it. God could have done it with evolution, or he could have done what he's going to say in the next few minutes. So let him double down on dumb.
Certainly not speaking for anyone else in the audience, but I remain unconvinced.
I'm still waiting. Yeah, all I've gotten is, it's like I said, this is only like a 6-minute thing or something. We're like halfway, and all I've gotten is that he believes in God and God did it. And I've already granted him that. All right. I've already granted your God did it. And halfway through here, we're still at your God did it. And I've got nothing more.
Yep. We're halfway. So
Described as God said, there shall be light, and there was light. God said there shall be a firmament, and there was a firmament. God said there shall be plant life, there shall be animal life, there shall be luminaries, sun, moon, stars, and it was so. And so there's no reason to place a limitation on God's power simply because a couple scientists in the past 200 years have discovered a bone in a cave somewhere.
A bone? A bone?
Okay.
There's like millions of bones.
And first of all, what was he repeating? He was repeating over and over again that my God did it. He did this. Okay. Once again, I've already granted your God did it. Okay. You haven't got anywhere past your God did it. And then you're going to say, just because a scientist found a bone, you're supposed to throw that all out the window.
The whole theory of evolution is based on one fucking bone. That's it.
And it completely
That's why I believe evolution.
And it completely ruins their religion. But yet again, how many people are still religious? Generations since Darwin, right?
Yeah.
People are still religious. It didn't destroy the religious. What you have is people that will say, well, the book must be poetry or something like that. They still want to believe in God, and they take it that, okay, the book must not have meant these literal things. It has to be poetry, metaphor, parables, whatever the different stories.
And there is such a thing as, like, I guess, Reformed Judaism, right? So
Sure.
there are plenty of religious Jewish people, rabbis, that do accept evolution, right? So this is no different to the Christianity thing, right? And I will also say, like, that I think, he went through a whole list of things that he accepts, right? That science has come to explain. Okay, so I don't understand why he's saying, well, the firmament, right? Well, can you just give me some details about that? Because basically, if you try to explain it, you are going to be in step line with what science has now come to tell us. The luminaries, the Earth, the Sun. When you try to explain the way those work, you're going to be in step with what science has now come to tell us. And the reason for that is, of course, because science is the way that we objectively find out about how reality works. Okay? And so what you're doing here, what this guy is doing here, I'm afraid, is cherry picking the bits of the Bible that he thinks are in step with science, or the Torah. You are in lockstep with the bits of that are incompatible with science, and then see, that's true. Therefore, the Torah is true, right? And that is very disingenuous. Sorry, go ahead.
Gurr is joining us. Hello, Gurr.
What's up? How y'all doing?
How's your mom? How's your
Gurr.
mom, Gurr?
Doing good, Gurr. Doing good. How are you?
She passed away.
Oh,
So I don't appreciate that.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to hear that.
I'm joking. I'm just fucking around.
I'm
He's
sorry to
fucking
hear that, mate.
around. He's fucking around. I was just with his mom last night. I was just with his mom last night. I know she's
Oh,
okay.
She was still warm when you left.
I was going to
In
say
fact, she's really okay right now.
I was going to say having a child like you, Go, I'm not surprised, but okay.
Yeah, I'm actually what did it.
It's good to see you, though. I'll tell you that much.
It's good to see you as well. It's good to see all of you. It's been forever. I actually wasn't even sure if I remembered how to do my avatar. Thankfully, it was already saved. I did take a little bit of a nap, so I'm a little groggy. I took a caffeine pill right before I took a nap, so I'm in a weird groggy / half awake / kind of caffeinated up state of mind.
This video won't hurt.
Gurr, there's something I want something that I want to tell you.
Tell me,
your channel was really great. It was a loss to have you quit producing.
Oh, thank you. I do appreciate that.
It was great.
Yeah,
do it again
I would
someday.
Great with 3 R's, of course.
What? I got to turn up my volume. I'm sorry. What was that?
I said great with 3 R's.
Oh, right. Well, technically 2.
Oh, okay, 2.
Port still stands.
No, I was a bit optimistic there. Sorry.
Have you thought about making any videos, Gurr?
The thought does cross my mind from time to time, and I've been tempted to do it, but then I just lose that inspiration and motivation.
I do that about 5 times a day.
Right.
You know.
I feel you. I haven't streamed on my channel. Like, I've been in streams. Like, I probably have been in maybe 12 streams, give or take, since I stopped streaming. Like, on your channel, I think I was on BS Lewis's channel a few months ago, maybe longer than that. And so I will pop into different streams from time to time, but it's just very rare. But I was tempted to do a stream, start a stream a few times over the past year, but I just never go through with it. And then, I almost joined this stream before I took a nap. I got my mic set up. I turned off my girlfriend's computer so there wasn't that loud, well, kind of that humming noise in the background. And then as soon as I got the mics, I'm a professional at that particular thing. But then once I got it all set up, I was like, I don't want to do this. And then I went to sleep. And then when I woke up and saw that y'all were still streaming, I was like, all right, fuck it. I gave myself a pep talk. I was like, grr, just do it. Just do it.
Do it.
Well, I'm rambling, but what's
glad you did.
Yeah, thanks for stopping by, man.
You're going to be so glad when you hear what this guy's got to say.
Okay, he's gonna win the bingo here in about 20 seconds, and my son wants to decorate the tree now and have steaks, so I gotta go.
Right.
But play the next few minutes.
You're
and then-
scared, Speed. I get it. You're scared.
Yeah, you scared me, Gur. You scared the shit out of me.
Mesopotamia and now have concluded that human beings have evolved from apes for the past 15 million years. It frankly has no basis. And it seems crazy to say this because someone who denies
It does
evolution
sound
is considered to
crazy
be a
to say
kook or an idiot. But
bingo.
What is the basis for this to be trusted? You can't bring some evidence and claim to know the unknown.
Anyway, I gotta go,
In fact,
guys.
Yeah, you
There it
run
is.
away,
Bye,
Speed.
Thank you,
I'm
Mike.
running
See you
away.
later. Take
We'll
care.
see ya. Bye.
Have fun, Mike.
Take care.
Yeah, bye.
Just-
This is one thing that I don't miss is, and I'm not knocking anyone because I still do it from time to time. I don't miss listening to the same arguments hashed out over and over again from Christians and theists and Muslims and all that. Because it's like, Jesus Christ, just come up with a new argument for the love of God. Just
We're searching.
Well,
Literally.
if only he did come up with an argument, I'd be happy.
Or
But
the love
no,
of
we haven't
God.
had one yet.
oh,
And I've granted him that his God exists and his God did it. And we're halfway through, and that's all he's really repeated. So I'm giving as much as I can here, right?
right.
I got one thing to say about that when he said God created the solar system. Well, why didn't he describe it? I mean, he created the lights,
Right.
all right? So the only lights that anybody knew about were the planets going out to Saturn, right? The sun, the moon, and
Yeah.
Mercury, Venus, et cetera, and so forth. Look, Uranus, Neptune, the Oort cloud, the outer solar system. He didn't describe any of that. He created all of it, but he didn't say anything about it. It's like,
I mean, surely they must have seen the Milky Way at least. You know what I mean?
oh, yeah, that was the cow squirting the, what was it that? Whatever.
Cow jizz. I have had this thought over the years, which is, I get it. If God were to say, yeah, the stars in the sky, they're actually, millions of light years away, it'd be too technical to comprehend at the time, but it does seem like
powered by nuclear fusion,
right?
All that stuff.
If string theory becomes proven, like I get why that wouldn't be in the Bible if God is real, but I have thought, well, couldn't have God at least said, there's a lot of really big rocks in the sky, when explaining like planets or something like that, dumb it down. Like the sun is actually way, way bigger than it appears. And it's fueled by, I don't know how you describe it in the old layman's term for,
Yeah, you
older generation.
You couldn't describe what it's fueled by. I mean, like they used to think, not less than 200 years ago, they used to think it was coal.
Oh,
Right?
yeah.
They were convinced that the sun would wink out of existence anytime soon because the coal would run out, and that's in the scientific era, really, the beginning of it anyway.
I see.
So, like, again, I think Sean Carroll came up with a good one. Like, well, they could have said something useful in that thing. Like, at least they could have said something like, well, the world is basically made of atoms. Or indivisible pieces or something.
Right, indivisible.
Or even that the world turns on its axis, and that's how come.
Genius.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Genius.
Like it could say something like the world is literally physically moving.
Yeah.
Something.
Yeah. The Ra doesn't ride across the sky. The sky goes around. The world goes around Ra.
Yeah.
How about that?
The Christian and the Muslim apologists both had these discussions with them. I said, nothing you're giving me was beyond the knowledge of the time. You know what I mean? It's like you're saying, nothing shows any advanced wisdom at all that would Like you say, well, maybe, right?
Yeah.
At
Right.
least you get to somebody with a higher intelligence or technology level must have clued them in. But no, there's absolutely none of that in either one of the Bible or the Quran.
That's another thing, right? That's another thing, because the Torah is actually a step back in technology over what the Babylonians knew. Right?
Well-
The Babylonians had, and the Greeks, right? The Greeks had some idea that the Earth was
Right.
going around, the Earth was round, and not
Mhm.
flat, and that so they had some idea about it, the Ptolemaic principles and stuff. So that was later Greek, obviously. On
You
top
know-
of that, the Babylonians had already spent 180 years, like documenting the path of the wandering stars, or the wandering stars as they used to call them. Right, so they knew about planets and they were different from stars. So that definition, that was known. On top of that, mathematics was much more advanced in the 1,000 years before before the Torah was even considered, right? So, and there's nothing about that, right? Oh yeah, by the way, irrational numbers. By the way, pi is 3.1, right? That was known before, that was known before the Torah was even considered, and yet they get that wrong in the Torah.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm
So
almo-
it's
go
a
ahead,
step
sorry.
back. Technologically, it's a step back. All
Yeah.
right, even from the previous civilization from which they borrowed their myths, the creation myths, the flood myth, the exiles, the Exodus, all of that was known in those civilizations. Yet they managed to borrow those stories and mess those up to some degree. And yet they couldn't get the technical stuff from them,
Well, I'm almost embarrassed to say it, but when I was a Christian and homeschooled and all that stuff, I was a young Earth creationist, and I remember when Kent Hovind said, "It describes in the," I can't do his impersonation, but he's like, in the Bible it says the Earth. He sits upon the circle of the Earth, and I remember at the time thinking, "Whoa!" So even back in the Bible days, they knew because of God that the Earth was a sphere, because it says he sits enthroned upon the circle of the Earth. And then I saw somebody online say, well, what was it exactly? It's something like, well, a plate is a circle, but that doesn't mean it's spherical. And I was like, oh, fuck, that's a good point.
Oh, damn.
It's like, damn it.
Bloody logic.
Thinking critical thinkers, God. But I really thought that was such a great point from Kent Hovind until I saw that comment. And I was like, damn it.
I would say it's probably one of his better points, to be honest with you.
Well, isn't there something too that if you climb up on the mountain, you can see the entire world from end to end or something like that?
Well, I know when the devil tempted Jesus,
Corner
that's
to corner or something.
Oh, wait, that's another thing. Yeah, in the Bible, it talks. Well, I mean, all of you know this: the four corners of the earth and all that crap. So it definitely seems to be. It seems to me that the Bible writers, the multiple ones, definitely all thought the earth was flat. Just given all the references to like the earth sits upon pillars and four corners of the earth and stuff like that. I actually have a whole video on it from a few years ago talking about these verses.
Yeah, it's kind of amazing, really, that God waited whatever it is, as Hitchens says, 190,000 years to make his appearance. Then waited
Right.
another 5,000 years before he decided to reveal any scriptures. And if he'd only waited an extra 100 years or 200 years, he could have got science done as well.
Well, you know what's going to happen right after we die? God's going to reveal it all, and we'll be like, damn it, why couldn't you have revealed that before we died? So we could be saved.
Yeah, damn it. Damn it, the Tower of Babel did reach heaven.
Oh, yeah, that was it. Yeah, they were trying to reach God or something, and God got pissed, and so that's where all the different languages come from.
God is going to invite this panel to sit in the auditorium, and he's going to get out on the stage and go, watch this. And all of that gets revealed. And,
No,
and then, but now, motherfuckers, I'm done.
No, he's going to get on the stage and he goes, "Okay, Stephanie, you're a Sagittarius. Thank you very much."
How did you know?
Oh, gee. It's like I've got a one-way connection.
You know, this is a bit off topic, but wasn't astrology based on a flat Earth? I feel like I've heard that somewhere,
No, I wouldn't have thought so.
but I can't remember.
Astrology's a lot older than anything that we normally goes back
No, I
to.
don't think so. It's just, it's whatever.
I had heard that comment a long time ago. I never looked into it, but for whatever reason, it's always stood out to me.
It goes back to the beginning of farming, I think.
What we
Even
do
before that.
have,
Go ahead, Dave. Sorry.
Yeah, I want to hear what he has to say. Dave, if you're talking, you're muted. Dave.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, yeah, that's what they had to look at night. So of course there was a lot of stories and things made up because that was their entertainment in the evenings, right? When it got dark.
Yeah.
Look at the display to look at. They didn't have all the city light pollution and everything we have. They had a grand view no matter where they were at.
Well, I am curious to hear the next few words out of this guy's mouth. There's any, I know there's not going to be any sense or any good points, but I'm hoping that there will be.
You better hurry up. It's almost over.
in our hands is the unknown. And when you look back at history, you can choose whose narrative to trust. You can trust a narrative that comes from a human perspective, that comes from people who simply want to further their agenda of power, to tell you that they can define existence to you and what has been going on for the past 10,000 years, 100,000 years, million, billion years. Or you can hold on to a testimony from God and a testimony from people that have held on to his words for thousands of years, where he told us and he made sure to let us know that he's been there since the beginning and he's the one who put order on earth,
Okay.
which he had already.
That's all right.
Yeah.
So we either trust
He's-
people who have looked at the evidence for thousands of years, or we trust people who were around thousands of years ago. I mean,
Well, and
listen
did-
to yourself, man.
And
Listen
he
to
was
yourself.
hinting they were the ones in power. Did you hear that? They want the
Yeah, there you go.
power
Yeah.
by discovering, things in the rocks. It's like, okay.
But, and of course, the people he's referring to, Moses, was in power.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
was just about to say it's incredibly rich for this guy to say, "Oh, we can either trust people that want to exploit their power by
Good point.
investigating the truth of nature, as opposed to the people who want power by saying, here's God. God has appointed me king, and therefore you need to listen to what I say, no matter what." I mean, hey, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Right.
That's really rich, because the people that are using the power of religion to obtain and maintain their own fucking power are the people who are spouting this nonsense. Jesus Christ.
Well said.
Well,
Rich.
not Jesus Christ, obviously, because he's a rabbi. But
Well,
maybe-
Rabbi
maybe-
Christ would be
You
the
get the
middle name.
picture.
maybe Spinoza.
Spinoza.
already created the earth. And yes, there could have been other things going on earth prior to this creation. But ultimately, when God came to earth in this variation of creation, again, roughly around 6,000 years ago, the earth was actually empty and chaotic. And so God needed to make light.
What? It's
Well,
empty.
okay.
It's chaotic.
Well, he just said 6,000 years, right? So,
Yes, he did. Yes.
and the
So-
earth was empty and chaotic, right?
Obviously, young Arthur, right? We can deduce that from just that sentence.
I think so.
Fuck, I forgot what I was going to say. Is he a Muslim, a Christian, or something else? Does anyone know?
This is a Judaism viewpoint. This gentleman here is a rabbi. His name is Israel Horowitz.
Okay. Not heard of him. He looks vaguely familiar, but
He's got great hair, I will say. I wish I had that hair. Yeah.
I think he's legit because he does have a Josephus book in the background.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. Well, no, he
I'm
has he has some credentials. It was at the beginning of the video. I think maybe Mike looked him up.
He's got
and
and it does go to show you that overcoming indoctrination when you're a child to a early man is not easy, right? I mean, he said he walked away, he walked into a book shop, he read other books, and then came straight back to it again. So, I mean, fair play, you tried. It's just really hard to walk away from indoctrination.
It really is.
He's got the tefillin in the background, so that okay, clearly he's not wearing them, but hey, whatever. He's got them sitting there in the background.
Yeah.
It's nice.
Oh, right beside or below the picture, in front of the picture. Is that what?
Yeah, he's got.
There you go. That's it.
Yeah, when we had the other shot, you could see a little more. I've got a little cut off on this because it's zoomed in, but yeah, he has a bunch of books on the shelves. He's got the ram's horn on the top there.
Shofar, please.
The painting just appears to be something that he likes, I guess. And what Stephanie said is folded up there too. But it does. He does have like a legitimate, some kind of an educational reach
some sort of formal
or something.
education.
And so he appears to be legit, and we're not picking on him for being who he is or what he is. Not any skeletons in the closet type thing or anything like that. As far as we know, he seems like a perfectly lovely man, and
I think so. I think he would be interesting to talk to. I mean, obviously, I have some issues with the sexism. Hang on a minute. I have some issues with the sexism incorporated into Orthodox Judaism. Right, that's not something. The misogyny is not something that can be easily overlooked. However, I will say that at least he's putting himself out there, and he's trying to say the things that he believes are true, and that's always to be respected.
He does seem genuinely convinced of what he's saying too. So I don't think he's trying to I mean, from what little bit I've watched, y'all watched more than me of this here fella. But he
basically started out very religious, and then he kind of took a little journey reading some books from Hitchens and everything. Said he went to the store, got books, kind of was weighing everything, and then he went back.
That's something I was going to say, referencing or going back to what Simus had said earlier about how it's really, really hard to deprogram all the mind control, not mind control, what's the word? Indoctrination. There it is.
It's instilled. Yeah, it's instilled in you.
It is so hard to overcome that. And so I do agree with what Simon said about, I applaud him for, actually reaching out a little bit, looking around, reading other books, and actually reading Richard Dawkins' book on I take it as one of his anti-religious books.
He didn't mention that one, though. He just said Sam Harris and Hitchens.
Oh, for some reason I thought I heard Dawkins. But so that stuff is, this goes without saying, it's super hard to overcome indoctrination. I have no fucking idea what happened with me. But I eventually came out of it. I'm sure there's still a lot of shit somewhere in my brain that I don't even realize.
Yes.
Oh, hey, Big Bad Mama. But
it sticks with you.
What was that? I'm sorry.
It sticks with you, even the trauma.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, especially depending on what type of religious doctrines were instilled into you. The one that was the worst for me was hell, or eternal damnation. That was so hard to to deprogram from, because that's like the scariest thing. Kind of like Pascal's wager. It's like, well, if I'm wrong, then man, I'm really screwing myself up if I keep reading
Big
these
time.
science books and books on critical and logical thinking. But thankfully, I don't think about that shit anymore. You know, it's funny. Every now and then, I do have a dream where I become a Christian again. And I kid you not, every time I have that dream, it always ends with me thinking, oh my God, that means eternal damnation is real. I mean, I'm going to heaven now that I'm a Christian in this dream. But oh my God, all the people that I've known and loved. And what if I fall away from grace again? And I wake up and I'm like, ooh, that was scary. It's never a good dream about becoming.
I worry about the pets. You know, think of all those cats and dogs that are going to not go to heaven because they don't believe in Jesus.
You know, it's funny how there is a debate among Christians if animals go to heaven or not.
There is. Yeah.
And I always ask, well, what about ticks and mosquitoes and germs? Do they go to heaven as well?
There you go.
I've seen a lot of videos where the
worms in heaven.
Yeah. What about the viruses? Are they alive? Do they go to heaven?
I think ticks are the only sentient creature that deserves eternal damnation. Because those tick bites are awful.
I can think of a few more, but okay.
I'm sure.
I mean, personally, for me, cats. You know.
There's a lot of videos.
I don't want to.
There's a lot of videos where the pastors and whatnot say one of the top questions they get is my dog going to be in heaven with me, or whatever your pet was? Yeah.
Oh my Lord!
It's very important to people. A lot of people, it's very important to them. Yeah, is my pet going to be with me?
Exactly, Savage. I was
if
going
you
to say
tell
something
them
along
no,
those lines.
Can there be a what?
if you tell them no, your pet's not going to be with you, then they will just say, "Fine, I'm going to go with my pet to help." Because that's at least a pet loves me unconditionally.
Yeah, me and Lassie, we're going to hell together.
Yeah.
But it is funny that some Christians will just force themselves to rationalize why their pets are going to heaven, but they would not give a shit if it was like a deer or a possum, but just the ones that we like. Those are the ones we're going to rationalize and say go to heaven.
Yeah, just your pet, right?
In a funny way, that you made me start thinking, going down this particular rabbit hole, which is, are we God's pets? Like, God is calling all his pets home. It's like good dog, bad dog.
Yeah, well, he doesn't feed us. He doesn't feed us. He constantly forces us to fight even when we don't want to. All the years and all the shit. And he's real, and his pets. He's the most neglectful pet owner in the entire universe.
True. Cam, have you been on here before? I've been away for a long time.
Commander?
Months before I think.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think I've met you, but I don't. What kind of accent do you have?
It's a combination of everything that's in the New Jersey area.
Okay.
So New York and Bostonian. Basically, I grew up around every bloody accent in the entire country. So I have a very unique way of talking. Did you hear the way I said talk?
Plug your channel. Excuse me. Plug your channel, Commander.
Sure, I will do that right now.
Gotta take my car to the garage. I mean, I'm poking at accents, but I have a terrible one, so I'm poking at myself. But their accent is great, though. I just couldn't tell what type of accent it was from. But anyway, sorry, that was a really random question.
when it's all right. When I worked at Huntington Ingalls, And there were people who had a problem with my accent and said it was too Jewish. So you know what I told them?
What?
Cross the Delaware into the land flowing of milk and honey. And basically, and I said, once you move to the J state, you're one of God's holy people, and you too can bask in the toxic waste of whatever the heck comes out of Newark. And basically, I was poking fun at the state of New Jersey, even though it's like a really good state to live in. I don't live in it, but it's expensive as all heck. That's why I don't live in it.
Makes sense. Also, is my mic okay? I don't know if I have the volume settings.
You
correct.
sound fine.
Okay. Like I said, it's been forever since I've been in a stream. But
Like
anyways,
it's like riding a bike, Gur. Except for speed, he has trouble every time he goes to stream. He's messing with some dang boomer.
Such is the story of his life. Poor speed.
There's
the channel.
Deep State. Okay, I'll check it
Yep,
out.
there you go. Everybody go over there and subscribe.
Deep State.
Share the love over there.
Yeah, I'll watch this later.
Oh, dang it. I hit that thing too high.
Stupid tweets.
Trust them. That's what I would ask. And again, they will say that they provide evidence. They'll so soulless when people start to deny the magic that is this life. When people start to pretend that all we're experiencing is a bunch of random, unexplained phenomena with no actual basis for saying that. Because why do you trust?
So I dislike it so much. Random phenomena, like Einstein. Just say Einstein, okay? One of the greatest minds of all time, okay? That's put us on this path of the modern world, okay? A Jew in himself that was asked to lead the Jewish nation, in fact, and he just goes, "Oh no, it's all random." Einstein didn't know what he was talking about. You know, come on now.
He kind of, hand waves all of science really easily, doesn't he? Well, some guy says something. Yeah.
Somebody. And we're saying that. It's just like, and is he claiming that Einstein didn't know the Torah?
There's Scott.
He so did.
There's Scott Duke's comment there. He watched the video earlier, and that was what his comment was on it. The straw man extraordinaire or something like that.
It seems like it's impossible for Christians, well, just religious theists, to build stillman. Stillman arguments.
Well, yeah, maybe, but I think the problem here is that people keep burning the straw man. But unfortunately, because he believes in Moses, he doesn't think it disappears.
Maybe it was the burning bush was actually a straw man.
Maybe.
No, and burning bush was one of those bushes that actually is fire retardant out in the desert. It happened to be leaking flammable fumes around there to the ether, and because of the ether, the visions came and the voices came because of the ether, and that's just a hypothesis I have.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, no doubt about it, and it certainly would explain some of why, like the person who is, I don't know, Moses is a fictional character. I'm not even going to contend that might be real. No, I just review that. And
sorry, Moses.
Says, I heard Einstein was an atheist. Let me just address that. I think he might have been a pantheist. So yeah, not necessarily an atheist.
Sorry, Moses. You're out. You're out of here.
Get out of here.
You're out of here.
You filthy animal.
He definitely didn't write about his own death.
Yeah. When they go down the list, when the historians actually talk about biblical characters, there's only a few of them that they mention that are actually historical. So
Oh, what was that? I'm sorry. My mind wandered off for like 3
I
seconds.
said
I don't know
the
why.
historical list of biblical characters is a lot shorter than
Oh,
the theologians' list of biblical characters actually existing in history.
yeah. I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah, I should just finish up by saying sometimes people think that pantheism is a form. Well, some religious people think that pantheism is a form of atheism. Let's put it that way.
It's like, you know, like they pretty much like David and Solomon, a couple of those people. They'll grant it, you know, as historic figures, but the rest of them,
I don't think David is counted as historic.
I saw something where they found a city state with his name on it. So
okay.
There was some pottery and some other stuff, and the only person actually named in the first 5 books that probably actually existed. There's some evidence for the story of Joseph, although it's not 100%. But they did find Jacob's signet ring in Gershon, dating around that time. That's basically it. And then there's no evidence for anything else up until the existence of David.
Joseph
the list is short. Yeah.
Joseph was the one whose brother sold him into slavery. Is that the one?
Yeah. And that's also an illustration of donkeys versus camels. Camels are mentioned in the Hebrew text. Apple, donkeys are. And there's the signet rings from a royal house that were found in Goshen. And there's some statues of red-haired leaders, etc. And Jews. There's a lot of. That's not really what you find in Egypt, but you'll find gingers elsewhere. And the word Ephraim, or for Hebrew, just means people across the river.
Yeah, Scott Duke said they found something that mentioned David, not specifically, but there is something that says David on it.
It was the king of Damascus, I believe, as people in the Levant, the various kinglets and powers in the Levant used to like to brag about their victories, and the king of Damascus was bragging about having destroyed the house of David. And in other words, it's attesting to a Davidic house.
I see that. Yeah.
A Davidic kingship at some point.
There is a stele in the basement of the museum in Cairo, the Egypt Museum in Cairo, from Ramses the Great, that mentions the vanquishing of the Ifrit. That's according to, I don't want to dox myself because the rabbi and college professor and archaeologist, even though most of his archaeological digs were involving, most of his academic work was actually involving the Holocaust and medieval up until modern Jewish history in Eastern Europe. But the professor of my best friend down in Virginia that's white, can't really mention his name in public, even though I will disclose in private. He said that there was a stele in the basement museum of Cairo that mentioned the Ramses the Great vanquishing the Ifrit and all of the plagues. And I'm not saying it was as epic as the story goes, have naturalistic explanations, maybe a few hundred people actually run away during a series of natural disasters. They interpret the natural disasters as divine retribution for their social dimension, because if there was any retching, and this is from what that professor said, there was no slavery At worst, it was a social demotion from the times of Joseph. But I'm sorry for running on too much.
All right, Stephanie.
See y'all. This has been
Thanks,
fun.
Stephanie.
Hey, thanks for stopping by.
Catch us over on the transpositions next Thursday, 8:00 Eastern.
Absolutely. Everybody go
Have a
there,
good
8
night.
o'clock. All right, we're going to wrap this up here anyway. We're almost to the end. So here we go.
That's what I would ask.
No, I just
And
got
again,
here.
they'll say
We're
that
gonna
they provide
try. We're
evidence.
gonna try.
They'll say that they have all the things to back it up, but they don't, because it's simply impossible to follow fossil records for millions of years.
And here we go.
That's why we don't follow fossil records for millions. Well, they do follow it for millions of years, but of course, there's many more lines of evidence than fossil records nowadays for evolution.
But he's just, it's impossible language, right?
Yeah, I know. And yet, he thinks the supernatural is true.
Well, sure.
So, I mean, of course it's possible. It's possible that we could go back in time and, like, someone could just witness it and go, there you go, oh, yeah, I saw that now. I'll come back, tell everybody. That's possible, supernaturally. So when he says possible, he doesn't mean possible. Not under his own criteria.
Well, that's the thing. Like when it comes to if you can invoke supernatural stuff, then it's like
anything.
Anything. I mean, I know technically anything is possible, but that doesn't mean it's probable. That whole thing.
Yeah, sure.
But when you invoke supernatural stuff, it's like, well, shit. Now anything and everything is on or off the table depending on what you're bringing to the table.
So, just to say that's another inconsistency in the language that he's using. Go ahead, Dave. Let's just play it out.
And so, of course, evolution is real in the sense that species evolve and everything is in a constant state of evolution. But that's all happening in the divine frame. And that's all happening on God's time. In a moment, God can split a sea and he can rain down hail from the skies. And he can perform all the miracles and bend all the laws of nature because he created them.
Sure. I know you believe that, mate. I know you believe that, but you've just said evolution is true, and yet we can't know about it.
I think he's doing like theistic evolution kind of, isn't he? Where he's saying God intervenes where it needs to be.
No, he's not. He's just saying God did it. That's how God did it.
Yeah, God did it.
Through evolution, and that's fine. You can believe that. Right, but to say that we can't find out about how God did it,
that's impossible.
That's it's impossible to find out how because that's millions of years. That's ridiculous. Right? I mean, just
a strange hill to die on.
Listen to yourself and be consistent one sentence to the next.
Is that too much to ask?
Yeah. Right, even if we grant you, like Dave did right at the beginning. He granted you that God could have done all of this. That was the first thing he said, Dave, right?
Yep, and he's saying it again here, and we're almost done.
Yeah, well, here we are, 3 hours later, and you've just said, "Yeah, all right, Dave's right."
God did it.
Come on now.
Okay. Yep. And I have been. I've gotten to the point where I won't debate the existence of God. I will grant your God exists. But if your God exists like a Frank Turek God outside of space and time and our universe and everything else, then it's not here. So it doesn't make any difference. So, okay, I'll grant it to you. Now what? Right?
Well, it's funny. I do that with, what's his name? God Talk Radio, Utangelo. Otangelo. He'll say, you cannot do this. If there's no atheists have nothing to rely on. They believe in nothing. I'll just be like, okay, sure, I'll grant that. Well, space and time can't come out of nothing. Okay, yeah, fine. But I'll just grant him everything until finally he gets to the point that he really wants all atheists to believe, which is Jesus.
I know.
Just get to that.
Just start there. We know what you want.
Yeah, he's one of the worst, I have to say. He's one of the worst. Philosophically, he's about as naive as you can get without actually going back into the womb.
Well, and he's been wearing out his welcome with other issues too. So,
Oh, of course, yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
that does not surprise me.
yeah.
Like, just some of the stuff he says, I'm like, yeah, whatever. I'll grant it. Like, who cares? Let's get to what you
Right.
really want to say. Stop doing this smoke and mirrors dance about dissing evolution or discrediting cosmology or whatever. Let's just get to what you really want us to think.
I asked him one question
And
about the fine tuning argument, right? And I said, "Can you just give me the answer to this one question?" And he couldn't do it the first time I asked him, and he said, "Oh, I don't understand what you mean." Then again, on another, another thing a bit later, he was debating a physicist. So I went in and said, "Okay, can you just answer? Give me one reason why this is true." And then I can't. And then he said, and I'm denied, and then he couldn't answer it. And then the third time I went in, and I said, "Look, I've asked you this twice before. Are you still going to say you don't understand it? Or are you going to try and give me an answer?" And he said, "No, I'll give you an answer. I'll give you an answer." So I asked the same question again, and he just went, "Oh, I'm going to ignore that."
Yeah,
and that was it. I thought, well, there's no
not
point in talking to him anymore because, like, he makes the same philosophical errors time and time again. You know,
it's like he never learns. Like, literally,
He doesn't.
Not even insulting, just observable fact. He doesn't.
Yeah, he just
He
refuses
never
to.
learns. Good to see Oz, by the way.
what happened? I think they just dropped out.
I think somebody dropped out.
Oh, yes, Simos.
Wait a minute.
No,
There we go.
It wasn't Otangelo. I did
It was
that.
a demon. It was a demon. It's always a demon.
I'll take care of him for talking crap about me. I can't do his voice. I'm sorry.
That wasn't bad. That wasn't bad.
But demons don't exist. And if they do, then they would be like Steve Bannon. But they don't exist.
Well, you know, and I love talking about demons with Christians because that's another fun topic to get into. It's like, okay, where did demons come from? Well, they were falling angels. Well, did God know that they were going to fall when he created them? Well, yes. So they didn't have free will? Well, no, that whole thing. And then I'll say, okay, so angels who are in heaven can still become sinful and get kicked out of heaven. That doesn't look good for God. Kind of like if you own a company and your turnover rate is through the roof, or it's not a good reflection upon the company. And if you have angels turning their backs on God, not once with Satan, but twice, depending on the Christian you talk to. The first one, a lot of them say was, Lucifer. He was an angel in heaven. Then he became prideful and got kicked out of heaven. And he convinced angels to follow him, a large portion. But then the second one that they don't talk about, again, depending on the Christian, are the Nephilim, the angels who lusted over the women of the earth or whatever.
Those are Bigfoots. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's two different
How do you love it?
Do what? I'm sorry.
I do love it. The Nephilim are really big feet.
Do you know the channel L.A. Marzulli?
I'm not familiar with it.
Yes.
He's big on the Nephilim.
With nonsense.
He's big on the Nephilim, okay? And he's one of those ones that pushes the Smithsonian actually has the giant skeletons in their basement hidden away and all that stuff, right? So obviously if you're seeing something that's really big, right? Well, then the Bigfoot obviously must be what they were, and because they're kind of a cross, you know what I mean, between man and beast, sort of, or whatever thing, or whatever. LA is pretty far out there, but yeah, he believes Bigfoot were or are Nephilim, and they travel through portals. And do you know who Sid Roth is?
Yes, he's a batshit crazy preacher,
Okay.
the supernatural. There was like
Right.
one time where he was I'm sorry, Al.
Well, no, but just for you to say that, I was going to say, L.A. Marzulli said Sid Roth quit taking his calls. So that's how far out L.A. is from from Sid Roth. Go ahead.
Damn.
So Sid Roth had the segment where he explained that Christians could travel faster than physically possible, but really the best explanation was how they cut 2 hours off their trip is they was speeding.
Oh, and I just want to say,
Wow.
L.A. put out a video that he's in the area out there in California that was having fires. And although I don't agree with the man in any way, shape, or form, I hope him and everybody out there are safe and everything.
Right.
I wonder if it runs in the family, because Dave Lee Roth is a bit mad as well.
All the Roths.
Could be.
But yeah,
And we'd be fooled.
Is Sid
I'm definitely
Roth?
familiar with Sid Roth.
Yeah, it was like I said,
Crazy son
the
of a
joke
bitch.
is, Pat
Yeah.
Robertson used to talk about Ken Ham saying, "You're making us look bad," right? So I often joke, that's when you need to check yourself. You need to check yourself. Okay. Well, that's the same joke with Sid Roth and L.A. Marzulli. They used to be kind of tight, right? And he flat out said, he goes, "Yeah, he hasn't been taking my calls." And I was just sitting here giggling and giggling and giggling, thinking Sid won't take, and Sid will have just about anybody on, right? If you've got some fantastical story, Sid will have you on. LA calls and he's like, pushes the button there. Just
I firmly believe someone could say, yes, I was an atheist and I got abducted by aliens and they were actually demons pretending to be aliens.
Oh, yeah.
Sid Roth would definitely have that person on.
LA's got the elongated skull right there on his little set, whatever you want to call it. And he's all that stuff. Yeah.
Can you link his channel either in the private or side chat? I'm kind of curious.
Which one?
The LA guy. Every time you say the LA guy, all I can think about is LA Beast. I don't know if anyone's familiar with him. Completely different content.
So I actually met one of L.A. Marzulli's fans in real life. He's the security guard at the Engineer's Candy Factory when I used to have to pick up stuff there. And he was going on about aliens, and then I showed him a debunking video where all of those little numbers on the F-16 screen actually means, well, as F-18 screen actually means something. And she didn't want to hear what all that stuff meant. And then, but it's like the further you chase them down the rabbit hole to pull them out, further they go in.
Oh, I don't doubt it.
There's a link in the chat, and there's one in the private chat too, whichever one's easier for you there.
Yes.
Yep, LA's is farm out there. But again, I don't wish any ill will on them or anybody. I think he's in Malibu, I think he said, area or something, one of the fires out there. I hope everybody got out there. And hello, Andrew, how you doing? And Phantom and Claude. Hello, Claude.
and BS
and
Lewis.
BS Lewis. And we got a whole bunch of folks stopping through. Hello, everybody. Good to
That
see
means
you.
you got to keep going. You got to keep your
You
stream
got to keep going. It's running low here, so we'll see.
Okay, so I
To
forgot where
not,
we were.
in this
Back
moment,
to-
turn to
Sorry.
God, the creator of all of this, and ask him for his help and his healing and his redemption and his salvation, because it doesn't come from our own discoveries. It doesn't come from us digging into the floor and finding a civilization that existed 1 million years ago, because we're the civilization now, and we're the humans now on this earth. And we need to be aware of that. And we need to be very directed in our focus and work to sustain life as it is here.
Okay, well, hello, Stephanie. Good to see you. I'll agree with him there, but again, what's the diss on archaeology? You know, again, it's like, they're digging up some old stuff, and it's like, well,
Yeah,
there's a
so-
lot of reasons. You learn things, and you know,
Yeah,
I'm
it's
missing
like-
what, but if you
it's
notice what he just
poisoning
said
the
there,
well, right?
Well, if you
Poisoning the
notice-
well, right?
if you notice what he said there, he said, you don't get the word of God from looking at science. That was basically the translation of what he just said. You
Yeah.
won't get salvation from God by digging in the dirt. Well, congratulations. You don't get to a sound argument by begging the question.
And at the captive desk, and in my opinion, once again, doesn't matter what you believe or not, you can do good science. It's not a good argument.
Right.
Because the scientific method
Commentators-
doesn't give a
Whoops,
shit
I
about
did it
what you
again.
believe.
Exactly.
Gotta be careful. It's really touchy there.
That's what she said.
You go just a little bit high, you touch that bar, and it's
Lord,
like, dang it.
and finding a civilization that existed a million years ago. Because
Hey, I hit
we're
it.
the civilization now, and we're the humans now on this earth. And we need to be aware of that. And we need to be very directed in our
Wait,
focus
Sorry.
and work to sustain life as it is here.
Could I just say that I am aware that I exist. I
Yep.
don't know if he's ever heard of Descartes, but there you go. I
Yep.
mean, I can't think of anything more fatuous to say at the end of a wrap up than saying we have to be aware that we exist.
Well, we got the straw man on not only on the evolution topics, but earlier there was a lot of straw manning on atheism too.
Imagine my surprise.
Yeah. As deconverted man said, I love being told what I think.
Oh yeah, that is so freaking
they
annoying
are-
getting that stuff.
Yeah.
As a Christian, let me
They
tell
are
you what you
always
as an atheist
true.
believes.
Yep.
Because, as it is written in the 5 books of Moses, the hidden things are to God, and the revealed things are to us and our children. Because that's what we need to hold on to, the things that are revealed. Much is hidden. Believe me, much is hidden. We don't know a damn thing. But what we do know is that we're here right now, and that God is with us, and He expects us to do good by
Okay,
Him
I don't know about
and
that
for
last
ourselves
part.
to
We know we're here right now, yes, but we know that God did it or whatever the fuck he says. Like, no, we don't know that.
Yeah, that's always the big leap. It's just an automatic because of course he believes in God. But that's not an automatic that they think it is.
Right.
Well, if you
Really-
believe in something and it's not true, then it really doesn't matter.
Right.
Reality doesn't care.
Right.
Yeah.
Like that one saying goes, facts don't care about your feelings, which is true. Except it always comes from someone who never fucking speaks facts.
maintain this world that He's created and make it flourish. And even as He gives us the commandment to be fruitful and multiply, fill the earth and subdue it, because we're
And
powerful
wash your
beings
hands.
made in the
And wash your hands afterwards.
Wash your hands. Please wash your hands.
Yeah, make sure if you're being fruitful and multiplying, please wash your hands in the morning.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's another
I don't
thing.
want
Couldn't have
to
got it-
shake that hand.
Couldn't got up explained. I know he didn't have to go through germ theory since nobody knew what that was way back when. But couldn't he have said, "Hey, make sure you wash your hands after doing these activities"? Just something in the Bible that would help. Just a little tiny something.
Well, it's not specifically saying to wash your hands after that particular activity, but you're commanded to wash your hands before you eat. So that's one thing it did get right.
Really?
Yeah.
Is it before you eat or before you cook?
There's a lot of
It's
discussion on whether
implied.
it's ceremonious or not as well, right?
But it is a
I
good
think
habit
so.
to just wash your hands before you eat, before you cook, before you take the
Does it
touch
say that, though?
dirty things and then touch your food. No,
say that.
I'm
It
not
does.
Says that, no.
explicitly sure
I
about
think
the
it actually
language,
says.
but
I
I'm
think it actually says wash. You wash your knives before you use it to cut meat. Is that right?
That's about it.
well,
I didn't even
you
know it said
know
that.
that at the synagogue and they basically in the Bahian basin that you're supposed to wash your hands before Leonig, and there's a brachatat and I hate a malakalan and a share it's about something you die in, which
Right.
means thank you for the commandment to wash your hands.
I hate to sound ignorant, but I'm a Christian, and that's all Greek to me.
Right.
Basically, blessed be the one who probably doesn't exist. Thank you for the commandment to wash our hands before we eat.
Well, there's something in
So
Mark.
it says
Now,
all
this
of
is
the
an
above.
old.
Okay.
This is an Old Testament. This is Mark, but yeah, they cannot eat unless a ceremonial washing. So that's always the question: is what kind of a washing is it? Eating. Yeah, then of course, eating with unwashed hands will never defile you. So right there, you can
That's
have unwashed
Jesus.
hands.
That's
Yeah, I'm just
Jesus
trying to.
saying
I'm just trying to
unwashed
look
hands will
around.
never defile.
Yeah, I'm just trying to look around here.
But-
Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, you're actually right. A lot of Jewish restaurants do have sinks in the main area for the whole Nurakatai and something or other you're dining, which means that you let's wash your hands. Hand washing is a big thing. And it was probably just because parents saw that, when you raked it, you washed your hands, you didn't get sick. So they invented a commandment to wash your hands because there was a benefit to washing your hands before you shove stuff in your mouth.
What seems to be important was Moses was commanded to make a copper or something to place at the entrance to the altar, so that Aaron and his sons could wash their hands before approaching the altar to offer sacrifices. So it's kind of like Simon says. Does it specifically say it? I'm not finding it.
Yeah. Anyway, that is the tradition that's grown up. So fair enough. I'm not gonna naysay it because it's cultural. It's the point being is that it's cultural, and that's what we've been saying all along.
If I missed it,
sorry, let me finish. These are cultural practices, right? Made from a book which was given to the people as a cultural justification for why they should become a nation. Right? That's it. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, if somebody has the specific verse Simos and I are asking for, drop it in the comments below. Appreciate it. And don't forget to subscribe and drop a like while you're dropping that comment. Appreciate it.
The image of God. And we're here with immense purpose. And at no point should we ever try to diminish that by entering into a purely materialistic realm where we deny the power of Almighty God.
A bit of evidence would have gone a long way to me being convinced.
Yep.
Very long way.
Well, Rabbi, we watched, now the first one we kind of skipped ahead because,
I'm sorry.
We were kind of unconvinced. And so, but we went all the way through this one. We made it all the way through this video.
That was even worse than the first one.
Yeah, I was still stuck. I granted you, God did it and never got past that.
What was his, what was
the point? This one is his evolution response. The first video we did is in the description below. So if you go to that one, the other one's right there. This channel, you can. This one is titled.
Yeah, look, I respect him for sitting in front of a camera, a technological camera given to him by all of the things that he thinks are probably not the best way to have knowledge, and say what it is exactly that he thinks and why he thinks it in some vague way. What I was sorely missing from that was some kind of empirical evidence, which would have been nice for any of the claims, other than it's in the book, or some kind of logical deductive argument which had a conclusion that this was in fact the truth of how reality actually is. Neither of those things, unfortunately, were in either of those videos, and
I
hang
think
on a second. I'm the skeptic, of course. I didn't grant you that this God exists in the first place. Even when Dave granted you that, there was still nothing in those specific videos that was aimed at the skeptic. It was all aimed at people who were already convinced of the truth of the proposition. And I just think that is a fool's errand, and is also very uninventive or very unimaginative for those that are going to look at it as from an atheist perspective. So when you say you had a meaningful interaction with atheism because you went to a bookshop and found Christopher Hitchens' book and read that, I'm not sure that's actually true, because you didn't address some
which
of
which we gave you credit for doing. We did do that.
100%. I don't dare say you walked into the shop. You walked into the shop. You may have read the foreword or something. I don't know. But you didn't interact with the data or the points that Christopher Hitchens was making. I heard no mention of ethics of Spinoza, which I think any decent atheist is going to engage with if they come from a Jewish background. So I think that there was some ways you could have gone to at least quelling my particular queries about the things that you were saying. Not that I'm obviously going to accept your main claim, because, as I say, I'm an empiricist and a skeptic, and I think that that hurdle, denying induction, is just not going to get anywhere close to. But maybe it would have addressed Dave's queries a little more. Thank you for letting me say that.
Scott says there's Leviticus 15:11. Go ahead.
it's actually more correctly 10 and 11. This is verse 10. Whomsoever touches anything that was under him shall be unclean until
evening.
Basically, unclean, and you better go wash your hands. I'm paraphrasing. And then whomsoever has an issue toucheth without having rinsed his hands in water, he shall wash his hands, his clothes, and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until evening. But basically,
after
wash
cleansing,
your fucking hands.
It says after cleansing, the person must be considered unclean for 7 days, even after you are cleansed. So,
I think this has to do with touching dead things earlier. Because,
maybe.
I mean, that would have benefit, right?
If you have a discharge, you're unclean. If you touch a discharge, you're unclean. If the bed and anything on it where the discharge is unclean, the vessel that has the discharge must be broken.
What?
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of them in Leviticus 15 here.
I've heard that I've heard that Orthodox Jewish men won't shake the hand of women that they are not related to. Is that right?
They're discharging all over the place.
Yeah.
What?
I don't know what all the discharging is, but
wait, what?
It's like anything from blood to pleasure discharge, anything any bodily fluids, regardless of what it is considered discharge. Touching a dead body is considered touching an unclean thing. And in fact, I remember hearing people retch about whether doctors who've touched dead bodies are like technically unclean for 7 days, even after they wash. But all of this, like not touching bodily stuff or touching dead bodies in the ancient world and then being considered taboo to touch for a certain period of time, it had a practical benefit. Now it's annoying as you can just get all the gross stuff off of you. But back then it was like, and don't touch that person because they touched a dead body and you don't know what they got from it. It had a practical purpose.
Same thing my mom told me about dead birds. Don't touch it. You can get something from it.
Yeah, like as I say, these are more to do with blood, aren't they, than anything else?
Yeah.
They're blood rituals.
Now, I'm curious, have any of you ever had a question or argument for theism that maybe gave you pause? Not because it was so dumbfounding you didn't know what to say, but something that was actually like, let me think about that. In reference to theism, not some other nonsense.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there was a group of Christians that came up to me once and threatened to kick my head in if I didn't agree with them.
That's a good reason.
Sorry, go ahead.
There's been times where I try to think that way, and when I hear different arguments, I'll consider it. But I guess God of the gaps is always their best argument because they can always get you with it, right? You don't know something, so.
Oh yeah, well, yeah. From a
that's usually
performance.
Usually it's the progression thing, right? They'll ask you, like the Futurama thing, right? Do you have this transitional fossil? Do you have this they'll just keep going back until you got to say, like the Big Bang or something with whatever the field is. Well, yeah, we know this and this and this. Well, then we don't know that. Well, then, aha. And that's usually
I will say
the gotchas I've ran into.
When it comes to evolution questions from young earthers, I always just grant them because I don't care to argue against creationism or for evolution. When talking about God, I'm just like, whatever, let's just get to the God part. Like, if you want to, if there's something that you think evolution is missing, you need to take that up with a scientist, not with me, a layman who doesn't know half the shit that an actual scientist knows or biologist.
Their best arguments are like the Turek argument that it is outside of our universe, so then you can't detect it, it's not falsifiable, all on down the list. Anything as far as in this universe, I don't think they have a good argument for anything in this universe.
And Cam or Commander, did you? I think you were trying to say something, but I may have interrupted. So, if I did,
well, for a short period of time in 2020, see, my arc is Jewish, Christian, Jewish, kind of agnostic. But like in 2020, I was thoroughly convinced Trump was the Antichrist. And I had given Christianity to the fucking crows for
I may not disagree with you.
For that. In fact, I got the first channel I was involved in was a non-hateful Christian channel trying to prove Trump was the Antichrist. And then they kicked me out because what made me?
Yeah, what made you?
There's so much. Well, one of the things is the word in Daniel 7 verse 8 for the little Ian is Karen. and Trump is the biggest Karen in the world.
Yeah, yeah.
But when I first became aware of this, or started thinking about this, on the Jim Baker show, they had a buffoon called Tom Horn or Tim Horn or whatever the fuck that by Jewish and Christian standards, he's a blasphemous buffoon who's dead now. But he was talking about how Rabbi Joseph Berger thought that the numerology of Trump's name meant Messiah. And I was like, oh shit. And he's a malignant, narcissistic sociopath that the Christians make golden idols of. Now, it was, and then, believe it or not, it was like March 6, 2021. All in Israel reads the Torah reading on a set schedule. And there's an annual cycle and a triennial cycle. And the triennial cycle mashed up with the annual cycle. So while they were like wheeling the golden Trump statue out, all of Israel is reading the portion that the golden cat. It was August 21st, 2019. And Trump made his King of Israel tweet. And the haftarah for that week was Isaiah 40. You should go and totally look it up because it answered all the bullets coming from Trump. Shortly thereafter, the whistleblower came out. And then it was the last week in January. Was it January? I think it was. Whatever it was the partial where we were reading about the plagues. There was I think it was February, global health emergency on Purim, which is a holiday. That's how Wicked Man gets his comeuppance, which, by the way, there's no archaeological evidence for the story. Even the rabbi told me that. Basically, the Dow shits to hell on the of the second anniversary of the King of Israel tweet. Trump goes to a small town in Alabama, and some congressman announces the second coming of Trump. And then you have the character of the way the Bible describes the Antichrist, and Trump matches it to a T. And so that's why I thought that he might have been, and he's the only, and I kind of like stopped. I need to go back to all of my notes. I think we found like 60 different points where he matched. And that was back in 2021.
Well, what made you skeptical of it? Like, what made you think, brought you to the conclusion that you have now, which is obviously he's not the Antichrist, even though, because there's no God on it.
Well, actually, the only thing that made me skeptical of it was the idea that God was real collapse. Now, I still think, right, there's these people called Theosophists. Bailey and Blavatsky, they created a religion where they intended to bring about the end of days. And there's like this weird thing where even though I don't believe that there is a God, I believe that there are creepy cultists who actually want to fulfill all the not so nice things. And a lot of them are in the Kremlin. And when I do want to do a stream on this, how the eschatology that Alice Bailey and Blavatsky had matches more the Seven Mountains Dominionists. And I mean, when you think about it, the Book of Revelation says the seven hills are the seven heads on which the Horowitz rides, and you got the Seven Mountains Dominionists. Now, I'm not saying the Book of Revelations is correct at all. It's just a book. But the book says that the church in the last days will be basically ruthlessly hunted by the Antichrist. And the Seven Mountains Dominionists say quite the opposite. And I tortured myself reading Lance. No, it wasn't Lance. It was, God, I'm trying to remember the sucker's name. He was the Johnny Enlow's book, The Seven Mountains Prophecies, to find quotes to this point. And he's literally saying, and the Antichrist is going to be the left-brain Christians who care about theology and sound, what appears to be sound doctrine, and they are the enemy. Basically, people who at least bother to read the book rather than are led by emotions, just flopping on the floor and listening to idiots describe the eschatology, which is the exact opposite of the book, that where it says at the end, and if you add anything to these prophecies, these curses will be added onto you. And they basically broken that particular thing. So like I said, in the book of Revelations, the overarching arc is, it's supposed to be the judgment of God on the wicked, and even the Antichrist is a judgment. But it says that the Antichrist will be given power to wage war against the saints and to conquer them, and he will control every tribe, nation, tongue, language, and culture. Meanwhile, like Johnny
That
Enlow
does
was
sound like
saying,
Trump right now.
and the new triumphant church is going to take over every tribe, nation, language, and but this matches theosophy more than it does the book of Revelations, because it says the church will be handed over to be, those are to be taken captive, are to be taken captive, those that you be killed are to be killed. This is a call for patience and wisdom of the saints. And here these preachers are telling all these idiots about this triumphal church that's going to do to all those left-brain Christians what the book of Revelation says the Antichrist is going to do to the real Christians. Are you getting this? Where the eschatology and their expectations are what Blavatsky and the weird Russian cultists want, rather than what the New Testament says. The New Testament says it's just a fly from like 50,000 feet over the book of Revelation. So there's stuff in there that I'm not mentioning that basically Antichrist takes over the world. And I'm not saying this is going to happen. He persecutes the saints and leads the armies of the damned to the hill of Megiddo. Jesus comes back supernaturally, says but one word, and the world done. But the Seven Mountains Dominionists basically say the church is going to take over the country and then the world with force, subdue all the nations, and then the Messiah will come back, which is violating one of the most crucial commandments in their books. So I'm just like, and these people don't even read their books. They don't even, I actually, there was this one, when I first started becoming interested in Christianity, it was in response to preachers talking about the Republican Party as if it was a church. And I said, my goodness, what the hell did Christians do for church before the Republican Party existed? My God, this is goddamn stupid. But there was a guy called Woodrow Cole from Back to the Bible who did the first scientific Bible literacy study that had ever been done in 2006. And here's what they found. Atheists and agnostics scored the highest. Jews and Catholics were second highest. And evangelical Christians who went to church more than twice a week were at the bottom. Literally, the more religious you were in Christianity, the worse you knew it. And he was shocked.
Okay. Thank you. I just want to get out of here, I'm afraid. So I just want to finish up. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Cam, if I did. So there's another thing. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. I just want to say two things, if I may, to end on.
Go ahead, Simos.
As always, thank you to Israel Horowitz, I would say. Thank you for the videos. We really appreciate going through them. It takes somebody, without people expressing their genuine views, then these videos wouldn't be worth critiquing.
Mm.
And I appreciate you for your honesty, and I also appreciate you for being what's the word? Not just insulting, not just ad homing the other side. Straw man you may have done, but ad hom you didn't do, and that's always to be appreciated. And then secondly, I just want to end, if I may, with another reason why at one point in my life I was almost convinced of Christianity, and basically, there was one time I had a short dalliance with a nun, and as we were making love, she kept shouting out Jesus Christ, and I thought, oh, okay, but that wasn't it. It wasn't until my second coming that I thought maybe there's something in this. So thank you very much indeed, Dave.
I
And,
love that story.
Sorry for the bad jokes, but that's just me all over.
I live for bad jokes.
And thank you. I've got to go though. It's very late. Here,
Always a pleasure. Yeah, I got to get out of here too. We made it through the video, so we're gonna wrap things up.
Okay. Oh, if you could possibly just put my link in the chat as well, everybody. I'm hoping to do some State of the Onion videos. I put it in private chat for you, but I can't get it into the main chat. Good to see you again, Gur. Have fun.
Pleasure's mine.
Also, nice to meet you, Cam. That was fantastic, some of the stuff you were saying, so thank you so much. And I'll see everybody later. Take care.
Have a good one.
You too.
Let's see here.
Dave, I know you're wrapping it up. I'm not trying to prolong it, or am I? Shit, I forgot what I was about to ask. Oh, I know what I was going to say.
Okay.
How often do you stream these days, and do you have like a set schedule for like I'm going to stream on this day or this night at this particular time, or is
this is like our 13th week, I think, of doing Saturdays. So Mike used to do his Saturday night at the Atheist thing, right? And
yes,
yeah, and we did one or two of them, right? And we had fun and stuff. So I just said, hey, can I, just borrow it, and just do a Saturday thing, right? And so we mostly, it's Mike and I, borrowing his thing, and then we just been adding, the extra folks in, having a good time. So yeah, Saturdays at 5 Eastern.
Oh, I did notice. Oh, I just want to say, this is off topic. The link that you posted, I said that was Simus's channel. That was my mistake. I didn't click on it. That was the channel or the video to what we were watching tonight. But back to in response to you, Dave. Yes, I noticed that.
I will get it. Yeah, go ahead, girl.
I noticed that you were doing the SNATA or Saturday night at the Atheist streams recently, like within that. I think I started to notice it maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago, because every now and then I'll take a look around to see who's streaming, listening, or watch something else completely random. And I was like, wait a second. Is Dave taking over the Saturday night at the Atheist stream? And then when I saw you were streaming tonight, I thought, okay, let me see if this is on Speed's channel. Because I was just going to go over there and talk shit to Speed in his side chat. But I saw he wasn't streaming, but you were. And I was like, okay. So I figured y'all must have, come to some sort of like agreement.
He did.
Like, yeah.
Yeah, he did stream, I think, one of them over there. I told him before, just set the thing to stream to his channel.
Oh, yeah, you can do that, yeah.
Yeah, so that's, there's not. And Joe from the Kentucky Atheist has been joining us a lot, too.
I think I've heard of that channel. I may even be subscribed.
I do have a question.
Right,
I actually do have.
Go ahead. Sorry.
I do have that clip with excerpts from Enlo's book. Would you mind if I tried digging it out and replayed it?
As the host of the stream, yes. I'm just kidding, Dave.
How long is it? Because
Well, we're gonna keep going.
I've been here a while.
Oh Jesus, you've been here 4.5 hours.
It's
Yeah.
I think
Damn.
about 3 minutes.
Well, I just so happen to have 3 minutes.
Well, yeah, we can watch it real quick, and then I'm gonna have to duck out. All right.
All right. Of the final mountain
go.
of religion. According to Johnny Enlow in the Seven Mountain Prophecy, unveiling the coming Elijah revolution, the last and most challenging mountain to conquer will be the mountain of religion. Why? Because in the anticipated global revival, the entire world will appear to have converted, with everyone seeming to be Christian at first. Enlow identifies the holy people referenced in Daniel 12 verse 7 as left-brained, religious Christians,
veiled
whose power he
anti-Semitism.
predicts will be completely shattered. This signifies a complete dismantling of religious spirits. Enlow suggests that a profound change is approaching. The final religious adversary will be difficult to recognize, as it will come to the mountain of religion under the guise of Christianity. Just as Jesus faced his greatest opposition from those who claim to seek the Messiah, so too will the advancing church face its greatest resistance from those who profess to follow Jesus. These will be the last, holy people, to be completely shattered, broken, dashed, and pulverized. Though they won't view the advancing church as enemies, they will be regarded as adversaries by those within it. In Enlow's words, left-brained Christianity will be the last great religious enemy that the Church of Jesus Christ will have to face. This form of Christianity will be challenging to discern because, for a time, it will blend with the advancing true church. He posits that a season is coming when it will seem as if the whole world is on the verge of conversion. With no other major
That's not what the
religions
book
left to
of
oppose,
Revelation
the
says.
religious spirit will reinvent itself, joining forces with the Prince of Greece. Enlow argues that Christians who remain bound to rationalism will fall under this influence. They will attempt to
Rationalism.
wield Christianity's newfound power to promote their own version of the faith, marked by reason and sophistication. This final Antichrist will appear good, but will ultimately be a deception. This most heavily disguised Antichrist will prevail for a season against the saints who have just experienced a tremendous worldwide harvest, a great outpouring of
This
the
is
Spirit,
not in the
he
book
writes,
of Revelation
foreseeing
at all.
miraculous signs and wonders intended to bring the world to Christ. At that time, if anyone says to you, "Look, here is the Messiah," or "There he is," do not believe it. For
Jesus
false
is
messiahs and
counter-
false prophets will appear and perform great signs and wonders to deceive,
What
if
Enlow
possible,
has said.
even the elect. See, I have told you ahead of time. Earlier in the book, Enlow explains his belief that true salvation requires right-brained thinking, as he argues that authentic faith comes through experiences with God, which right-brained thinking enables through its subjectivity and openness to experience. He further claims that Jesus himself was a right-brained, subjective thinker who challenged the left-brained, objective religious leaders of his time. For Enlow, the phrase Prince of Greece refers to left-brained who, by focusing too much on rationalism, create division through their emphasis on theology,
With
and, in his view,
rationalism
hinder the Spirit of God.
and theology.
Toronto Blessing
Bad.
Revival lead during the Toronto Blessing
Here's
Revival.
what he believes is good Christianity. That's good Christianity to him.
Johnny Enlow is special.
I've seen these clips. Wild.
That's good Christianity to him. Just rolling on the floor like a fucking idiot.
We thank you.
That's what they believe is good Christianity. Flopping on the floor like men.
It makes great what do they call them? Mishmash videos where they put the heavy metal music to it.
Toronto Blessing
Yeah.
Revival that started in
Oh, yeah.
1994 and touched millions around the world. And touched millions.
Huh. You know,
So what he was
crazy
talking, I just want to say what he was talking about is the exact opposite of what the book of Revelations says will happen. So he's already broken the don't add or subtract from this book.
He's basically saying those who care about theology and rationalism are bad. You
They're
can
a
see where
scary
I'm
bunch.
looking at this. I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, this is that weird Russian cult. Because this is what Levi.
Oops. You muted. I
Yeah,
was gonna
like
say Owen covers a lot of this stuff, and yeah, they have a lot of it's a seriously large cult that's cheering on these politicians and hanging out with these politicians, and it's worrisome to me. It is.
Dave, speaking of politics, did you cover any of the election or do any political stuff?
I did. I did a show. I did a show with Joe, the Kentucky Atheist. He was doing a politics thing. Otherwise, I tried to stay out of it.
Yeah, I get that.
And after the election, about everybody was doing a stream on it, so I
yeah, I get it.
I was just sitting back and watching. Yeah.
When I started on YouTube, my Germania channel, I made the decision like from day one, I'm not gonna get involved in politics. I know what topics I want to cover. I know what genre of YouTube content that I want to make, and I'm gonna stick with that. Except for my live stream channel. My live stream channel was just anything. It doesn't matter. It could either be important or just stupid or mundane nonsense. But yeah,
you know, I'll do some serious stuff like on the climate or something like that.
Oh, right, yeah.
But then I do a lot of fun stuff like ghost stories and Bigfoot and all that stuff, you know. So, you know, I do a lot of fun stories for me. So,
yes. Speaking of Bigfoot, and I know you're wrapping up, and you can tell me shut at any point, but I was curious if you can't tell me what got you into the whole Bigfoot stuff.
Precepts way back when. You know, I go back to like AOL and Yahoo chat rooms and everything, you know. Yeah, so I just started sniping back that you can't prove Bigfoot did it when they would tell me you can't prove God did it, right? And I just kind of picked Bigfoot because, you know, Bigfoot's like a North American thing, you know what I mean? We all love our Bigfoot, right? You know, Harry and the Hendersons, and, you know, he's been in countless, you know, cartoons and movies and everything and stuff.
Well,
I just kind of picked Bigfoot. Deconverted man uses a lobster, right?
Oh, yeah.
Same idea. So then it kind of grew from that. And then, but I've always had interest in stuff too, you know. You know, when they would have the Bigfoot shows on TV, you know, I would watch, and yeah, I'm into all that kind of stuff. So
I was that way with Ancient Aliens for a little while years ago.
Yeah,
that was
so it just kind of became my thing. You know what I mean? Was the Bigfoot, and now, yeah, I've got you know, all kind of Bigfoot, all kind of Bigfoot
With
T-shirts, and yeah, you know, Bigfoot here, Bigfoot there, right? So yeah, it kind of grew, and it's I say all hail Bigfoot all the time, and that's my Gmail, so hopefully it's easy for folks to remember because I say all hail Bigfoot all the time, and that comes from, again, mocking the pre-suppers and stuff. So it was kind of, you know, it was when I was ornery, you know, and and I just kind of said, yeah, well, you can't prove Bigfoot didn't do it, right? Prove Bigfoot didn't do it, and I would just keep at it, you know. Well, that's ridiculous. Bigfoot's a primate, this and that. And it's like, no, it's not. Nobody's proven that, right? As far as I know, Bigfoot is just as supernatural as your God is. Oh, that's ridiculous. You're just saying you just made up this Bigfoot thing, this and that. And I'm like, not ever clicking. Now, wait a minute, right?
That's when you say, you can't say Bigfoot doesn't exist without having Bigfoot, because he is where we get the ultimate knowledge or whatever crap that
the Darth Dawkins thing. Yeah.
Yes.
Bigfoot is absolute and concrete or some kind of thing. Yeah. So you just keep going with Bigfoot, and they usually get mad and they try to, Jim Bob too. I said something to Jim Bob. I said, he said, so you don't believe in God? And I said, no. I said, it's like the same thing as Bigfoot. And he goes, well, Bigfoot's a real animal or something. I'm like, no, it's not, so.
Yeah, you don't know that.
Yeah, you can't prove that, right? And so that's it grew out of that. And then so then doing stuff, I was kind of talking about stuff and everything, right? And then I got kind of, I met Bree and everybody, doing their thing. And then I hooked up with Trees from Look at the Trees. So he's like, hey, I got some Bigfoot stuff I want to talk about and everything. So we kind of got together.
I'm your guy.
Yep. And we started the channel, but then some things came up with work schedule and everything. And Trees is also out in big property that he's taking care of now and stuff. So he doesn't have
he's surrounded by trees.
Right. So, he doesn't have, the great internet and stuff. He does his little videos on his phone and stuff. You know what I mean? So,
yeah.
And then, he can send his stuff when he's at work or whatever, so it's kind of hard for him to do live streams and everything. So I just kept doing the Grassman, mostly exclusively doing the Bigfoot stuff. So I've kind of gotten the Bigfoot thing going because I got that channel going too. So,
well, I would have never,
and it's fun, and it's fun. It's fun.
But I would have never guessed that it came out of talking with pre-suppers. I would have never got that in a million years. But after you explained it, I'm like, okay, I see. I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Yeah, I was just being ornery because, like you said, some things are just not worth arguing, right? And it's like, prove God didn't do it, and it's like, prove Bigfoot didn't do it, It's just, what else do you have to say, right?
Exactly. It just kills the convo. And
when
it comes to pre-suppers, in my personal experience, I would say 4 out of 5 or 9 out of 10 times, anytime I've spoke with a pre-supper, they are rude as hell. Whereas any other type of Christian, whether they're pre-suppers or not, any type of Christian that I've spoken with and debated and conversed with, if they were pre-suppers, they didn't use that as an argument. But the pre-suppers or any Christian that did bring precept arguments, I'm telling you, 9 out of 10 times, they were rude as hell and just very unpleasant. On top of, as we know, how irritating the precept methodology is. Like that, the preceptor arguments are already irritating as. I don't know how often you can cuss on this channel. I don't want to take it down, but fuck, it's just so annoying talking with them most of the time. And there was this one preceptor I had spoken to. We talked for probably an hour to maybe an hour and a half. And he was using the precept arguments, and I was just, it was actually a pretty laid back conversation. Finally, I said, well, listen, I don't think we're getting anywhere. So I'm just going to grant you that you're right, that if there is no God, we can't have knowledge, all that stuff. So now I would like to ask you, okay, well, how do I know that Jesus was really the Son of God and died and rose again? And that's when he shut the conversation down. He said, nope. And then he started to get a little passive aggressive, not flat out rude, but I could tell there was a shift in his attitude as soon as I just granted all the precept arguments. And he did not carry the conversation. He did not want to move forward with it. And so finally I was like, well, okay, well, it was good talking to you. And, we ended it. It was so wild.
I was on a channel the other night, and different people kept wanting to shift, to all the, Gish Gallop, basically, throwing 50 million different questions at me. I'm like, look,
oh yeah.
I just stopped by because I was told that the guy's co-host or whatever was into Bigfoot stuff, and I'm just here to talk about Bigfoot. So I just shut it down right there. I'm like, I didn't come here to talk about any of this. And then I'm not prepared. I'm not a debater. I don't pretend to be. I straight up tell people, because they, citation, this and that, and everything. I'm like, look, I'm not prepared. Okay. If I do a video, I'll sit down, I'll look up the citations and all that, right?
Get your sources.
I'm just here to talk about Bigfoot, and I just shut it right down. So,
Well, it still just like it still puzzles me how, again, in my experience, most of the preceptors I've talked to have all been just unpleasant, just being dicks, basically, and
trying to win you over.
I know, it's like, listen, if you're trying to save me from eternal burning, from eternal agony, it seems like you'd want to be more nice to me than a Christian, because at least you and your Christian buddies will go to heaven. But you're talking to someone that you believe is going to burn forever. So why are you being a dick? Now, obviously, whether you're nice or whether you're a jerk or not does not really reflect upon what you're saying is true or not. But you would think you'd want to be nice to someone that you believe is going to burn forever.
Oh, I was just listening to one that basically, it's one moment it's all, they have the nice smile and everything, oh yeah, we need to love our brothers and sisters everywhere. We need to get out there and make the world a better place and everything. And then, except for them gay people, or and then there it goes, right?
It's kind of like they set up this nice little house of cards, and then they automatically just snap one of those cards away, and it all crumbles in reference to we got to spread the love of Christ. Oh, is that a gay person? Or is that someone who doesn't vote for my political party? And it's irritating, because I thought Darth Dawkins was just kind of he's just a crazy Christian who's a dick. But I didn't realize so many preceptors are also like him. Like, they have his characteristics of being a dick. There was one preceptor that I remember anyway that I spoke with, and he was very pleasant. I don't remember anything about the conversation. This was maybe it could have been 2 to 4 years ago now. Don't remember his name, but he was actually pleasant and nice to get along with. But everybody, all the other preceptor Christians that I spoke with, have all been dicks. I don't get it. I don't know why that is. It's like, do all of you go to the same school that Richard Dawkins went to? Or Darth Dawkins, whatever the fuck.
It's there's always that toxic crowd, right? And
yes,
they think just we did a few rounds over there on Jim Bob's channel, and that's what they did to Mike and I and the rest of us. They called us dummies, and
of course,
when Mark Reed showed up, he said, "You talk kind of funny," and Mark Reed's like, "I'm from another country, mate." Right? It's like,
what?
So they're just they're just so they just want to be awful. They don't care about the discussions, right? They just want to be awful.
I had never heard of Jim Bob until B.S. Lewis did a video or two on him.
That was the period there. We were all kind of rolling through there together about the same time. Yeah.
Yeah. Then I did subscribe to his channel. I think I unsubbed like maybe a couple weeks later. I don't remember the reasoning. I've never really talked to him. I think I may have had 1 or 2 comments in the side chat or something, but I noticed he had that same kind of mean streak of being a dick. Maybe nowhere near as bad as at least what I've seen as nowhere near as bad as Darth Dawkins, but yeah, just that's a very low bar anyway.
The first time I went on there, it really wasn't so bad. It was, but But when I went on there again and I'm like, look, we already had the discussion that, I'm not here for the name calling or any of that kind of stuff. Right. And so we were kind of going back and forth, and he was irritating me a little bit as it is. And then he said something about you big dope or something like that. And I was like, okay, that was it. So I told him fuck off, and I left. And that was
Yeah, no, I can't blame you there.
So he made a video on me that I rage quit, and I didn't call it rage quit,
but you're the one that's raging.
Yeah, I just said F off, and I left. So, but it did really well. They hate me a lot over there. Last time I saw it, it had like 4,500 views or something. So they really dislike me a lot. So I, kind of a little badge here for it,
Right. It's a badge of honor. Well,
Yeah.
I saw him in Deconverted Man. That was it. Maybe
That's what
how I
got
found
me.
him.
Yeah, because Deconverted Man, he caused all the trouble. He's the one that did the video. Okay. So then, of course, Mike and I went over there snooping, right? Because Deconverted Man, right?
Oh, yeah.
And then we got sucked into it, right? Yeah, and at the same time, BS is rolling through, and a bunch of other folks. And BS made the video with the eggplant. Did you see that one?
Oh yeah, that was hilarious.
Jim Bob's thick skin got really thin really fast. He was losing his mind over that, and BS and I had a good laugh for a while there. Every time I saw him in the chat, I'd put the eggplant emoji up there.
That's funny.
Very homophobic over there. Very.
I'm not surprised. Anytime it's a group of Christians, anytime homophobic or transphobic or any of the other phobics pop up, I'm never surprised. I'm always like, yeah, that's about right. Unfortunately, the only Christian that I personally have interacted with online who has actually been a decent human being, which is not to say she's right on everything else, but that would be Bread of Life.
It's a shame we had a falling out because I tell folks technically my first time on YouTube was on her channel.
Oh, I did not know that.
Yep, I picked up my phone. I just turned on my phone and I got on. That was technically my first time on YouTube, and then I kind of said, saw that I got the channel going and stuff.
Oh,
and
wow, okay.
Yeah, it's kind of a shame we had to fallen out.
Well, if I'm asking something that's personal, you don't have to tell me, but like, what happened? And also, if you got to wrap this up, I know you're trying to wrap it up. Feel free to at any point. I'm just chatty Cathy right now.
Well, the whole thing is, she was inviting all these atheists to her channel, right? I never heard of her or anything.
Okay, I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, I was on some other channel somewhere, and they were saying something about how come atheists don't come in here and talk to us, right? And I made a comment in the chat. I said, probably because you call us demons or block us, right? So she's in the chat. She says, if you come over to my channel, I won't call you a demon and I won't block you. And I was like, okay. So I went over to her channel, right?
You're like, bet.
And yeah, we were kind of cool. I was on numerous times. I hopped on. And this is still when I was very new to all this. So most of the time I was nervous and kind of stumbling over my words, right? Yeah.
I was nervous coming onto your stream tonight because it's been so long. I was like, oh, shit.
I still do it every time I'm getting ready to stream. I'm always like, okay.
Kind of like mentally prepping yourself.
Yeah. So, but yeah, we even did the extra thing, her Bible lesson thing off on the side. And that's where I met Mike and Lance and everybody. They were all in that thing, right? So, and I met Jay and, so many other people all from her channel. Okay. So yeah, everything was going well. Well, the one thing is that, she didn't, well, I think she was brokenhearted because she couldn't convert any of us. Right. And then, I think she was already kind of, disappointed, and then not having the happy joy anymore, right? About the talking to the atheists. And that was about the same exact time her and Sal put out their miracle healing video.
Oh, I don't think I saw that.
Yeah,
supernatural like healings and stuff.
Yeah, it was Deli Knox miracle healing video, and I reviewed it. And pretty much after that, she didn't like me anymore, and Sal blocked me. So I don't think many people have me blocked on YouTube. I try to be cool with everybody,
Yeah, I'm the same.
But Sal definitely is one that he blocked me because I dared, and I wasn't like a dick or anything, you know what I mean?
Sure.
I was just for my thing was they weren't telling the story accurate of what happened to her. They weren't telling the story accurate of she spent a lot of time in physical therapy. And then, she got up out of a wheelchair.
Crucial information.
Yeah. And then it seems like she already got up and out and was dismissed from physical therapy. Now, if you're dismissed from physical therapy, you're out of the wheelchair, right?
Right. You're good to go.
Yeah. So no reason for you to come back. And then it seemed like there was another 30 days before now, mind you, her husband is a faith healer. He couldn't do it. But there was a big event. There was a big event, right?
Mm-hmm.
30 days later, she went to this big event, and then she pathetically got up out of the wheelchair and was kind of trying to walk, and then she got walking better and do, right?
Oh, Lord.
So
that's giving me flashbacks to my childhood.
Yeah, you start adding the dates up, right? And you're like, and then the stories didn't match. And then the guy's saying, oh, I didn't even know this person when the thing was all pre-scheduled in advance. And on and on and on. But the thing that bothered me the most, because you see a lot of these miracle healing things, and you could do a million videos on them. The thing was the thing that it was a great story of physical therapy, right?
Right. Yeah.
This lady had an injury. She did what they told her, right? And they worked those muscles. And she got up out of the wheelchair. What a great story. And then they have to ruin it by taking it to these charlatans. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's what really bugged me. And I emphasized the charlatan part in my video, right? And
I see.
So, but did you hear the latest with Rebecca over there? By the way, she believes that she made a leg grow.
Oh my Lord! Okay, that does sound familiar. Maybe I have heard some of this here.
Yeah, she only does. She's not doing much. It's only like once a month or something or whatever. But at first, she was talking about how she kind of did a video like debunking faith healers with their little tricks, right? And then while doing it, somehow she got sucked into it, and now she believes all the tricks, and that if you pull on somebody's leg, look, it grows, and it's like, well, yeah, you're pulling on their leg, you know.
Well, I mean, 100%. Like there's videos on YouTube from way back when, like from the 60s, of faith healers doing that crap.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know much about, for personal experience, what her views are on that sort of stuff. But given what you've described, that's unfortunate. But did you know that her and Sal, at least as of, I don't know, 2 years ago, are not on good terms? Sal,
Mike and I did a stream about it.
Oh, okay.
The breakup. Yeah. Well, see, here was the thing too. Okay, here's what. Right after she told all the atheists to get lost, basically, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to talk to all the atheists anymore. Some of us, she sent emails. I wasn't the only one that got persona non grata emails, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, okay, right. And because, she's going to hang out with, people that, see eye to eye or whatever. And of course, she's talking about Sal, right? So she's hanging out with Sal, and when she sent me this persona non grata thing, I replied back. I was like, "Are you going to hang out with Sal instead of us?" I said, "Good luck with that.
He'll hang with us.
He will turn on you, right? That's just that's Sal, right? He's dirty rotten."
I saw it firsthand.
So, whatever time, a couple months or whatever. So they're doing videos together, mostly these healing videos. They did that one. They did the one with the one astronaut has some healing story or something. And there was a couple others. So they were doing their little thing. And then she did she do a video, or she said something about officiating a gay wedding or something?
Yes.
And all of a sudden Sal said, "I don't like gay people. I can't talk to you anymore." Puts a video out. "I'm sorry, but we're breaking up." And that was the end of that.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I remember, give or take.
Yep.
And here's my thing. I have never had a personal problem with Sal. I had him on my stream. We had a stream where it was just him and I for maybe 2 hours. I don't remember exactly. And I thought he was a nice guy. He seemed like a nice guy. Seemed like a good person. But I started to notice the backstabbings, like you had mentioned. And then when I saw him go on Rebecca's channel, or she on his channel, and he talked about how they're no longer going to associate. And he tried, from what I saw, he was trying to gaslight her. Because, I don't want to do this, but, it has to be. And she's like, "Whoa, we don't have to end
it. It
this."
was the longest breakup ever.
I sent him an email. And just like you, I try to get along with everybody. I don't even, if somebody insults me, 99% of the time, I'm like, whatever, cool. And I'll still roll with it. It doesn't matter. But with Sal, he's the first person, and actually probably the only person in my couple of years of doing streams. I sent him an email and I said, "I will not associate with you anymore." He did send me an email a week prior to that asking about some survey. I can't remember exactly what. I won't give out too much info even if I knew it, because I do keep emails as confidential. But I'll tell you what I said to him. And I said, "I will not associate with you anymore. I can't believe you would break ways with Rebecca just because she doesn't hate gay people and she's cool with hanging out with and sharing love and support of trans people and gay people and whatnot." And I think I even mentioned at the end of the email, "You can fuck off," or something like that. I don't remember exactly. But man, I didn't care. I laughed when she banned all the atheists. When she was banning B.S. Lewis, yourself, Speed, and she didn't ban me, I laughed. I was like, hell yeah, boys. Y'all are all y'all are not.
Jay Bundy came in on his other account, and he was saying something, and all of a sudden she said, "Oh, are you Jay?" And he said, "Yeah." And she goes, "Oh," and she reached down, "You're blocked." And I was like, "Oh, that was cold."
What's so funny to me is I got a kick out of it watching her ban all the atheists. I genuinely did. But the moment that Sal disavowed her, I got offended. I was like, "What? Fuck you." Not Rebecca. I was in defense of Rebecca. I was like, "Listen, I don't care if she's banning all my friends, but you can't ban her." Sal's just he's a slimy weasel as far as I'm concerned.
Well, I couldn't resist.
Rebecca is better off without associating with him. Now, they may have amended things, I don't know, but I respect Rebecca, even though I disagree with her on pretty much everything. But at least she's a decent person from at least my interactions with her.
Yeah, mostly, yeah. But I couldn't resist. After the fallout, I sent her another email. And all it said was, "I told you so."
Oh, okay, yeah. That would be hard to resist if I was in your shoes. I'd be like,
Yeah, because that was, that was the whole thing. So yeah. So yeah, at the beginning of my video, it's one of the few times I've used voice mod. In the beginning of my video, it's all like I'm sounding in hell and everything, and I've got the flames and everything, and it's like, why am I in hell? Because of Sal, right?
I like that. I dig it.
So yeah, I've managed to be cool with about everybody, even Clone Geo there, even though the community's kind of on the outs with him because of some other issues. But
with who? Clone what?
Yeah, well, I'm a wrap. You want to know? I'll wrap things up here, and I'll tell you offline.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I don't like doing that stuff online.
Oh, okay. No, I get it. Yeah, and I know you want to wrap this up. You've been wanting to. I do appreciate you letting me on your stream.
Oh yeah, no, I wanted to hang out, and chat with you. It was good chatting with you. And yeah, if you're around on Saturdays, you're always welcome to stop by.
I appreciate that. I'll keep that in mind. Every now and then, I'll see you or someone else in the community streaming, and I'll get tempted for a few minutes, and then I go, no, I got to do something else. And I usually whatever I do is just me wasting time when I could have spent it actually with you and friends.
Well, a lot of folks, and you can relate, they get burned out, or they have, various issues and everything. And that's why, I do some of the things that irritate me, but a lot of my videos I have fun with. And like when I'm doing this, like right now, my face hurts because I've been chuckling the whole fucking 3-4 hours, And so Saturdays are kind of lighthearted, right? We're not trying to be scientists or anything. We're just And I'm looking at small videos, whereas everybody's looking at William Lane Craig. No offense, I know you did a great William Lane Craig video, but
I appreciate that. That video kept me longer on the platform.
Yeah. So but my idea on Saturdays here has been, not more than like a 1K or something. You know what I mean? The smaller channels. Trying to get like the regular folks talking to us regular folks. You know what I mean? And kind of looking at it that way. So.
I get it. I know exactly what you mean.
Not, so it's not so polished or anything and everything. That's what we want. We're trying. A lot of us have been saying, we've heard it all. That there's going to be no new arguments, right? But some of us are, and Deconverted Man too. We're trying to get discussions with people, right? What do you think? What do you believe? Whatever. Don't give me,
what do you believe in why?
Mark 20 says blah blah blah, and John 15 says I don't care, right? What do you have to say? So that's kind of what we're trying for.
Well, no, that's kind of how I carried my streaming channel. Is I just wanted it to be a place where I could have lighthearted conversations and really hard, difficult conversations and everything, in between. But yeah, just like you said earlier about getting burnout. Yeah, I got burnout, and I honestly felt like I was just spinning my wheels. But I still miss everyone. I even miss a couple of trolls. But so I do still think about everybody that I've become friends with. So
we had a lot of fun over, a lot of laughs over there, so
yeah.
But it's good that you're doing good and everything, and
I'd say for the most part I'm doing all right. I sometimes do want to make content, but I just I have thought, okay, maybe I'll just make different content and just continue my Germania channel and just do something different. But I'm just like, nah. And honestly, I've just been busy anyway. But yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna shut up so you can wrap this up. But I'll still be here so we can chit chat a little further.
Yeah. Yeah, hang around for a minute and we'll chat for a minute here real quick.
Oh, that sounds good.
Yeah, and wow, we had so many people coming through tonight. Good to see everybody. Thank you so much. And yeah, I see Andrew in the chat. One more time, Mike's going to have a stream tomorrow with Andrew. They're going to be talking some evolution science over there, doing an in-depth debunk. I think it's at 1 o'clock Eastern. Pretty sure Mike said 12 Central. So in real time here, yeah, in Eastern time, that's like 1 o'clock. So go to, make sure you go to Answers in Atheism. Of course, Mike and I have a lot of fun hanging out together, and he was here earlier. He's off decorating the Christmas tree, so I hope he's having fun doing that.
I noticed shortly after I joined the stream, Mike ran away scared. A scared little boy.
Mike's lasted quite a while on some of the streams. You know, he gets antsy after about an hour, and he's hung out with us for a couple hours solid, quite a few times. So
I noticed he was here for a while, and I'm glad he was when I joined, because he's one of the people I miss from this beautiful side of YouTube. I miss just talking crap to him.
I saw Jay was in the chat a few minutes ago. Hi Jay. I was on a stream with Jay just like yesterday or something. He was learning me Bible stuff and everything.
Was it on his channel? I didn't even know he still streamed.
Jay Pasick, yeah, he was streaming yesterday.
Last time I went to his channel, I noticed.
I think it was yesterday. Yesterday or the day before, yep.
Oh, okay, yeah, I see it. 1 day ago. Yeah, last time I went to his channel, he had privated or deleted all of his streams. But he's always done that for one reason or another. I'm not sure, but I was like, oh, is he not streaming anymore?
Yeah, we had just talked. He'd come on a stream, and then we got done, and I was just looking around, and he's streaming. So,
hey, that's what I did tonight with your channel. I was like,
Scott,
streaming.
Scott Duke was on. Yeah, he said, "Hey Dave, there's a link. You want to hop on?" You know, I was like, "All right, cool." So I hopped on, and hung out with him for a little while.
You're like, well, if you're gonna twist my arm, fine.
Yeah, well, Jay's, he's pretty good on the Bible stuff. So I was listening, and I asked a couple questions, and he answered them really well for me. So yeah, I learned a few things. It was a nice little chat.
That's good. Yeah, I see that. Was that the stream about Dr. Josh Bowen's review?
Praise thing. That's it. Yep.
Dr. Josh is another person I miss. I miss talking with him, and really all of you, everyone.
We miss you too, man. Well, like I say, you need a little fix. You're always welcome here to stop by. And yeah, I've been trying to do it every Saturday, and yeah, we've had quite a different people. Let's see, 5, 10, like 20 different people coming through the panel easily, right? Other than like the regulars and stuff too. And like I say, Mike, Scott is often a regular, Joe's often a regular, Brainless is often a regular, Simos is often a regular.
Yeah. And your stream has 30 likes. This stream here, so that's good. That means there's
last week we had we had like 400 people last week, so it did pretty good. So
wow, damn! Yeah. I'm glad to hear that. I hope your channel continues to grow, and you keep attracting and building a good community here.
I appreciate it, Gur. Appreciate the support from everybody out there, and don't forget, if you aren't subscribed, subscribe. Speaking of my channel growing, over 400 subs now. So we can get up to 500, I can get a couple emojis, and of course there's going to be some Bigfoot emojis. So I'm looking forward to that. So
you get that at 500 subs.
Well, they lowered. It used to be 1K for everything, and then YouTube dropped to 500. You get some things. So you can get Yeah, you can get some.
thought that was
You can get yeah. So yeah, that's kind of the new thing. You get to 500. That's your first marker after 100, and then it's to the 1K. So.
Okay. Yeah, I thought there's still some benefit to getting 500 subs. Well, that's awesome. So it'll be a Bigfoot emoji or what have you.
Heck yeah, I'm gonna have Bigfoot emojis.
That's awesome.
Well, I've already got some people. Joe's got one for me at the Kentucky Atheist. He made one for me over there because we hang out. I hang out over there a lot with him, and we've done videos and stuff. So he's got one, and Mark Reed covered somebody that did a Bigfoot Jesus story, something that they pretty real farm out people, right? So he made a Bigfoot Jesus thing. So, of course, I like going over there and using that emoji whenever I can. And then Bree at Hivesci has, a bunch of cryptids as her emojis. So, yeah, that's she's got the feet, so you can put the Bigfoot feet across the chat.
Oh, okay, yeah. So yeah, I know as soon as you get the 500 subs, you can be like, all right, we're about to Bigfoot this mofo.
To Bigfoot that, and I just recently I made a banner for the Grassman Chronicles. That's my branch off channel. I didn't have a banner, and I was like, I got to do the banner. I got to do the banner. I got to do the banner. So it has a banner now, so it's legit. The Grassman Chronicles has the banner on top.
Awesome.
and speaking of, there's Bree. Yep, we were just talking about you, Bree, and Crystal too. Hey, Crystal, I saw you were through here. Hello,
Bree. Bree's also one of the many people I miss. I'm telling you, I have a huge list, but Bree is definitely probably top 5 people out of my huge list of people that I miss.
And that's the thing too. Yeah, I met Mike. I met Bree through Mike, you know what I mean? So a lot of these things all go right back to Bread of Life. So again, it's a shame we had the falling out, So
that's the butterfly effect for you. One little thing can really branch out into a bazillion different branches and friendships.
And I don't go there, right? It's easy to do. I could just said, you're a bunch of stupids or whatever. I didn't do that. I never did that on her channel or anything. So
you've always come off as very just chill and friendly. Anytime I've interacted with you or have seen you interact with others, you've just always been pretty laid back and just like, hey, welcome aboard. Let's talk. Oh, we disagree. Well, that's fine.
Yeah.
So
as long as it's not the like say with the Jim Bob thing. Oh, you're a dummy, you're dope, this, that, and that's like, oh, I can go over to I can go one of the stupid places and get called names. I just don't need it, right? And like I said, I've been through it way back in the day. All the Philly chat rooms and everything back in the day, and I had my fill. And I'd rather talk. I'll talk about religion. Right? You want to talk about it like you and I are doing right now? Sure, fine. Talk about Bigfoot. You want to talk about ghosts? Whatever you want. Stephanie from Missing Mod, she had a great story. She came on the Grassman and told it. We had a great time. It's one of my most watched videos. Come on over, right? I will have a civil discussion with you about anything, right?
Right.
Yeah, that's what I like to do. And I like all this stuff. You see my, I got a UFO on my shirt. I got Bigfoot on my
a full moon.
I've always been into all that kind of stuff. Just because I don't believe in it doesn't mean I don't like exploring it. And I even if I don't believe it, I'm gonna try and say, look, this is what people that believe say. This is what the skeptics say. And this is maybe, in between maybe what the scientists say or, whatever, different little things. And there you go, and some people are kind of confused if I actually believe in the stuff or not. And I'm like, well, good. Then hopefully I'm not showing too much bias at the same time, and, we might make a few jokes, have some laughs and have a good time. And somebody the other day faulted me because I was, I kind of smiled. I didn't have my camera on, and I was laughing about something, And they said, "Oh, see, you're not even taking this seriously or something." I'm like, "Dude, you don't understand. I'm sitting here with a smile on my face, right? This, and something just, hit me, and I was laughing and stuff. And it's like, I'm not blowing off everything you said in this conversation, right?
Mhm.
But I said, I'm trying to be a little lighthearted, and especially if
Right.
you're talking about these ghosts or Bigfoot, so you make some jokes, right? It's like, okay, it's all fun, right? It's not to be
Right, I would
offensive
think
to
so.
anybody or anything. Yeah.
I mean,
And
it's
it's not
less
that I'm not taking it serious. I get offended at that because I put a lot of work into my stories, even when it's Bigfoot or whatever.
right.
It's just as much work as any other story, right? You got to look all the
Yeah.
stuff up. You got to
Yeah.
find your sources, blah, 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 edit all your stuff,
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter what you do it on. I take offense that, oh, you're not taking something serious because I put some lighthearted stuff in, or my little Bigfoot dude I got that pops up in the corner, giving the peace sign or something,
Yeah.
and it's like, I do it intentionally. Okay. I do it intentionally, try to keep things a little light and everything. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get it. And of all the things to be lighthearted about and have little jokes and whatnot, I would think Bigfoot related content would be perfectly fine with having jokes. Now, if it's these very sincerely held beliefs like Christianity and religion and stuff like that, I could understand people not wanting to joke about that. But even then, like if it's just a harmless joke. But if it's Bigfoot stuff, like who cares? It's just a funny joke. Like
I try to be fair
nothing in
across the
world.
board. Yeah, I try to be, civil and everything. And most people, I try to point out that, I'm not trying to be personal or anything, unless I'm being personal, like somebody with Ken Ham
Yeah.
or something, right? Where we're taking him on and we're saying, no, you're full of crap, right? But I don't fault people that, like I think you said you used to be YEC, right?
Yeah. That was a younger
I don't
version.
fault people that, learn that stuff or anything like that. I fault the ones that know better and are making money off of it.
Mhm.
So,
Yeah.
but otherwise, yeah, it's not personal. And I often point out people, like you or Paula Gia and stuff. And it's like, they just had some bad information, right? So,
Yeah.
yeah, don't make it personal. But
Right.
some folks have made it personal, and so
At that point, it's
sometimes
like, well,
even me, who tries not to cuss on my channel, I had to make an exception for Jim Bob and tell him to F off. So.
I did that with somebody. I don't remember who it was, but I told them, I was like, listen, you're invited to my show, but I will tell you this, I will not cuss. I'll be respectful of what, policing my language while you're there. And I don't remember who the heck it was, but yeah, I do the same stuff, or I did the same stuff when I was doing this sort of thing. But anyways, I will let you. I know you've been trying to end this stream for a long time, and really, I've got to use the bathroom. So
I love hanging out and talking with everybody, and hanging out and talking with you. It's just I gotta get up. I've been sitting here a little while.
I feel you. I remember doing many streams where it'd be forever long, and I'm like, all right, I've got.
Hey, one of my subscribers said something about one of the streams we did a couple weeks ago. He goes, "Oh, come on, man, 5.5 hours." And I'm like, "Well, we were having a great discussion. The goal is like between 5 and 8, right? So that's about what I shoot for,
Oh, okay. So you do shoot
so-
for long streams then?
Yeah, because I already figured out if you're going to cover any of these videos, it takes a couple hours, period. So
Yeah. When I first started streaming,
yeah,
I did not realize how long the streams would go for. And finally, it hit me. I was like, wait a second. On my way home, I'm going to pick up some food, put it in the fridge, so that way 4 hours later, when I'm hungry, I don't have to end the stream. I can just say, hey, y'all keep going. I'll be right back, and I'll go get my food heated up, eat it.
that's one thing. Usually we eat later around here because of the way the schedules are.
Oh,
and stuff,
yeah.
right.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
then,
that
but
was
on Saturdays, I have to eat early, so I have to get something to eat early. So
Right. Well,
Yeah. Otherwise, yeah, I'm not going to eat until late like it is. But yeah, the idea was 8 o'clock. But anyway, so to my loyal subs and that, he said 5.5 hours. I said, well, it was a good stream. You know, I'll watch it. It's like, okay, thanks.
I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. And yeah, I wanted to, again, thank everybody in the chat. So many folks rolling through, and lots of great supporters out there. A lot of great channels. Make sure everybody supports everybody else. And once again, I want to thank Wild World. They gave myself and Bree and Nikki's channel a shout out this week. Really made my day. You know, somebody says, hey,
what channel
this
was
Dave guy, it's called Wild World.
Wow.
It's like a nature channel.
Oh,
and they were
okay.
Yeah, they had came on a panel thing Bree had done a while back, and they were doing a celebration stream, and they were giving shout outs to smaller channels that did nature stuff. And also he's got a little cryptid thing, you know, so, and like kind of a special mention, right? And we also got these cryptid channels, and I met Nikki and Dave, the Captive Desk, through Bree, and yeah, they have a little channel, and he gave me a little thing of, yeah, I watched your Jersey Devil video you just put out. I really liked it. Met Dave through our Captive Desk through Bree and everything, so go check him out and subscribe and everything. And he's got a great narrator voice, and it's like, hey, thank you very much. So,
oh, nice. I'll have to check out their channel.
It's like Nat Geo type quality or whatever, right? It's top notch stuff, right? And it's a big channel, so it means even more when, you know, they take the time out to give. And it wasn't just us; he was doing it for a lot of other channels. So much appreciated to Wild World once again. Really made my day. That, you know, Bree sent me a message and said, "Hey, you might get a bump. We just got a shout out, right?" And it's like, wow, you know. So I'm walking around telling everybody, "Hey, man, I got a shout out."
Yeah,
right?
like,
so,
look at me.
Look at me. Yeah. Well,
I'm sorry, dudes. I've got to bounce. I've been holding it in for too long. I've got to use the bathroom. I'm so sorry. But I'm listening in because I do want to hear your thoughts.
Yeah.
Your wrapping
Well,
this up.
I'm gonna play my little outro here. So you got a minute. So.
Oh, okay, perfect. All right, I'll just put myself.
Oh yeah,
back.
thanks everybody that was on tonight. Again, Mike and Scott and Brainless and Simos and all the others that stopped through. Commander was here. So many others. James was here. I have to go back to watch to remember everybody. We had a lot of people come in and out on the panel tonight. So I really appreciate it. That's it's nice to get all the different views and everything. That's part of what hanging out here on Saturdays about, right? And if you just want to listen to me, you can watch one of my videos where you can just listen to me. And speaking of listening to me, pay attention. The Shaken Fist is working on some Christmas music that's going to be coming out, and you just might hear me in it. So, can't get enough of my voice. That'll be coming out. I think he said with his 14th. I think he's planning at the end of the week. So end of the week, watch out for Zach over at the Shaken Fist putting out some Christmas music. Should be a lot of fun. And again, I want to thank everybody for being here. I'm going to see y'all hopefully again next Saturday. Right? Y'all have a good one.
Tales of lore knocking at the captive desk's door. Oh! these walls, silent echoes in the halls, books and stories on the floor, knocking at the captive text. Nerves are wide, hearts are keen, pages turn to secret scene, ancient maps and hidden lore, knocking at the captive text door. Roar! Captive desk, hold our dreams, where reality and no myth seems, in conversations quiet flow, the mysteries untold.